There's no mistaking the lights of Las Vegas. The biggest attractions shine the brightest here. And this week, the lights are fixed on the collector car world. Barrett Jackson has arrived, illuminating the town with a brilliant selection of vehicles. The movie star. This screaming demon. Supersonic supercars. And plenty of other rides will join the limelight. Radiant resto mods. Brilliant Broncos. Shimmering Shelbys. Every car's a star, and they all share the spotlight this week. It's time to flip the switch. Super Saturday lights up the History Channel right now.
Every Saturday in Las Vegas is special, but today even more so. That's because today is Super Saturday at Barrett Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction. This is day 3 of the auction, and what fun we've had so far. The first day on Thursday, the top seller was a bit of a surprise. A 1973 Mustang convertible, Bolero red, beautifully done, rocked the block at $60,000. Day number 2 on Friday, something a little more traditional at the top of the charts, a Camaro from 1967, 510 horsepower, 5-speed, nicely done, and it sold for $123,000. But that was yesterday. Today, once again, it's Super Saturday. The quality, the prices, everything is going to be going up. Why? Well, because we've got supercars, we've got hypercars, we've got movie stars, we've got American muscle that's been both detailed, restored, and modified to an amazing degree. And of course, we've got an incredible collection of off-road machinery, Broncos, Blazers, all crossing the block. And if you're bidding today, I'll tell you what, you better be prepared to give big numbers for big cars. But if you're watching at home on the History Channel, you get something that none of the bidders have. You get the insight, the automotive knowledge of 2 of the best insiders in the business, Mike Joy and Steve Magnante.
Thank you, Rick, and hi, everybody. Steve and I get to share the details of these cars, the options they were born with, some that have been added later, the difference in condition between a car that might bring 50 grand and one that looks just like it but sells for 100. And we'll tell you what these cars were like to enjoy back in the day and why they are so highly prized and collectible now.
It's true. You know, coming to Barrett Jackson and watching it's kind of like going to the movies. You know, Thursday and Friday are like the previews. It's all good, but Saturday is the main attraction where the stars come out. Speaking of which, from one of the biggest movie franchises ever, Fast Furious, Fast 5 in particular, Dave Tommaso Pantera is going to be on the block very shortly. Star power here Saturday, Barrett Jackson.
So let's get to it. Let's go right to the block. Lot 628 is a 1962 Chevy Impala Coupe. Now, Barrett Jackson calls it a custom because it varies from its as-built spec, mainly the two-tone paint, those much larger than came stock wheels.
Yeah, this is not the bubble top, which some people prefer more, but with that said, still a classic, beautiful roofline. And speaking of that roofline, if you look at it, it kind of looks like the bows of a convertible top in the up position. That's very much by design. What a beautiful top that is.
$26,000 for a 62 Impala Custom. And as they pay for that, we're going to check in with the next member of our broadcast team, the host of Hoovie's Garage on YouTube. Here's Tyler Hoover.
Well, I'm hanging out with a king of the road here. It's actually one of 2 68 Shelby GT500 KRs selling here. One a red convertible. This one is my favorite, the Fastback in Highland Green. And this one's received a gorgeous Concours restoration. The only difference, they had a clear coat for that extra pop. But you see that Highland Green metallic paint? Well, that's the same color as the Steve McQueen Bullet car, the saddle interior as well. One of less than 100 KRs in that Highland Green metallic. But of course, Shelby added the beautiful stripes on the outside. And of course, under the hood, that legendary 428 Cobra Jet engine that was underrated, probably over 400 horsepower. The performance unreal. This one also the added luxury of air conditioning. Just an amazing spec.
Yeah, beautiful car, just one of the many we'll see crossing the block today. And up there right now, how about a 1965 Volkswagen Beetle Custom Cabriolet?
Well, the Beetles were actually built at a plant separate from the Wolfsburg plant that built the Beetle hardtops. These are built at Osnabrück at Karmann. If we come around to this side here, we'll see on the front cowl area that Karmann badge, seen only on convertibles. And the point of it is, there's more handwork that goes into one of these, so they were built slower, a little more quality.
Well, who would have thought a long time ago that a 1965 Beetle would sell for $35,000, but all that custom work, a great finish, that's what it sells for. Let's check in with the next member of our broadcast team. Here's April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm with this absolutely stunning 1963 Thunderbird Roadster. Now, this has been an extensive concourse restoration. Now, a concourse restoration is the highest level. It's better than new. And if you're going to restore a Thunderbird, this is the reference you're going to need. And it's won so many awards. You can see right up front there. I love the Thunderbird emblem with the turquoise inserts. Just stunning. Now, this is one of only 37 M codes built. And it's got the 390 with 3 Holley 2-barrel carburetors, 3-speed Cruise-O-Matic transmission. But I want you to look inside. Just really sweet sculpted dash and center console there. And check that radio. That's the first year for the push-button transistor radio. Now, this has the Roadster package, giving you the tonneau cover, chrome trim, wheel skirts, and wire wheels. Just truly a beautiful ride. Now, Rick, here's my question. Do you drive a concourse restoration or leave her to be admired?
I don't believe in trailer queens. You got to drive them all. Otherwise, why own them? Of course, you got to have enough money to say, well, I can drive it and then I can fix the paint or whatever else. Beautiful car. Love those bullet birds. 1954 Chevy 3100 custom pickup truck.
Well, custom is the word. 1954 is the final full year for this styling cycle.
Camaro front subframe underneath this one, so it's going to drive and handle like a much more modern vehicle than the 1954 that is indicated on the title. A little bit of Fotina here with the somewhat flat matte finish, but it now has a new owner.
For $18,000. Now, before we came on the air, they were selling automobilia, and this morning, boy, they did something very special. Set a world record. Check this out, a 1920s standard gold Crown Fry. It's a Model 177. They call it a May West visible gas pump. This sold this morning for $320,000. Yesterday, they set a record here with the gas pump at $130,000, and that just blew through it at $320,000. Who knows where the numbers will go today on Super Saturday when the cars cross the block. We get some of those supercars and the hypercars. 1966 Chevelle Custom right now.
Well, this one has something very special under the hood. The GM Performance Parts 502. Great crate engine. And something I like, a little touch of pizzazz on the front fenders. A stylized emblem that pays tribute to the 327. It says 502. That's a modern thing, but kind of hides in plain sight. This one's got the 502. Don't mess around. It's got some power.
Has a bare disc brake conversion up front, drums in the back, much larger wheels, and lower profile tires than it was born with. Red over black, very popular combination for the super sports. Nice paint, good door gaps, very careful build here.
And this one's VIN begins with a 136, so it's a V8, not a 138 SS396. But don't tell that to it now. It's got more cubes than any 396 ever had, in particular 502 of them.
Yeah, and so much more drivable. I mean, it's got a modern aluminum radiator. It's got a modern electric fuel pump. All kinds of work. Bare disc brakes. They've made this a much nicer driver. And look at the money. We're at $67,000 right now. $70,000, the hammer price for a 1966 Chevelle Custom. All right, time to check in with the final member of our broadcast team. Here's Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. You know I love a little nostalgia in this 1956 Ford Park Lane station wagon. Well, it absolutely reeks of it. Now, the Park Lane, it was a combination of the two-door Ford Ranch wagon with the Ford Fairlane sedan. This one, a complete ground-up restoration in its original colors of platinum grey and white. And check out the lines, the beautiful lines of that body accentuated by the chrome there. Beautiful white wall tires with chrome inserts. And check right in the middle there, RJ's not going to get it, but on the middle there's a red insert that ties so beautifully into the red interior with that white accents. It's absolutely beautiful. It's powered by a 200 horsepower Thunderbird V8 with a 3-speed auto. So on the highway, this is going to absolutely cruise. And one thing I just wanted to point out here, it has these spotlights, which to me is really curious, and I'll ask the boys on the block. This was the most premium, high-priced Ford Fairlane in the 1956 model year. Why they put spotlights on? Well, I absolutely don't know. This one is a multi-award winner. Only 12,000 were produced in the 1956 model year. And this one, well, it's an absolute peach. It's the sort of car you could imagine in a Steven Spielberg period movie. Just beautiful, Rick.
Yeah, well, I mean, the bottom line is things weren't as lit up as well back then.
Well, those spotlights were more commonly found on police cars. The mount for them extends past the A-pillar to the driver. He can twist that and turn that to aim the spotlights, and you often saw those on police cars, taxi cabs, and delivery vehicles since you're searching for house numbers.
And that very easily could have been a delivery vehicle. All right, we're here on the History Channel today all day. You don't have to go anyplace. We're going to go all the way until 10 p.m. tonight, 7 hours of live coverage here of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction in Las Vegas. Coming up before too long, we're going to see a 1964 Lincoln Continental Custom Convertible. Took 2 years to build this thing. There were only 3,300 of these Continentals made back in 1964, and this one's crossing the block. Back here in Las Vegas, it's Super Saturday at the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, so we sent our team out to find the best of the best.
Saturday is the big day that the star cars come out to play. Case in point, this 1972 De Tomaso Pantera. If you thought the new Corvette with its mid-engine architecture was new, think again. Pantera put the 351 behind the seats where it belongs for perfect balance. But more importantly, this one is one of the Fast and Furious movie franchise cars. In particular, this was in Fast 5. It's going to hit the block. It's going to rock that block. April, what have you got?
Not bad, Mags, but how about this absolutely drop-dead gorgeous 1961 Corvette Restomat? You got the iconic look of the Corvette body sitting on a modern Art Morrison chassis with just a monster under the hood. Take a look at that supercharged LT4, 640 horsepower. I mean, it's safe to say this Corvette drives as good as it looks. Mike, what do you have?
A Ford GT is rare enough, but in the third year of production, 2019, they created the Lightweight Edition. Carbon fiber wheels, titanium lug nuts, carbon fiber seats, exposed carbon fiber, everything, including these exposed carbon fiber stripes for the full length. I expect a hammer price of north of $1 million for this one. Murph, what do you have?
Mike, it's going to be hard to top Big Ole. This 1971 Ford Bronco Custom Tribute pays homage to Parnelli Jones, who won his first Baja 1000 in 1971 in the original Big Ole Bronco. This tribute is a work of art with an all-crumbly TIG-welded powder-coated chassis. Everything is either polished, nickel-plated, anodized, or 24-karat gold. Rick, how do you like the sound of that?
Murph, since we're talking Super Saturday, we have to talk plug-in hybrids. Oh, wait a minute. The ultimate plug-in hybrid. How about a 2021 Ferrari SF90? 3 electric motors, 1 gas motor. Together, they produce nearly 1,000 horsepower. Fast, 0 to 60 in 2 seconds. This is the ultimate hypercar. What have you got, Tyler?
Well, Rick, I'm last to go here with the last call from Dodge when it comes to the Challenger. This one has long since sold out. The 2023 Demon 170, over 1,000 horsepower, less than 9 seconds in the quarter mile, and the sale of this one will benefit a great cause, Christie House, which treats all forms of childhood trauma. So it sells for a very angelic cause, but it is very, very much a demon.
And that's a problem with our team. We don't know what we like until we see it, and there's so many great choices out there. And if you want to buy all those, well, you better have a pretty big bank account. Up on the block right now, we got a 1993 Dodge Viper. This is an RT10.
Well, the Viper was basically Dodge's halo car for many, many years. And, you know, Carroll Shelby was involved. Bob Lutz, head of Chrysler at the time. They made this so pure, it doesn't even have side windows. These slots right here accept side curtains that pop in there. It's good or bad, depending on how much purity you want in your sports car.
This is said to be the third one built for retail sale in 1993. It's been upgraded with a Borla exhaust, several other upgrades, 6-speed manual, V12 engine, of course. Now, the vehicle history reports indicates an accident back in 1999. That will likely hold the number back here. But if you want a nice early, stir-it-yourself Viper, here you go.
You know, we talk about side curtains. Got to remember, the first Corvette, 1953, did not have windows. It had side curtains, and it was a tradition with British sports cars going back to the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. There were no side windows. You braved the elements, and if you wanted to go out in the rain, you put the side curtains up.
Had an MGB like that. It had a put-it-together top. It was a 1967, but the top did not fold down. You took it out of the trunk, you assembled the top frame, you put the canvas over it, you hooked up all the lift-the-dot fasteners, and by the time you were done, the rain had likely stopped.
Yeah, I think I had the exact same top on my 1959 Bug-Eye, so I think it was the same thing. Wow, $30,000 for this Viper crossing the block here at Barrett-Jackson. Yeah, it's kind of brutal, no windows. It's going to rock your senses with the speed and the sound. Somebody just got a good deal on a Viper here at Barrett-Jackson. Well, coming up, how about a Hemi? A 1968 Plymouth Hemi Roadrunner. 426 cubic inches. Sure grip rear end. We'll see it before too long.
When you've been to more than your fair share of Barrett-Jackson auctions, you get to know the people, you build relationships. There's a bond, a trust that is formed with people like Rick, mate.
Murph,
how are you? Good to see you.
Good, man.
Tell me about this, the Challenger wide body. What makes it so special?
We got a Challenger wide body here making 717 horsepower, 650 foot-pounds of torque on this.
But we're good, right? We're good. There's trust here, yeah?
We're good, yeah. I mean, I trust you. Do you trust me?
I don't know.
All right, Murph, you ready for this?
You are losing it. What is that? Okay, now you're being silly, Rick. Our friendship's on the line here, Rick. Don't do it.
Hang on, Murph.
No way. We're done. We're absolutely done. I'm not sure I'm going to be friends with Rick for very much longer.
Yeah, Murph's having a lot of fun out there. By the way, they go through tires about every 2 hours on those cars. Now, the good news is, I think Murph has finally recovered because he's got some special guests, and hopefully he's still upright.
Well, Rick, I've got to tell you, it took a couple of days, and we're 2 days into this auction. And, well, boys, we made it. Craig Jackson, Chairman and CEO, Steve Davis, the President. Craig, 2 days in to your 15th year here at Las Vegas. How would you describe it, and what are you looking forward to today?
Well, we have some great cars, but we started off selling a gas pump for $320,000. Now, yesterday we set a world record selling one for $130,000. So I think that's a great indicator. You know, as we keep saying, the price of poker is going up. It's Vegas. You got a lightweight right here, GT, the SF Ferrari. You've got the Elnor. I mean, there's just so many great cars, Z06s, and then you lead into later today selling that Demon for charity. It's going to be a fantastic day. You're not going to want to miss any of it. 7 hours.
Absolutely. Maestro and my Maestro, give us a sense of the docket, the ebbs and flows, or is it all just flows?
Well, there's degrees of flow today, and that's high, high, and higher. It's going to be exciting. It's going to be, again, as I said yesterday, don't leave your screen. You're going to miss something, I guarantee you. Each car potentially is that lottery win. You don't know which one's going to the moon, but you know more than one will be there, and we will be the lucky spectators that see it happen. Sports cars, exotics, resto mods, collector cars of every type for the eclectic audience here in Las Vegas. And again, you add that dynamic Las Vegas environment, and anything can happen, and we're going to take you to the moon, I guarantee you.
All the diversity and excitement we'd expect on Super Saturday. We don't want to miss a minute. Let's take it back to the block. Down to you, Rick.
All right, thanks a lot, Murph. Yeah. I mean, already the very first car that crossed the block this morning sold for $40,000. The number one sale so far is a Chevelle that topped the block at $70,000. Up there right now, a brand new 2023 Silverado 1500. $43,000 the current bid.
Well, they call this a Bandit Edition. We've seen a Bandit Edition Firebird come across the block here, and a Jeep Gladiator pickup. And Chevrolet's base motor in the Silverado is now a 2.7-liter turbocharged four-cylinder. Yes, four-cylinder in the big truck. That's what's under the hood of this one, and maybe that's what's holding this number back, because it's a beautiful custom.
You got to remember, of course, Ford introduced the EcoBoost 2.3 cylinder, or four-cylinder, and it's kind of a thing where CAFE, corporate average fuel economy, you must meet it or pay gas because of their surcharges. But with the turbo, these things will get out of their own way. Don't be deceived.
It's a brand new truck, under 2,000 miles, with a lot of customization, personalization by the folks that build these Bandit cars.
Traditional live beam rear axle, no independent rear suspension, which is cool, good for heavy loads. So very traditional at the back, but very untraditional with that four-cylinder up front. I think the first time a four-banger's ever been used in a full-size Chevrolet pickup truck.
$53,000 for that 2023 Silverado 1500 with all of the Bandit graphics put on there. 8-speed transmission, trailer sway control. All right, coming up, Cuda time, a 1970 Plymouth Cuda. I love the color on this. Moulin Rouge. It's got a 340 cubic inch V8 engine, 4-barrel carburetor. We'll see it up on the block before too long. Back here in Las Vegas, things move pretty fast when you're out on the Strip, and things move pretty quickly when you're here inside the Las Vegas Convention Center, the West Hall. Plenty of people, plenty of cars, and they're all moving at a record rate. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, hello down there. I came up to check out this 1995 Hummer, which has something very special under the hood. We went to all the complication of taking down the crash bar in the hood so you can see this. So come take a look. I'm going to squat down here. So originally this would have had a 6.2-liter diesel or a 6.5. The last year the Hummer had the Duramax GM product, but this one has Cummins power under here, an inline 6, no V8, big turbocharger, so a huge improvement, probably like double, triple, quintuple the power of what these originally came with. And then there's still the cool old Hummer parts here, like this snorkel right here, so you can go about this high in the water before you have to worry about drowning the engine. And then these hooks right here are for the military purposes. Of course, this is originally a military vehicle. You could hook this, it goes right to the frame, and then you can lift it off into the air. But what a cool swap. I bet this wakes up.
I love the colors under the hood, too. Boy, they've gone all out. That's an amazing piece of machinery. Up in the block, this 2015 Corvette Z06 convertible just sold for $70,000. We also had a Corvette from 2020 sell just a few moments ago for $78,000. Hot Rod Time, a 1933 Plymouth Deluxe Custom.
Well, this one's from Boyd Coddington's shop and hands. It's all steel, not a 1-800 street rod. This is actually the real thing. Chopped about 4 inches right here. Very beautifully done. There's no signs of surgery scars. Of course, that's what you'd expect from something from Boyd Coddington's shop.
This is a beautiful style called dip painting, where everything is as if it was dipped into one bucket of paint. There is no chrome. There is no blackout trim other than, let's say, the gasket for the windshield. Even the little billet mirrors have all been dipped in this same beautiful Boyd red custom paint. V8. You get a 5.7-liter Chevy V8 automatic transmission. All show underneath the hood, custom chassis, everything smooth and polished.
Let's have a look at that chassis with the chassis cam. And here we see the underside of that radiator grille, striking pinion steering, all color matched underneath. To your point, Mike, dip painted, including the transmission, the floor, the frame, independent rear suspension, just beautifully done. Again, from top to bottom, a show winner. Now, 1932 was the 5th year for Plymouth, which launched in 1928 as Chrysler Corporation's budget brand.
Well, they went the extra mile on this one to put independent rear suspension under it, using a design popularized by the Jaguar XKE and then replicated by the aftermarket. The differential is mounted to the frame with rubber bushings, and then you have half shafts on each side and control arms. And when you can see it underneath here, it's a really beautiful piece of work. It's almost a shame that it has to hide underneath all of the sheet metal here. And the brakes are inboard next to the center section to reduce unsprung weight.
Hands up in the air over the skybox, $60,000 for a 1933 Plymouth Deluxe. Well, we've been talking all week about Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. The winner at the end of all 4 2023 Barrett-Jackson auctions will take home a 2023 Dodge Charger. So let's take a look at who's in the lead coming into Las Vegas. Brad H. has the way. Sean, Keith, Brian, Tony, those are the ones you want to beat. Now remember, today's game is about to start, so good luck to everyone who's going to be playing along, and hopefully maybe you'll get some big numbers today and jump into the running for that Charger. Welcome back to Las Vegas, inside the Las Vegas Convention Center. The West Hall packed with great cars on Super Saturday here at Barrett-Jackson. That's what we call the pre-staging lanes, where they're all lining up to come up to the block here at Barrett-Jackson. Up the block right now, a 1995 Hummer that was previewed by Tyler Hoover.
Well, this one has been given the Predator treatment with this exoskeleton of roll cage, even including the bull bars here, which do fold forward so that the hood can be opened. Roughly 20,000 miles since the transformation on this one with its huge diesel and Allison 1000 transmission.
Well, we had internet bidders on the floor, and $65,000. That was the winning bid for that massive AM General Hummer H1 Predator Custom. Rolling up behind it, we got a 1995 Nissan Skyline. It's a GTR V-Spec, and it's time for some Haggerty facts on our next vehicle. Originally, the Skyline was built by the Prince Motor Company back in 1957. Of course, then Prince became part of Nissan in 1966. And the Skyline was never officially imported in the United States. We actually got the Infiniti G Series instead. Not a full Skyline GTR, but the Skyline chassis came to us as the G Series.
Well, this is Godzilla right here. Look at this monstrous dual overhead cam, fuel-injected, turbocharged, twin turbocharged 6-cylinder. There's a reason we didn't get these in the U.S. They thought they were just way too powerful to be let leashed in public. So, yep, this is Godzilla. This is a JDM version, which means Japanese domestic market. So it is right-hand drive, as it was originally delivered in Japan.
And we can thank the EPA for an amazing bit of leniency in allowing these things to be imported if they're 25 years or older, which is the case here. Now, like many Japanese supercars, they have front-wheel drive. But not here. This has all-wheel drive, which makes it a traction monster. So you better watch out. Even if you're driving a Viper, these things can spank you.
Yeah, with 619 horsepower, you can get it to the ground, but you need to learn how to use it. It also only has 32,000 miles on the odometer. Well, technically it has 52,000 kilometers.
So that's about 30,000 miles, just barely broken in.
$58,000 for that Nissan GTR V-Spec, sold over the internet. We're checking in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm in the pre-staging lanes where all these cars line up right before they go across the block. They get the last looks. And right now, I am looking at this 1969 Camaro RSSS, and I love the Hideaway headlights up here. Of course, you have the Camaro up front, the call-outs on the side, and the hockey stick stripes all the way down the side. Now, this being the RSSS, it's got the RS Appearance Package and SS Performance. It's a period correct L34 396, giving you 350 horsepower, 4-speed manual, and a 12-bolt rear end to handle all that muscle. Inside, check it out. It's got everything you would want. Air conditioning, power all around. Look at those full gauges in the center console. Man, she is gleaming. And it's finished in tuxedo black. Rick, she's fully ready for the dance. She's on her way.
I look forward to that. Can't go wrong with the 1969 Camaro. Up on the block right now, the first of two Panteras that will be crossing the block. This one's a 1971 custom.
Well, the Pantera did have some success racing in Europe in Group 5. Warren Tope ran one briefly in the Trans Am series, in IMSA rather, IMSA Camel GT here in the States. So this wide body kit is not exactly the same as used on those race cars, but it emulates them with the extended fender blisters and rocker panels and a huge three-piece rear wing with end plates. Everything done dip painted, as we say, in white. These had a mid-engine 351 Cleveland Ford V8 with a ZF 5-speed transaxle.
If you wonder, the Cleveland is different from the Ford Windsor series of V8s. The Cleveland has canted valves for superior breathing. The Windsor has inline valves, a little more station wagon. But again, these have plenty of power. And the modern C8 Corvette finally went mid-engine. Again, the best way to have the balanced front to rear. Nice example of the breed here.
Congratulations, $59,000 for the price. And the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on, and away it goes for that $59,000. Let's check in with Craig Jackson, who's going to give us a quick preview of a pretty cool Firebird.
We have a 1973 Pontiac Firebird. This is a custom coupe. This is lot number 681. It has a 1973 date-coded 455 engine block with a 4-speed manual transmission. Now it produces 496 horsepower with 575 foot-pounds of torque. It's dropped down, so the spindle's been dropped 2 inches, the idler arm, but it doesn't really look resto-modded other than you've got this beautiful black cherry. This is a Mazda color painted on it. Inside, you still have new black carpets with OEM bucket seats. So you've got modern suspension, modern brakes, modern wheels, modern tires. Personally, I love this car, and it can be yours.
Well, big money up on the block right now. $100,000, the current bid for a custom 64 Lincoln Continental.
Now, this one is a convertible, kind of a legendary car in so many ways.
$102,000 for that 64 Lincoln Continental. They said it went through a 2-year restoration. All kinds of things done to this, that lowered stance, and it just sold here at Barrett Jackson, our first 6-figure car of the day. Back here at Barrett Jackson, Las Vegas, already seeing big money coming across the block. We're in our commercial break. That 1968 Hemi Roadrunner sold for $100,000. And you see a 64 Lincoln Continental, that sold for $102,000. We're going to see a lot more $100,000 6-figure cars before the day is out. Up on the block right now, one that just shot to $100,000, a 1970 Plymouth Cuda.
Well, there were 3 generations of Barracuda. 1970 was the first of the third, called the E-Body. This one packs the H-code 340, which was actually a little more expensive than the base 383. This is a small block, makes 275 very underrated horsepower. And if you want a handling Cuda, this is the one to have.
Dan Gurney raced Cudas in 1970 in the Trans Am Series with his protege, Swede Savage. These little cantered fins on the front fender, Gurney had success with those with his Lola Can-Am cars, wanted to add them onto the Trans Am cars, angled more for a little more downforce. The SCCA said, no way, you are going to use a regular chin spoiler just like everybody else. And they did.
The special thing here is the Panther Pink or Moulin Rouge. It's one of Plymouth's high-impact colors, only a handful of choices, and this is a real Panther Pink car, which is definitely setting it apart. Look at that, $155,000 for a 340 car, not a Hemi.
Yeah, in fact, according to the consignor, that Moulin Rouge exterior is special because it is one of only 4 that were made with that color on the outside and the magenta strobe stripe. So that combination, very, very rare. And it just hammered sold at $160,000 for a 1970 Plymouth Cuda, 340 cubic inches, Moulin Rouge on the outside. Bronco time. Before we get to the Bronco, let's take a look at what's about to cross the block with our Meguiar's on-deck cam. Hang on. How about a 1953 Buick Skylark convertible? It's 70 years old. It's got a 322 cubic inch V8 engine. Very special car back in 1953. It wasn't just your plain Jane Skylark that we got used to years later on. They'll polish it up. We'll see it in just a moment. All right, now up to the Bronco that's up on the block, a 2021 Custom.
Well, this one appears to have been born in the Ford color of cactus gray, but then it's been given a completely matte finish, an aftermarket front bumper, huge wheels and off-road tires, running boards, and much more.
And while the Bronco traditionally has been known as a two-door sportabout, well, the four-door version actually outsells the two-door modern version by about 8-1. This one has the four-cylinder EcoBoost 2.3 with 2 turbochargers and plenty of power to move this one down the road.
7,000 actual miles on the odometer of this one. Boy, the Bronco fever has come back, and is not only are these new Broncos hot, but it has really lifted the profile and the prices on the Gen 1 and Gen 2 Broncos. We have lots of those here to cross the block at Barrett-Jackson today.
We've got to remember, this is not the first Bronco with a 4-cylinder engine. In the 1980s, there was a thing called the Bronco 2, which was a downsized Ranger-based creature. It also had a 4-banger, but back then it might have had 100 horsepower from the dark old smog days of 1980. Now we have 300-plus horsepower in the same size 2.3-liter engine, thanks to the turbos.
And you'll notice this one's got a lift, about a 1.5-inch lift. This does have the Sasquatch package on it, which would have lifted it up already, and they've taken it up even higher from there. By the way, that color, according to the consignor, Porsche Nardo Matte Gray.
This one is the soft top. There's also a hard top version, and just a whole bunch of fun baked into every one of these things.
$50,000, 2021 Ford Bronco. High fives up in the skybox. They get to take that home. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, I'm feeling like $1 million sitting in the back here of this 2011 Rolls-Royce Ghost. This is supposed to be the more affordable Rolls-Royce, the alternative to the Phantom, built on the 7 Series platform. But here on the lunch tray right here, I have the window sticker or a copy of it. $291,000 was the more affordable base model Rolls-Royce. This lunch tray, $2,800 just for that. I'm going to close the power door, and you can look at some of the other options, like, well, like the roof. You can see it has the full view sunroof there. That was $7,000. You wanted that silver satin finish on the hood and the roof as well? Well, that was another $5,000. And somebody spent another $7,000 to get the chrome 20-inch wheels from Rolls-Royce, but they didn't like that apparently and swapped it for the aftermarket. Now you look under the hood, it has a beautiful V12. The Spirit of Ecstasy actually goes and hides when you open the hood, but you can see 12 years ago, $300,000 car. They've depreciated, but we'll see how much when it crosses the block.
And like I say, it makes you at least feel like $1 million when you're in the back of that. The 1953 Buick Skylark is up on the block right now.
Well, the Skylark was a very special car in '53. The name was diluted to some degree, but this is one of Bill Mitchell's Motorama Specials. This and the Corvette debuted in 53 among other cars, and this is not to be confused with a regular Buick convertible. These are very unique cars. They have a dipped belt line right here. They're all V8 powered, and the red brake drums and inner wheel houses, that's factory stuff. One of the first times since the 1930s that the inner structures were painted as a matter of art and not function. Beautiful car.
Less than 1,700 of these Skylarks were built. They were absolutely the top of the line for Buick. And one of the first appearances, Brian, if you'll come around to the right side, of the Buick Sweep Spear, which is this stainless steel trim that jumps up and over the rear wheel all the way back to the tail lights. That would be a Buick hallmark of their styling through the 1950s.
Got to remember, of course, the Olds Fiesta debuted in 53, the Cadillac Eldorado. So again, 53 was Buick's 50th anniversary, and on the front of this, we'll see a little 1903 Buick in the grille medallion, a direct reference to those first Buicks.
Well, came close, $87,000 for that 1953 Buick Skylark. Now, we've talked a lot about the idea of corporate cousins and how, well, sometimes you seem to have a same car, but with some differences. Well, we're going to take a look at what we call the body doubles with Steve Magnante.
What do this 1964 Pontiac Catalina and a 1962 Chevy Impala have in common? Not much, right? Well, there's a lot more than meets the eye. Now, while the Pontiac has the trademark stacked headlights, the Pontiac beak in the center, and the wide track chassis, 389 V8, their own transmission, their own frame, their own rear axle. The one thing this shares with the Impala is the B-body platform, which includes the roof and this piece of glass on the back. By contrast, this 1962 Chevy Impala is a 409. Yeah, the engine the Beach Boys sang about. These do ride on a unique Chevrolet frame, have a narrower track, but this roof you see right here is identical to the one on that 64 Pontiac Catalina. Again, being part of the GM B-body platform, these share a lot more than you might think. They truly are body doubles.
Plenty of differences, but plenty of similarities as well on those corporate cousins. Up on the block, this is a car that Murph previewed for us just a little while ago, a 1956 Ford Park Lane station wagon.
Wagon, very rare at that time. Look at the molding, look at the interior, look at the absolute 100% presentation on this car. You could not begin to touch the restoration for this. Again, coming from Don Williams, one of the premier collectors in the world. Don was one of the forefathers of the collector car industry, as know today. He was part of our family here at Barrett-Jackson. This was a car he chose for his collection. Do not miss it. Incredible opportunity for a spectacular car.
So how did this come to be? Because Ford had a two-door station wagon, the Ranch Wagon. It was their basic wagon. Well, Chevy had the Nomad, a two-door top-of-the-line wagon. So Ford took their Ranch Wagon. They put all this gleaming Fairlane stainless steel trim on it. They did it in an attractive two-tone. They added Mercury station wagon taillights and Park Lane badges, and voila! They had a very special wagon. Very few were built. I lost $1 on this car yesterday to my son. He looked at the front, he says, Dad, it's a Ford. I looked at the back of the taillights of the Park Lane badge and said, no, it's a Mercury. Nope, it is something really special, but it is a Ford.
And let's take a peek underneath with the chassis cam. Here's the underside of that 272 cubic inch wide block, 3-speed manual with overdrive. Yep, open drive shaft, dual exhaust, Spicer style rear axle, and that overdrive is a nice feature. If you thought overdrives were new in the 1980s for fuel economy, well, they were just as good back in the 50s as they are now. A little knob on the dash, pull it out, and you can cruise along saving gas on the open road.
Now, look at this line here. This kind of mimics what Chevy did with the Nomad, although the Nomad was a two-door hardtop wagon. But boy, Ford wanted a piece of the action because the Nomad was a big hit.
$61,000 for that very special 1956 Ford Park Lane station wagon. All right, here's Craig Jackson, who's got a pretty impressive trio of 409s.
We have a trio of 409s coming to you from the Brian Frank collection. First up, lot number 683 is a 1962 Chevrolet Impala SS convertible. The California title states that it has just 2,535 actual miles. This is a 409 2 4-barrels from the factory. This is a very correct nut and bolt restoration using NOS parts. Beautiful car, top to bottom. Next, this is a real pretty car. I love the silver and the red. Lot number 682.1 is a 1962 Chevrolet Impala SS hardtop. The engine is correct for a 409 with 2 4-barrels. It is a very correct nut and bolt restoration. This third car here, lot number 682, is a 62 Biscayne 2-door. It is equipped with a QB date-coded 409 block with 2 4-barrel carburetors. The best part about all 3 of these cars coming to you from the Brian Frank collection, they are coming to you at no reserve.
Back here in Las Vegas, up on the block right now, a car Tyler Hoover previewed for us, a 2011 Rolls-Royce Ghost with an original sticker price of $291,000.
Beautiful car. I'm not sure if the substitution of 24-inch Gembalo wheels and low-profile rubber bend tires are helping this car or not. I think presented in stock form, we'd be doing a little better here.
Good news on this one is 22,000 actual miles. It's nearly new.
And those wheels and tires are easily replaced. Not inexpensively, but easily.
The vehicle history report shows that there was a safety recall for an auxiliary coolant pump, which is good news. In other words, whoever owned this was on top of service.
Love how the Spirit of Ecstasy is hiding because it goes down so it doesn't hurt the, should it come into impact with somebody or if you're working when the hood is up.
Rolls-Royce at this time owned by BMW, so you note in the center of the console the iDrive controller, that round knob, which by a combination of turns and pushes, you can operate a number of switches and controls. Once you memorize the sequence, you can do it without taking your eyes off the road. That's the idea of that.
$291,000 new, $94,000 today up on the auction block here at Barrett-Jackson. Well, moments ago, not a Rolls-Royce, but a 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air Custom crossed the block. 383 cubic inch stroker V8 under the hood. Everybody loved the look of this to the point of $150,000. Imagine if you could have told the original owner of that car that it was going to sell for more than a Rolls-Royce. They probably would have been shocked. 1958 Corvette.
Well, something new for 1958 was the quad headlamps, seen on a handful of cars in 57, but the Detroit automakers lobbied the various states, as did the Society of Automotive Engineers, for the superior lighting qualities of 4 lights, and voila, here we have them. They never go away on Corvette.
2 unique to 1958 styling touches, these imitation louvers in the fiberglass hood. They're called the washboard because, well, you see. And also these tusks, these stainless steel tusks on the trunk. Those were 1958 only styling touches on Corvette.
Now inside, between the front buckets, what looks like the shift knob for a 3 or 4-speed. Well, look at that. It says neutral reverse park. That is the Power Glide automatic. 2 speeds, but again, if you couldn't drive a stick, well, you got the Power Glide instead.
Gotta be 2, my friend.
All kinds of interest in this one. We've got an internet bidder, we've got a phone bidder. I know there's a bidder out on the floor as well.
Now, pilots are concerned not with miles that their plane's engines have turned, but engine hours. GM added that feature to the Corvette. The biggest and largest instrument in the binnacle is the speedometer, and as is tradition with most all cars, within the speedometer is the odometer that shows how many miles this car has traveled. But in the tachometer, which measures engine speed, there is also a gauge, and that's how many hours that engine has been operated since its last overhaul or since it was new.
93, want to be 5?
It goes goes without saying, of course, this is a fiberglass body, which, of course, was a revelation in Detroit. And Chevrolet debuted that in 1953. And ever since, all Corvettes have had some sort of a plastic composite body for lightweight.
Signet red and white and bringing big bucks. We're over $100,000. We still have that phone bidder in. We still got a floor bidder in.
27 years of maintenance records come with this Corvette. That kind of provenance, that's hard to beat.
Talk about the art of the exhaust tip. We see them here poking out through the ends of the exhaust or the bumpers, and very artful effect. And dual exhaust means you had a V8 on board. That was a big deal in the 50s, as it is now.
No one wants to give up on this thing. They just keep going. I thought we were going to stall below 100,000. We're at 127.
Well, that's every consignor's dream, is two committed bidders that each refuse to lose.
Well, there it goes, $130,000 for a 1958 Corvette, beautifully restored, 283 cubic inch, 2-speed Power Glide automatic transmission, resale red as we call it, and it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $130 large. Off it goes, and we're going to go off for just a brief moment, but we will be coming back to the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction here in Las Vegas, because there's so many great cars yet to cross the block. Well, Super Saturday has delivered so far with some amazing machinery crossing the block. We've already seen 5 cars sell for more than 6 figures. In fact, we saw a gas station vintage gas pump sell before we came on the air for $320,000. So there is definitely money in the house here in Las Vegas. Up on the block right now, a car that Craig Jackson previewed for us, a 1973 Pontiac Firebird Custom.
Which is pretty cool. Most people think about Pontiac Firebirds and they think of Trans Ams with shaker hoods. Well, the Formula also had a functional hood scoop. You can see right here. This is the fiberglass hood seen on the Formula models. The openings are grilled, and they actually feed ducts under the hood to these rubber sleeves, which seal to the air cleaner. So Firebird Trans Am with the shaker, yeah, but also functional air scoops on the Formula, seen here.
Absolutely. The way it's resto-modded, but still has the 455 in it with the aluminum heads. Really a cool resto mod to the highest level, not just an engine swap.
This is built by Brian Frank out of Nebraska, comes out of his collection. It has a Ride Tech suspension, has larger than stock wheels and tires of the factory look. Last year for the Endura front bumper, has the Trans Am rear spoiler. This is just a gorgeous build. I would say we're at probably half the build price right here. Has Mazda ice black cherry paint. Boy, a lot of love went into the build of this one.
Good point, Mike. You know, the Ride Tech rear suspension gets rid of the leaf springs, replaces them with 4 links and coilovers, which means you can finally fit some nice fat tires onto the back like we see here.
This is a 4-speed car, Formula steering wheel, Trans Am engine turn dash, center console, buckets. Oh, gorgeous.
$65,000. That's the hammer price for a 1973 Pontiac Firebird Custom, part of the Brian Frank collection. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I know I have a serious love affair with Broncos. This one's the first generation 1977 Bronco. I love how the builder body matched the grill. You got the LED headlights. Now, this one's a resto mod. Resto mod meaning restored and modified. So you basically have a stock body and everything else is upgraded underneath. Now, come take a look in the back here. A lot of Broncos, you'll see the builders will cut into the body to fit bigger tires. This one's uncut. So for me, in my opinion, this is a very true resto mod. Now, it's got a Gen 2 5-liter Coyote, 4-speed automatic, Wilwood disc brakes all around. But I want you to take a peek inside right there. Yes, gorgeous white diamond stitched leather with blue stitching, all updated gauges, Bluetooth, vintage air, and they even went the extra step right there to wrap the dash in leather. This is just such a sweet truck, Rick, and she's finished in Brittany blue.
Yeah, I love the subtlety of that one. Nicely done on many levels, but not wild. And trust me, there are some pretty wild Broncos here this week. 1972 Jaguar XKE V12 Roadster.
Well, Jaguar officially called it the E-Type, and the first ones had 3.8 straight 6 engines, later enlarged to 4.2. This has the V12, very early in V12 production. This is a 1972 72-spoke chrome Dunlop wire wheels, 4-speed transmission, a very elegant way to go very fast.
And a good way to tell these from the external is beyond the V12 logo on the boot, if you will, is also the fact these have a wider track front and rear. The Arched has a lip around it front and rear, something you don't see on 6-cylinder powered E-types. If you see the wheel arches, the flares, you're talking V12.
Now take a look at the rear end underneath, the center section, the inboard disc brakes, and the half shafts. You're going to see that on a lot of street rods with 30s bodies because many of them stole the Jaguar E-Type design of that rear independent suspended rear end.
Yeah, California customizer, Little John Botero, rest in peace. I think was one of the first guys to do that. I remember building the Revell model kits of Little John's T-Bucket and Model T Express and stuff. And they always had that little 1/25th scale E-Type Jag suspension.
$65,000 for a V12 Jag Roadster. Long way from that 6-cylinder that they came out with back in 1961, but the body shape for that E-Type absolutely holds and stands up after all that time. Let's take a look at what's about to cross the block in a Meguiar's on-deck cam. It's a 1962 Impala SS. Yes, this is one of the 409s, part of the Brian Frank collection. This one has 40,000 original miles. That's getting shined up. We'll see it up on the block in just a moment. Meanwhile, we've got a 62 Chevy Biscayne, which is up on the block. Another 409.
All right, the Biscayne two-door sedan was the basic full-size Chevrolet. It was the cheapest, the body was the strongest, and this one is equipped with the dual quad 409 cubic inch engine, the 4-speed and the positive traction the Beach Boys sang about.
Well, that's right. Let's look underneath and have a look at the underside of that dual quad 409. Of course, 4-speed transmission, X-frame, check that out, 2-piece drive shaft, yep, not a perimeter frame, coil spring rear suspension, positive traction differential, dual exhaust, correct red oxide primer. And one thing we know about this car, the VIN starts with 211, so it was born a 6-cylinder, no problem with that, but really faithfully done as a 409.
I like the base wheels with the little dog dish hubcaps. Very basic look, no chrome, no stainless trim down the side. This was your basic Chevrolet. Now there are decals on the side window just behind the door here that indicate this car may have spent some time going a quarter mile at a time on the nation's drag strips. I asked Brian Frank, he says he has no history of this car going drag racing, but it's sure built to that purpose.
Not even $100,000, yet another six-figure car here at Barrett-Jackson for that 1962 Biscayne with the 409. Well, thanks for watching our live coverage of Super Saturday on the History Channel. Now, whether you're a true history buff or you just tune in for episodes of your favorite series, or Barrett-Jackson, the History Store is your one-stop shop for exclusive and official History Channel gear. Now, if you shop at thehistorystore.com, you today can get 25% off using discount code HISTORY25. Now that's valid through June 24th, today at midnight Pacific time. Terms and conditions will apply. More of the Brian Frank collection. How about a 1962 Impala? This is the one we saw on deck.
All right, same song, second verse. But this is an Impala. This is the top-of-the-line Chevrolet. There's the same dual quad 409 engine, no power steering pump, and no power brakes on this one. That's okay. It's a 4-speed car. It's built to go fast. But look at the trim level. There's trim on the leading edge of the hood, on the top of the fenders, and this special stainless steel Impala trim that goes all the way to the tail. And with an Impala, you get triple tail lights. The base Biscayne and the mid-level Bel Air only get 2. Chevrolet wanted everybody to know that you had spent up to get the top-of-the-line car for 1962.
Now, on this one here, we can read the VIN. It begins 218, so indeed it is a V8 Impala SS, but unfortunately, not until 1972 would the VIN contain an engine designator. So we'll assume this is a 409 recreation, and that's also what's described, but very well done.
Now that Biscayne had a bench seat. The Impala gets optional bucket seats with a center console.
You got that 100.
Note the grab handle for the passenger. Is that for the corners or is that for acceleration? You decide. No stereo radios. You got one speaker up on the dash, and if you on the top of the dash, and if you paid extra, there is a place for an auxiliary speaker between the rear seats, so you can simulate stereo.
And this is the car that actually had a million-selling pop song written about it, the Beach Boys 409. I can't think of another engine that had a song written about it.
Well, let's think about this. Impala just sold for $100,000, and so did the Biscayne, both of them. Crossing the block for six figures. Didn't matter if it was a Biscayne or an Impala, as long as it was a 409. That's what really mattered.
Yeah, I don't ever recall a song called Slant 6, you know, or 2.3 Turbo.
All right, you say you love those 62 Chevys. We got another one, an Impala SS, yet another part of the trio of 409s.
Well, indeed, you know, the devil's in the details. This one is a 218 V8 car, probably the original engine. With that said, though, there's a lot of little things. The carburetors are Carter AFBs, and there's a little number stamped in the foot over there. This one has correct 1962 date code correct AFB 409s. A pair of them, and they both have different numbers. Again, the devil is in the details, but this one is crisp and very correct.
Same interior on this one. Again, AM radio, dual speakers, front and rear. A boot that you put on manually. Here's Craig.
Convertible, right colors. This is the best one of the three. Under the money right now for what it is in that restoration.
Got 122.
No question. Look at that stainless trim down the side, repeated on the tail light panel in that silver. That would be impossible to duplicate. If you can't find this trim in the local boneyard, it's impossible to replicate it. Beautiful though.
And this is the perfect combination, right? It's a convertible, it's red, it's a 409, it's that 62, it's an excellent combination. The other two cars before, great cars, but this one, well, you can see just by looking at the current bid price, $137,000.
The great thing about the 409 is that unlike, well, the Ford 390 and the 406, every single one of these things had solid lifters and high compression. They did decontent it for 63 and 4, the L30, but again, every single 62 Chevy 409 is dual quads or a single four-barrel, solid lifters, big cam. It's a hot rod motor for sure.
$138,000 for a 1962 Impala SS convertible with a 409 under the hood. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Super Saturday is known for its incredible custom builds, and this 69 Charger is a perfect example of that here in Las Vegas. It was a 2-year nut and bolt rotisserie restoration, and you can see the body laser straight, beautiful blue metallic paint, and you can tell the suspension has been lowered. They're making kits for these nowadays where you can do all this, put a modern suspension on it without having to cut into the body. It all bolts in. You can see very, very clean under here. Of course, the customs, you have to do something special with the motor, so let's reveal it right here. That started life as a 2010 5.7-liter Hemi V8, but it's been stroked to 6.4 liters. You can see the beautiful presentation with the intake, the valve covers, just an amazing custom build.
Boy, what a piece of art, and all the work it takes to go in to shave all that stuff off and make it so clean under the hood. Beautifully done. Up in the block right now, a 57 Corvette. It's a Fuelie.
Well, indeed, Fuelie means mechanical fuel injection by GM's Rochester division. The hood is closed on this. Let's see if I can, well, they're moving it out. This one also is something unusual, the 2-speed Power Glide automatic, which tells us this is the milder hydraulic lifter version of the fuel-injected 283. But again, a very rare combination.
So that'd be 250 horsepower, Steve, and they only built 182 of them like this with fuel injection. Now, this car has been redone. It's gleaming base coat, clear coat paint. It's going to have a lot more gloss and a lot more pop than the way it originally rolled out of the Chevrolet assembly line. And the Rochester FI, early on they were pretty troublesome, but well, since the internet, there are specialists that maintain and rebuild these fuel injection units, and they operate just as smooth as a modern electronic FI car. These are great.
Yeah, that system was used until 1965, so it couldn't have been that bad.
I'll tell you what, we got bidders all over the place. Camille's working 2 on the stage. We got somebody on the floor. We got somebody over the phone. And it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $150,000 for that 1957 Corvette. 283 cubic inches, fuel injection, Inca silver. What a car from the Brian Frank collection.
No longer with us. Again, we've talked about Don Williams a lot over the weekend. More to come. This particular car is one of his favorites. It's a car that I'm very close to as well. It's been chosen as the reliable pick of the day, which gets you fully enclosed transport services to get the vehicle to your home in the lower 48 states. Coordinate your home, your transport home, please visit Auction Office. Reliable Carriers are our partners. They've been with us a long time. It will deliver this bad boy right to your doorstep. But again, we use the word blue chip for a lot of cars. This is truly a blue chip collectible. It's a 1963 Thunderbird Sports Roadster, one of only 37 M-code cars. That M-code is very important. That means it has 3 two-barrel carburetors under the hood. Incredible. In the day, this was as good as it got. It was absolutely a fantastically ordered car. It appears exactly the way it was back in '63. Don bought only the best. It's show winning. It has credentials that I don't have the time to go into. Buy it with confidence. One of the best M-code sport roadsters in the world and one of the rarest of all Thunderbirds. Selling at no reserve from one of the finest gentlemen and finest collector car minds we will ever know. Don't miss this beautiful T-Bird.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a 19.
So what makes it a sports roadster is this hard tonneau cover, which creates a headrest for the front seats, and underneath this is the back seat, because this is a 2+2 bird. It also covers the top stack, so you have the appearance of a 2-seat roadster, but take this off and you have the practicality of a 4-seat car.
Yeah, speaking of 2-seat baby birds, we often see these Kelsey Hayes chrome wire wheels on 55, 6, and 7. Well, they were never available. The first time that a Thunderbird got them was 1962 and 63 on the Sports Roadsters only. And again, the Sports Roadsters specifically were the ones that didn't have rear fender skirts. Let's have a peek with the chassis cam underneath this one. And again, 393 two-barrel carbs. That M-code engine, there's the front sump, classic, automatic transmission, dual exhaust, of course. Unit construction on this Thunderbird, not a body on frame, big old Ford 9-inch, correct inspection marks and identification numbers and lines on the drive shaft, very nicely done.
Note the taillights on this. They are intended to evoke jet engine exhausts. Looks pretty sharp here. And this stainless steel trim line that runs all the way to the front, it is also the grab handle to open and close the doors, kind of hiding in plain sight there. That is a swing-away steering wheel to make getting in and out easy. Full-length console, add-on air conditioning on this one. Wow.
Well, we have a new #1 seller. Don't know where it's going to end up. Currently bid at $167,000. That's the top bid. They backed it up just a little bit to $165,000, and that makes that 1963 Thunderbird, that M-code sports roadster, the #1 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas on Super Saturday. Great cars cross the block one after another. In fact, if you want to break into the top 10 right now, it's going to take at least $100,000.
One of the tougher things when you're looking at older cars is they're not as pristine as they were when they rolled off the line. But Joe, Dr. Color Chip is here to solve that problem for you. You have a fantastic product. Tell me about it.
Well, thank you, April. Yes, we have a product. It's formulated in a unique way where it's apply, level, and blend away the chips, so you don't even notice it's stone chips in the car.
Right, and there's some competitors out there. What makes your product the most elite product?
Yeah, absolutely. So our blending solution and our 3-step process makes us unique. There's no sanding, no buffing, no polishing. Our blending solution will remove that excess paint, and outside of 2 feet, you can't tell any repairs have been done. You can go to our website, drcolorchip.com, choose your year, make, model, and color code. We will guarantee the color match, send you out a kit, and you can do it yourself.
Perfect. The man of my dreams right here, Joe, Dr. Color Chip. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Back here in Las Vegas, cars lining up to head for the auction block. Why? Because, well, that is what this is all about. A chance to go up on the block, find a new owner like this 2011 Rolls-Royce Ghost that just sold for $120,000. Of course, the original MSRP on this Rolls, $309,000. Only has 37,000 miles on it. Now it has a new owner. 1969 Camaro RS SS up on the block right now. Tuxedo black. This is the 1 April preview.
Well, the base engine in the SS was a 350 small block, but somebody paid a little extra for the 396 big block under the hood of this one here.
This one has what those of us in northern climes call the ice cube trays on the hood. They are non-functional. They're a styling feature, but I like the hockey stripe down the side, which was optional on the Super Sport Camaros. Bucket seats, full-length console with the optional gauges you see there in front of the shifter on the center console. Speedometer and tach with a clock in the middle, so full gauges, and of course it's a 3-pedal car. You shift it yourself. More fun to be had that way. The D80 spoilers were optional on the SS in 1969. I don't recall seeing that many of them in triple black back in the day. It certainly presents well. One thing about painting your car solid black, it shows every flaw, every scratch, none of which I see here.
Well, that's why it just sold for $92,000, that 1969 Camaro RS SS in Tuxedo black. Now, there is no shortage of supercars here on Super Saturday, so here's Tyler Hoover with the preview.
When it comes to supercars, what first springs into people's minds is usually Italian exotics, like this beautiful 2016 Lamborghini Aventador SV with its screaming V12 750 horsepower, or the latest and greatest from Ferrari, this SF90 twin-turbo V8 and hybrid, almost 1,000 horsepower. But more recently, Americans have been knocking these Italian exotics back on their heels, especially this right here, a Ford GT lightweight series with over 600 horsepower. The lightweight option was over $70,000 just for that. Now, even more recently are Corvettes. Of course, Corvettes didn't start out as a supercar, but they certainly are now with the latest and greatest mid-engine V8 Z06 right here. Flat plane crank V8, 670 horsepower, streams to 60 in less than 3 seconds. But in reality, Americans, or at least American engines, have been doing the supercar thing for a very long time. Now, this might be a bit of a stretch, but I certainly consider the Pantera to be a supercar, albeit an early one, and it's a really cool collaboration between Italians and Americans. De Tomaso, an Italian company, Ghia-style body, but with a 351 Cleveland, a Ford engine in the back, and it was sold through Ford or Lincoln dealers in the U.S. And this one, even more special because it was in the movie Fast 5, Fast and Furious, so don't be surprised if this one brings big supercar money.
Well, and this was a supercar from the 70s, in this case, or 60s, I should say, a Dodge Charger Custom. That beautiful car that Tyler previewed a little while ago just sold for $160,000, meaning is now tied as the #2 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson. And this is the Bronco that April liked, a 1977 Custom.
Well, 1977, the final year for the first generation of Bronco, a little short, stubby critter like this. This is a factory V8, but the 302 of then and now are two different things. We can get the hood open. This one has a Coyote under the hood, which of course is the dual overhead cam Mustang power plant of modern times. This one has not been cut. The rear wheel openings are still small, but speaking of opening, there is a mighty Coyote. A lot of power right there.
Beautiful ice blue metallic on this one, done topless. A half convertible top, bimini top, if you will. Replacement bucket seats. Matching seats in the rear, roll cage, beautiful new base coat, clear coat paint. Pretty little truck.
Let's have a look at the chassis cam underneath this cool little final generation Bronco. Live axles front and rear, leaf springs front and rear. There's your underside of that aluminum Coyote, aluminum automatic transmission, dual exhaust routed into a single track, high flow stuff. No need to have two with one will do. 9-inch rear axle, nice and crisp underneath.
Well, it's getting some attention here in the room. We're bid at $140,000, and there is no shortage of Broncos. And as we've talked about this week, it really boils down to what kind do you like, what style, how much customization. Some of them have been wildly customized. Some are almost stock, or some like this in a nice, calm, sedate custom style.
And if you have an old rusted-out Bronco sitting in the backyard, fear not. You can get a whole brand-new body for one of these to put on your frame and rebuild it from the ground up.
Yeah, tasteful reserve going on here. A lot of very expensive parts. Disc brakes in the back, too. So a lot of things that hide in plain sight, a lot of quality construction.
Danny Ray, how about 165, hammers high. How about 165, gotta go. 165 and
You have more bids with us.
Only 160.
Well, they had phone bidders in. They were trying to figure out what the last bid was going to be, and it came out $160,000. Our third $160,000 sale of the day. That's now tied at number 2. Well, we've been talking all week about the fantasy bid brought to you by Dodge. The winner at the end of all 4 2023 Barrett-Jackson auctions will take home a 2023 Dodge Charger. So let's take a look at who is in the lead overall. And this includes the cars that have crossed the block today as part of the game. Brad still leads. Keith, Sean, Tony, Steve, those are the folks who are making points today. So good luck to everybody who is playing our fantasy bid game. 1972 Dodge De Tomaso Pantera is going to be on the block very soon, Bob, but this one is a very special. This is the Fast 5 that was used in the movie. We got 4 cylinders, we got 6 cylinders, we got 8 cylinders, we got 12 cylinders. We got just about everything, including electric. But the question is, well, that'll be the future. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. But right now, we got to check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick, I'm with this 2019 ZL1 Hennessy edition. Oh, man, she is beautiful. Got splitters galore up on the front. I love the ZL1 carbon fiber hood right here. Racing stripes all the way down the side. And, of course, the carbon fiber wing on back. This is just so cool. Now, Hennessy wanted the Angel to beat the Demon, so they call this the Resurrection. And it's got a supercharged LT5 with upgraded 10-speed automatic transmission that gives you 1,200 horsepower. Now, this Hennessy conversion is number 1 out of 24 made and finished in Summit White with black stripes. Rick, I think I can handle all this power.
Absolutely. I think you have the foot for it. You just need the bidder's pass, that's all. Up on the block right now, a 1969 Mustang Custom, currently bid at $85,000.
Well, what's really special here lies under the skin. Detroit Speed in Mooresville, North Carolina, did the engineering and the build of the front subframe, front suspension, rear suspension. Nothing underneath this is stock Mustang. It's got a Coyote, a V8 Tremec 6-speed transmission, Ford 9-inch rear end. Other than the sheet metal, Steve, is there anything left from 1969?
Well, it's all been improved. When this was born, it was a T-code 6-cylinder car with little dinky 9-inch drum brakes and stuff. So all for the better to improve it with that mighty Coyote under the hood. Coyote, of course, is the term that was given to the development program for the 5-liter dual overhead cam 4-valve per chamber V8. And it's since become its nickname, and a great name it is.
$90,000, a great price for that 1969 Mustang with the Coyote engine under the hood. All right, we talked about the fact that electric is in the news these days, and I'm not just talking things like Toyotas. We can talk Lamborghinis as well. Here's Tyler Hoover.
It's hard to believe the Aventador is already over 10 years old and out of production, and this 2016 Aventador SV looks like it's brand new, and it is amazingly fast, 750 horsepower out of the V12, but it is out. What is in its replacement is a hybrid. I know, but don't be scared. It's still a V12 in the back, 3 electric motors, and a battery with combined 1,001 horsepower, so 250 more than the SV, and it's called the Revuelto. The Aventador was a bull. The Revuelto, it means scrambled in Spanish. Obviously, a lot of things going on with the new hybrid Lamborghini. Personally, I'm an old school Lambo guy. I love the roaring V12s, but I certainly can appreciate the technology in the new cars. Obviously, the way of the future. What do you think?
Well, and Tyler, if you love those gas-powered Lambos, we're going to have one on the block in just a little bit. In fact, the one you were just standing next to. $120,000, the current bid for a 2022 Ford Bronco Raptor.
Well, the Raptor name made big waves on the F-Series trucks. Of course, Ford applied it to the Bronco. The big deal about the Raptor truck and Bronco is the extra wide track. Look how wide that track is right there. Massive.
Wow, $120,000. That, in fact, is what it's going to take to break into the top 10 here at Barrett-Jackson right now on Super Saturday. They'll put the price on the sold sticker, and away it will go. And the price on this one literally just shot up. All right, let's take a look at what's about to cross the block with our Meguiar's on deck cam. And it turns out it's that 1972 De Tomaso Pantera, the car that was in the movie Fast 5, part of the Fast and Furious franchise. They'll clean it up, give it a little more polish, and we'll see it in just a moment. Right now, we got a 1977 Bronco Custom.
Well, ice blue metallic must be the color of the week here because that's how this one is done in base coat, clear coat. It's had a heart transplant. Look at that. 5-liter V8 underneath the hood of this first-gen 1977 Bronco. This one's had a lift, has no top. Wow.
And we look at how far we've come. The Raptor we just saw moments ago is about 30% wider track than this Bronco, which looks almost like a unicycle by comparison. Of course, the wider the track, the more stable the vehicle is on or off-road. But this 1977 is the final year for the first-gen Bronco with a lot of improvements.
Well, they fabricated a half roll cage here that protects the back half of the body. Kind of, I'd say, unfortunately, the front hoops of this roll cage only connect to the windshield. There are no down tubes down to the frame as you would expect from a full roll cage. So let's call this a style cage, kind of like Shelby had to do when he put a style bar in his Mustangs and didn't dare call it a roll bar. Lawyers, guns, and money, you know?
Well, whatever the roll bar looks like, it's getting attention. Currently tied at the #1 sale of the day with the bid at $165,000. You notice we got a phone bidder involved. Now they've just dialed it back a notch to 160.
I get it. A lot of expensive parts. Look at that upholstery, the diamond stitching, 4-wheel disc brakes. Again, not a quickie rebuild, but a lot of quality pieces.
Congratulations, you got that one for $165,000.
And that's what it sells for, $160,000. In fact, that means we have 1, 2, 3, 4 cars that have crossed the block and sold for $160,000. All right, we've been waiting for this one to cross the block. A Pantera that was used in the movie Fast 5.
Well, the Pantera itself was Lincoln Mercury's second foray into European cars. They had the Capri made in Germany beginning in 1961. They called it the Sexy European. And they took this car from De Tomaso and sold it in the U.S. through Lincoln Mercury dealers because it had a Ford 351 cubic inch V8, and Lincoln Mercury dealers could order parts for it and service it. But it wouldn't matter if this was a Fiat 500 or a VW Bug. It was made famous in the movies. We have all of the provenance and authentication there too, and that is where the money is for this car. Here is the documentation that accompanies the car. Poster signed by Vin Diesel. Bid accordingly.
You got to remember, in the early 1970s, late 60s, mid-engine sports car architecture was the big buzz. You know, of course, there was rumors the Corvette was going to go mid-engine, even rotary powered, and even a little old American Motors came out with something called the AMX3. Dick Teague designed it, looked very much like it at Tomaso, but of course, Lincoln Mercury brought it to fruition. Did about 600 of these things, and a great little car. Really predates the C8 Corvette by, what, 40 years?
Half roll cage here, along with 3-inch wide racing safety belts and aircraft style latches on that harness. Good to go.
Right here. If you saw the scene, pulling this out of the side of the train. Paul Walker and Vin Diesel together. There's not very many of these actual movie cars that they work together on. Way under the money. This is a piece of history right here.
70 is what T. Yeah, and the owner actually got this car back in 2013 from the Universal Studios consignor, and then did some restoration, cleaned up all the scratches that it no doubt had, did some engine work, you know, made sure it was better than the way it was when the movie finished.
And interestingly enough, a lot of times movie cars are made simple to drive, because you don't know who's going to have to drive it, an actor who may or may not be able to shift, who knows. But this still has its original ZF 5-speed transaxle. That's a major plus.
Datamasso's first mid-engine supercar, the Mangusta, was the kind of car you wanted to date but not marry. It was evil handling. The Pantera, the next car in the line, corrected many of those faults. These things were great to drive, fun to drive.
And you could work on them. That was the beauty of them. They were sold at Lincoln Mercury dealerships. Yes, it had those Italian exotic looks with an American heart.
Eddie raising the lead. 105 and high. Up. We've got 3 guys in 95. Is that correct? 95. I'm claiming Eddie Ray. 95. 100.
Joseph Bass, the auctioneer, making sure he knows exactly what the bid is. He just said we have 3 guys at 95, so who wants to go up? $105,000 for a movie star car, a 1972 Datamosso Pantera, part of the Fast and Furious franchise that we saw in Fast 5. All right, how about not a supercar, but a hypercar? Craig Jackson's found one.
We have a 2021 Ferrari SF90. This is lot number 741. This 2021 SF90 is a groundbreaking hybrid supercar that represents Ferrari's leap into the future of automotive performance, blending a twin turbocharged V8 engine with 3 electric motors. The SF90 delivers an impressive total output of 986 horsepower, making it the most powerful production Ferrari ever made. This hybrid drivetrain enables lightning acceleration, propelling the SF90 from 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. I love the beauty of this car. It has little carbon fiber accents on the outside. You have the carbon ceramic brakes. With a little over 4,070 actual miles. The best part, this SF90 is selling at no reserve.
Back here in Las Vegas, the great thing about this auction is that it's all held inside the Las Vegas Convention Center West Hall. All the cars are out there, the air-conditioned comfort. It's a little bit of a warm day, not super hot, but still, you want to be inside where you can enjoy it without having to worry about all that sunshine beating down on you. And up on the block right now, The 1968 Shelby GT500 KR that Tyler Hoover previewed.
1968 saw two GT500s being offered, the regular GT500 and the KR, which was a little different. It had the R-Code 428 Ram Air with cold air right here. This one has air conditioning and an automatic transmission. Beautiful restoration.
First $200,000 car, and we're still moving.
The magic of the Shelby name lives on. And maybe this was his masterpiece, at least as far as Mustangs were concerned. The GT500, where KR stands for King of the Road.
King of the road, king of the block, $250,000 for a 1968 Shelby GT500 KR. Big money here on Super Saturday. All right, Tyler, what have you got?
Well, something really big as well. I'm getting a little bit of a stretch here on this giant 40-inch tire on this 2021 Jeep Gladiator Mojave Custom. You can see the wild paint color, and then you kind of see the hint of what's to come under the hood. But look inside. They also did custom orange leather interior. Now, Jeep was reluctant to put the V8 in the Wrangler, the Hemi. They finally did with the 392 that doesn't have the supercharger, but they haven't done it for the trucks yet. They say, well, they're not ready, they can't handle it. Well, here it is. A Hellcat supercharged motor, 840 horsepower under the hood of this Gladiator. And interestingly enough, this is a few years old. It does have 17,000 miles on it, so it has been used. Obviously, it hasn't ripped the truck apart, all this horsepower, or put the guy in the ditch. The thing looks brand new. So, well, why doesn't Jeep build this?
If you build it, they will come, I firmly believe. Major horsepower. Everybody loves those Jeep Gladiators, so well, we've got it now. The question is, when will you say Jeep build it? $120,000, the current bid on a 2019 Hennessy Custom. They call this Resurrection that April previewed.
Well, ZL1 is cool enough as that is. We'll notice the bow tie on the front of that is hollowed out. Chevrolet called it the flow tie. All the more to flow air through the front of the car, even though it doesn't make a much difference, but the idea is certainly there. This one, of course, has been breathed upon by Hennessy, which cut its teeth recreating Vipers. But this is about as mean as it gets for a Camaro.
Yeah, the Hennessy conversion bumps this up to 1,200 tire shredding horsepower.
Just a little while ago, we thought 700 was pretty good. 1,200 horsepower.
1,438 miles on this one, so a lot of life left in it.
Yeah, but every one of those miles was probably a lot of fun. Oh, there we go. Easily into our top 10 here on Barrett-Jackson, and the Summit Racing sold sticker goes on. Away it goes for $155,000. That Hennessy Custom Camaro called Resurrection. 1956 Chevy Bel Air Custom with a 6.2-liter LS3 engine.
Well, second year for Chevrolet's renaissance, if you will. 55, a whole new car, V8 power. The kids finally paid attention to Chevrolet, and this one, of course, Bel Air, but it's been upgraded with an LS3, all aluminum, small block V8.
What a beautiful car. The gleaming GM two-tones of the 50s rarely got better than they did here in 1956. You needed a whole lot of stainless trim to offset the two-tone that runs from a point on the front fender all down the side, up and over the top, and of course the entire rear of the car done in the secondary color. The Bel Air, the top-of-the-line Chevrolet from 1956. And here's a little trick. Where does the gas go? It hides right there. Anybody who ever worked in a service station during high school for $1.50 an hour knows that, right?
You know, the great thing is when they customize these, that's one thing they always leave. They don't do anything with that because it's such a wonderful touch to be able to, find the art of how to put the gas into the car.
Now, note the emblems on the hood. That's the Chevrolet Shield. but the V is only there if you ordered the extra cost 265 cubic inch V8. Chevrolet wanted everybody to know that you would spend up for the big motor, not just in the front, but it's repeated on the rear above the license plate.
It also appears on a VIN. In fact, V8-powered Chevrolets have a stamped V ahead of the sequence, and that's how you can tell. This one is a V8 car from day one.
Well, we got the number 2 sale of the day right now.
This car was built by Ralph Holgain of R&D Garage in Southern California. And years ago, Ralph joined us here on the block during one of our previous administrations. Good guy, does a lot of good work.
Well, there that one goes, $169,000, the number 2 sale of the day so far on Super Saturday here in Las Vegas. Rolling up behind it, well, Barrett-Jackson.com, the place to go to for all of the information about the cars that will be crossing the block. All right, now let's talk about the car that's up on the block, a 1968 Mustang Eleanor Tribute.
Been licensed by Denise, who is the proprietor of this trademark and copyright. This thing is absolutely done by one of our top consigners. If you want to buy the best, it comes with a certificate of authenticity issued by Eleanor Licensing LLC. It's powered by the injected 428 cubic inch engine with a 4-speed top-loader manual transmission, and just look at this thing. But the important thing to realize, it's a licensed edition. Denise licensed these cars with their associate Michael. They make sure everything is what they're supposed to be. It absolutely comes with that certificate of authenticity. I reinforce that because that's so important. Here's an opportunity to buy from our top consigners. We're the stars of the show. Who doesn't love Gone in 60 Seconds? This epitomizes what that's all about and the spirit that lives and breathes in this room. Let's sell this bad boy.
So Denise is Denise Helicki. Her late husband, Toby Helicki, created the Gone in 60 Seconds franchise.
Let's have a look under this beauty with the chassis cam. And of course, under the hood is a big block Ford with 8-stack fuel injection. Gotta love that. Bright fog lights, rack and pinion suspension, the steering, 4-speed manual. There it is, top loader, open drive, nice stainless dual exhaust system. Love the side pipes with the deadhead mufflers, 9-inch rear axle, coil over rear suspension. No more leaf springs here.
I'd leave the hood up all the time. Look at this beautiful engine with the Le Mans valve covers and that 8-throat fuel injection system there. That's gorgeous.
You know, I have a number of cars in my history with 8-stack mechanical and electronic fuel injection. The electronic stuff idles beautifully. All you need is a good chassis dyno, a good tuner, and these things can drive anytime, any day. Something mechanical systems weren't so good at, but this will idle like a new Corvette and give all the eyeball of an old funny car engine.
Well, push the button on the Go Baby Go shifter. We're at $240,000.
Licensed edition, real deal Eleanor Tribute. This is an amazing car done by one of our top consigners that builds only the best.
30, 50.
And these 8-stack electric fuel injection setups are available from Borla, Imagine, Hillborn. Lots of companies make these things now. So almost any engine you can imagine, you can get an 8-stack electronic fuel injection system for it to have the best induction of them all.
That classic pepper gray color on the Eleanor, and they have more than 150 photos detailing the build, showing all the work that went into putting it at this level. Tied as the number 1 sale. Now it is the number 1 sale of the day so far. And we are not done. Closing in on $300,000. How much further will it go? There it is. Well, I don't know if the gentleman with the phone to his ear is helping somebody else buy the car or just getting encouragement, but either way, he's not stopping. $320,000 for a 1968 Mustang Eleanor Tribute Edition, fully licensed, beautifully built. It is now the #1 sale of the day here at Barrett-Jackson. Look at that number, $320,000. All right, next up on the block is something a lot of us have been looking forward to, this 1971, well, they call it a Ford Bronco, although I don't think there's very much Bronco in it besides the name. It's a tribute to Parnelli Jones and Big Ole.
So everybody remembers the Big Ole Bronco that Parnelli Jones had such great success in off-road racing with from 1970 to 74. The builder of this truck, who is the consigner, visited Parnelli at his museum in Torrance, California, where Big Ole is housed, and got authorization to build a tribute using all modern equipment, but just like Big Ole, but different, modern. And they have had a ton of fun with this, on-road, off-road, at shows, and now it's ready for its next chapter.
If you wondered, the name Big Ole is a reference to Olympia Beer, which was the sponsor for Parnelli Jones, and of course the gold and white can livery seen on the truck.
On everybody's list of racing's biggest badasses, Rufus Parnelli Jones. And he won Trans Am championships. He won the Indy 500. He won sprint cars and midgets. And he won the 1970 Baja 500. And here are some of the photos that accompany this beautiful tribute.
The buyer was hoping for $300,000 in that vicinity. We're at 110. You couldn't begin to touch that for that. Any of you off-road guys out there, you want a showpiece, you cannot go wrong. This is an incredible opportunity right here.
12-15. Let's have a look at the chassis cam at the quality construction, almost aerospace effort underneath Big Ole. Beautiful gold-plated, yes, gold-plated underpinnings, a huge 9-inch type rear axle, gold anodized. It's like a bird cage, but chrome moly. Well done.
And if you get stuck, you got a flat, you got a couple of spares, you even got a jack mounted here to change them. Triple modern radiators there behind the wing for some downforce, remote reservoirs for the shocks. Where do you go with this? Anywhere you want.
The thing about this is it's not made exactly like the original Big Ole. It's designed, created to be better. It looks better. It's stronger. Everything about it. You know, it's a tribute to the next level.
You might say it's a 12/10 scale replica. It's bigger than the original, and that's just fine. Very stable at pretty much any speed or any condition.
On the dash is a Lowrance navigation system. Well, why would you have that? Because it measures terrain everywhere. Not just a network of road maps, but off-road. Remember Doc Brown's statement in, what was it, Back to the Future 3? Where are you going? Anywhere we want.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Right,
exactly the story of this Big Ole. And you know the great thing is if you bought the original Big Ole, it's a museum piece. This, I mean, yeah, you're spending a lot of money for it, but you're not hurting history when you go out and have fun. And frankly, if you're going to buy this, that's exactly what you should do. They were trying to go for one last bid, didn't pull it off, $150,000. So what's going to be the biggest seller today? Well, Craig Jackson and Mike McCullough have a car they think may be the one.
We have a Ford GT Lightweight Edition. This is optioned with the $70,000 Lightweight Edition package. Mike, tell us a little bit more about the features on this particular GT.
Craig, this Lightweight Edition GT is powered by the 3.5-liter EcoBoost twin-turbo V6 that produces 647 horsepower with 550 foot-pounds of torque. Mid-mounted V6 is paired to that 7-speed dual-clutch transmission. The lightweight package reduces total weight by approximately 40 pounds and features exposed carbon fiber stripes.
Yep, which I think are gorgeous, how they embedded those in.
Absolutely.
Of all these GTs we've sold, I think this is one of the prettiest ones. These are very rare cars. They are absolutely works of art.
Well, that's what it looks like when you're driving down the road in a Volkswagen, a microbus. Several of them out here. In fact, we have 14 different types of Volkswagens that are crossing the block. Everything from Beetles to buses, double cabs, single cabs, we got them all. Those are the last 3 cars that have crossed the block, including that Jeep Gladiator with a big, massive engine under the hood, sold for $101,000. A Rolls Royce that just sold for $150,000. In fact, you want to be in the top 10 right now of the auction overall, it will take at least $150,000. Right now, we got a 1968 Shelby GT500 KR convertible.
Well, like we saw a little while ago, the KR means the 428 Cobra Jet with 335 horsepower. This one, again, has air conditioning, but again, a convertible with air conditioning, always an extra special experience.
Yes, but the convertible, you still had a bit of safety. They had that hoop roll bar that's sort of iconic with these Shelbys. You can't see it quite as well with the white top up. But yeah, I really did like that fastback with the white stripes. But this convertible is a very, very highly documented. Lots of awards. The best of the best when it comes to the convertibles.
Rare times we use the term blue chip. This is a blue chip collector car. The provenance is impeccable. Absolutely amazing piece right there.
70-80.
Now, the wheel covers on this may look like bad wheels, but they're actually a composite metal hubcap made by a company called Garwood Industries, and also made wheel covers for Coronet RTs, Jeep Super Wagoneers, SS Rams and Chevelle, etc. And most people remember these with the optional aluminum Shelby wheels, but this is how they came standard unless you paid extra for the aluminum wheels. Not a bad-looking wheel, but it is a wheel cover. Comes right off.
Well, on the KRs, of course, the horsepower was underrated. For insurance purposes, I think they said around 350 when the factory and the records, but probably well over 400 horsepower. These things could do mid-6s, I believe, to 60, and then the quarter mile around 14 seconds, which is still pretty good today.
Tell you what's special about this. According to the consignor, it has 45,000 miles on the odometer. It's also been an award winner. It's won a 4-time Concours Gold winner at the national shows around the country. It's been judged and proven to be a top quality car.
You might wonder what's the difference between a 428 and a GT500 and the KR's Cobra Jet? Mostly cylinder heads and camshaft. The cylinder heads are the 427 lowrider items or low riser items, and the cam is a little bit airier, probably 440 lift, and a little better breathing. So the 428 Cobra Jet, same short block, but more power than the basic GT500 engine.
You know, by this time, the Shelby was moving away from Carroll Shelby, right? It was going more to Ford, less Shelby. This wasn't the car he envisioned. It was a little bigger. It wasn't as racy. But in the marketplace, these are desirable. $187,000 for that 1968 GT500 KR convertible. We've been talking all week about the Fantasy Bid brought to you by Dodge. The winner at the end of all 4 2023 Barrett-Jackson auctions gets to take home a 2023 Dodge Charger. So here's the leaderboard so far. Brad still atop, Keith right behind, Steve, Sean, Jason, all playing the game, all in the running to win that Dodge Charger. And in fact, one of the cars that they're going to have to figure out the price on, this one right here, a 2023 Corvette Z06 70th anniversary convertible.
This is about the hottest Corvette that you can buy right now, if you can find one. That's why they're bringing this to auction. Not only is it the Z06 with a flat plane crank, 670 horsepower, but also this is the Z07 package, so it has that extra carbon fiber, extra special, and the 70th anniversary. All the boxes checked. The Z06 is rare. These option packages, maybe less than 10% of the cars get this, so very, very hard to find.
Yeah, the Z06 flat crank 5.5 liter is actually smaller than the 6.2. How can it make more power? Well, you have to examine this engine's cylinder heads, dual overhead cams, no push rods, and again, the flat plane crank. This is the first overhead cam Corvette since the ZR1 of 1990.
They were just telling the crowd, this car only has 500 miles on the odometer. It's got all the factory tracking equipment, the anniversary luggage. It's got a special GM Corvette Racing car cover. All the things that came new go to the new owner.
Yeah, that means it's not even through its break-in period yet on the motor, where you're not supposed to rev it to 9,000 RPM yet. But this was taken on delivery in December, so it does qualify for the warranty. GM wanted to discourage flipping on these, so they said if you sold it before 6 months, then the warranty could be voided. Not something to worry about on this car.
Well, it's now the number 2 sale so far here at Barrett-Jackson. Where's it going to end up?
The engine in this is known as the Gemini engine. And in fact, if you ever have one of these that's apart, you will see the little Gemini logos etched into the connecting rods, the heads, lots of little Easter eggs for future engine rebuilders.
$257,000 for a brand new 2023. It's a Z06 70th anniversary Corvette convertible. Hugs all around up in the skybox. Beautiful car. And remember, you can't buy one. You can't just go to a dealer and say, I want it. The only way you can get one of those is to buy it here at Barrett-Jackson. All right, let's take a look at what's about to cross the block in our Meguiar's on deck cam. And this is a special piece of machinery. That 2021 Ferrari SF90, a hypercar, electric motors, gas motor. Very special. We'll see it up on the block in just a moment after they shine it up. Meanwhile, we got ourselves another Eleanor. This one's a 1967.
Well, no two of these are built the same way, except for, of course, the body kit, etc. But this one has something pretty cool, the Mighty Coyote, 4-valve, 4-cam V8 with a supercharger, one of these Magnuson blowers on top of it.
So, of course, the Gone in 60 Seconds movie came out in 2000, starring Nicolas Cage, and they've been building tributes ever since. We have an early one by the late comedian Danny Gans selling one. We have a few examples. Always these at Barrett-Jackson, but the movie itself, 20-something years old now, and they're still building these things like crazy. It's just an enduring design that has aged so well. Chip Foose penned this, actually, did a great job.
You know, Tyler, I can remember when the first Eleanor tribute car showed up at Barrett-Jackson a number of years ago. And it sold, I remember, for about $115,000, and we all went, whoa. We never saw that coming. Little did we realize that today we'd be selling them for much more than that.
Yes, it's actually interesting because one of the screen-used movie cars sold for similar money at a previous auction here at Barrett-Jackson, but they aren't built as well, the movie cars, obviously. So someone goes to the trouble of putting a Coyote engine, making this modern running gear, making it drive so well, they're bringing as much or as more as what a movie car they built several of them sells for. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah, they look like the movie car, but they're really much, much better under the skin. And away it goes, $237,000. Congratulations. He's got a smile. He went head-to-head with somebody and came away. All right, one of the stars of the auction up on the block right now. Stand back, a 2021 Ferrari SF90.
Yeah, this is pretty much Ferrari's Halo hypercar, if you will. All the stuff that was in the Ferrari LaFerrari is in this. Basically, an F8 Tributo is what the current mid-engine V8 Ferrari is. That's not a hybrid. Twin-turbo V8 in the back. This one takes it further. You have 3 electric motors powering all over the place in the front and the back. Total combined horsepower, 986. The acceleration on this thing, absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, officially, supposedly it goes 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. One of the big magazines tested these and said they were able to do it in 2 seconds. 0 to 60 with a car in 2 seconds, and we're at $500,000 and still moving.
Well, Ferrari really made this a bargain because before with the LaFerrari, it was a $2 million car and now selling for more than what it originally sold for. This is the same technology, or better or faster. They're building it in higher production numbers, and it's just an amazing piece of engineering.
Suggesting that only 499 units were planned for production.
And it's another example of a car you really just can't walk out and buy. You've got to be able to find one, and this is where you find it here at Barrett-Jackson. Only 4,000 miles on the odometer. It's got the Ferrari name, it's got incredible performance, and it's not just a Ferrari, it's truly what we call a hypercar, that combination of electric and gas. You know, electric driving one side, gas driving the other, propelling it at an incredible speed.
Yeah, it's sort of difficult to see the engine, but you can see how low it's mounted. There's a little bit of the turbo. You can see the wastegate up there. In the middle is the dry sump where you add the oil. That's the same as Ferrari's been for decades, but the technology is unreal. You take a look inside at the screens as well. Just absolutely nuts.
It is the most powerful Ferrari to date that they have ever built. And if you've never driven one of these hybrids, it is absolutely amazing. It is way under the price. You can't go to Ferrari and just buy one. You have to be in the list of buying multiple cars, multiple years in the row to get those.
30, 40.
Yeah, Craig is a big fan of hypercars. He came at Barrett-Jackson last year or two, bought himself a McLaren P1, which was the competitor to the Ferrari LaFerrari. So he actually took me for a ride in that hypercar of his, and it's absolutely unbelievable as well.
50, and 550, and 550, and 550, don't quit me now, and 550, that's
Remember when electric cars first entered the market, we thought they were going to be slow? No way. $540,000 for a very fast hypercar, plug-in hybrid from Ferrari, that SF90. Obviously, that is now the #1 sale of the day at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. All right, you like your red sports cars from Italy? Well, how about this one? A 2016 Lamborghini Aventador Super Veloce.
Well, we'll kick it back old school a little bit. I say that. It's not that old, a 2016, but this is just the old school supercar setup. Naturally aspirated V12, 750 horsepower. SV means Super Veloce, so they wanted it to go velocity, faster. This is a very special car that has recently been retired. The Aventador has just gone out of production.
Steve Davis telling the crowd how important and special this car is. I mean, even to the point of the paint job. That's a special color. It's called Rosso Bia, which really means glittered metallic red. That paint job alone from the factory is a $14,000 option.
Well, you can see the giant spoiler on the back. You can see the racing wheels, is one-piece removable there, but the Lambo doors, you've arrived when you get out and you pop the doors like that. The Aventador came out in 2012, and it had a very long run. Just recently retired with the Ultimate, the final edition. The SV and the SVJ, those are the ones that people really want because of this more aggressive-looking body here. And, well, let's see with the love in the room for this car.
Pretty amazing when you realize that Lamborghini started off as a tractor builder. You know, he didn't mean to get into the automotive business. He bought a Ferrari, wasn't really thrilled with it. Said he could do better, and indeed he has done a great job creating supercars over the years, from the Miura to the Diablo to the Countach, all kinds of great Lamborghinis.
Absolutely impeccable Aventador Super Veloce. Let's sell it. Let's get it going.
One thing to point out, the consignor does say that it had an 8-year service done in May of 2023. It got brand new tires. If you're concerned about, you know, what it's going to cost to do the maintenance on it, it's already done. We're at $445,000.
That is very important.
And that's what it sold for, ladies and gentlemen, $445,000. That makes it the #2 sale so far here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas, a 2016 Lamborghini Aventador Super Veloce in that Rosso Bia metallic red color. Beautiful sports car. We've had the Ferrari sell for $540, now the Lamborghini. Oh, but wait till you see the car that's on the block right now, a 2019 Ford GT Lightweight Edition.
The exclusive, unattainable hypercar, supercars just continues with this beautiful Ford GT Lightweight. You can see that stripe down the middle. That is its body. That is the exposed carbon fiber that they made into a stripe. That's a $70,000 option on already a very expensive car. Amazing tribute to the original Ford GT race car, powered by a 3.5-liter EcoBoost.
50, 4, 5, and 500 pounds and 600 pounds and 90, and 600 pounds and 90, down, but down, buddy, down 600 pounds, 90.
The lightweight also got the carbon fiber wheels, as you can see, on either side. Not too much when it comes to weight savings, but an expensive option that makes them a little more exclusive. And we see when the exclusivity with these goes up, the price also goes up with the Heritage, with the lightweights, with the Carbon Series, and we are racing to $1 million pretty quickly.
That's right. We're already at the #1 sale of the day, $650,000, the current bid. Notice we've got an internet veteran, we've got somebody in the skybox, and I know we've got somebody up on the block as well.
So you might be thinking with these, an EcoBoost, a V6, isn't that in my Ford F-150? Well, it's not quite like that. It's over 600 horsepower, and it propels this thing to over 215, 16 miles an hour in top speed. So the performance is unreal with these.
And just like we were talking about with the previous cars that across the block, you can't just go out and buy these things.
This is a buy right here. This $1.2 million car sitting right here. They're out of production. This is your opportunity.
8, now 50. I had to get out here out of money. I had to get 850.
It's interesting. You look back on the history of the Ford GT. You know, it goes back to Le Mans, the Ford GT40 that was built specifically for one task, which was winning. And they really didn't build them for the street back then. Then, of course, we had the Ford GT second generation that came out, and those were built strictly for the street. A few were raced. And then there was this ultimate car that was built, which was truly just a race car that they made for the street as well.
Yeah, so this is the second generation of the comeback. Of course, the 2005 and 2006 are wonderful cars with the supercharged V8 behind your head. This one, the next generation of the comeback of the Ford GT. All huge collectibles.
This checks all the boxes.
You know, the great thing about the builds is they built some that are special, whether it's Heritage Edition, the Lightweight Edition, the Carbon Fiber Editions. So they're not all the same. Each one a little bit different.
And 900 pounds and another down, but I get 875, 9. And 900 pounds and another Zindar getting in. And 900 and 900 it'll be his best buy.
Now they're looking for more bids in the room, but this is still way over its original MSRP. And you had to send in an application. A lot of people send in a video to get one of these. It was a very exclusive list to get one of these cars, even more exclusive in a special edition like this lightweight.
Well, you can see the discussion going on up in the skybox, debating about whether they want to go to the next level. I think the internet is just threw in an internet bid, bumped it up to $900,000.
One thing that might be a negative, but I think it's a positive, it's had 3,000 miles put on it. So somebody did drive and enjoy this a little bit.
$900,000 for a 2019 Ford GT Lightweight Edition. That is now the #1 sale here at Barrett-Jackson, the 2023 edition of the Las Vegas auction. Wow. Well, coming up, special cars again, a 2020 Aston Martin DBS Super Leggera, 317 cubic inch V12 engine, 8-speed transmission. Very cool car. Back here at Barrett-Jackson, up on the block right now, a 2020 Aston Martin DBS Super Leggera. But just moments ago, we saw a 2018 Lamborghini Huracan Performante sell for $250,000. But that Super Leggera is getting everybody's attention right now.
Yeah, that Huracan was more of a track-focused monster. This one has the supercar looks and performance, but the DBS is more of a grand touring car. So if you want something a little more comfortable with that gorgeous look, they redesigned recently with Aston Martin. It's just been fantastic. This is the car for you.
Yeah, it's still pretty quick. 0 to 60 in 3.4 seconds, but it's not about all-out performance. This is about having a car you can get in and drive as a touring car. Beautifully done. They've been building the DBS for a few years Subarus, and this Superleggera is pretty much at this point the ultimate Aston Martin.
Yes, I always recommend Aston Martins for tall people because there is so much room in there, and this one even has a back seat. Probably couldn't fit 2 adults, but very roomy in there, tons of room for luggage. But then you look at it, it's every bit as beautiful as a Ferrari or Lamborghini. The initial development of the V12 with Aston Martin after it was acquired by Ford came from the Ford Taurus. They took 2 Ford Duratec V6s, put them together, and they had a V12, which was a pretty inventive way to do it. I'm sure this is several generations ago when we had something completely different here. That was what the birth of the original V12 in Aston Martin in the DB7 in the late 90s.
I'll tell you what, this design is probably the ultimate coupe. I'm not sure how you top the beauty of this generation of Aston Martin two-seater. It is absolutely spectacular. By the way, you know, the name Aston Martin, people always assume, well, you know, who was Aston, who was Martin? Well, Martin was Lionel Martin. But there is nobody named Aston. It was actually named after that hill climb where they went and raced these cars in the very beginning. So the Aston Martin name is just one person and one place.
What you got up there? 220 pounds tonight. I got 207. 10, now 20, 220 pounds tonight.
Yeah, the DBS has been around for a long time as well with the Superleggera badge.
$210,000 for a 2020 Aston Martin DBS Superleggera, that V12 engine, 8-speed automatic transmission. We'll be back. Here in Las Vegas, 1961 Corvette Custom up on the block, currently bid at $200,000.
Well, that's what we call a resto mod. The beauty of the original lines, not messed with at all, but riding on a brand new chassis and drivetrain. Art Morrison will sell you a chassis that bolts right under a Corvette and brings it right into the 21st century.
I remember it was here in Las Vegas when we finally realized that you could have resto mods, custom Corvettes that could be worth more than original Corvettes. We saw them building and selling here, and this is a perfect example. We're at $250,000 bid.
The level of quality is more than skin deep. The trunk compartment is beautiful, hand stitched, just looks great. Well done.
Well, there was some last-minute discussions. How far were people going to go? And it ended up right there with Brian Frank, $250,000 for that 1961 Corvette resto mod. Well, whether you're a true history buff or you just tune in for episodes of your favorite series, the History Store is your one-stop shop for exclusive and official History Channel gear. And if you shop right now at thehistorystore.com, you get 25% off using discount code HISTORY25. It's valid June 24th, that's today, to midnight Pacific time. Terms and conditions apply. Remember, it's thehistorychannel.com. Up on the block right now, a 1971 Bronco Custom SUV.
I like this. It kind of has the Gulf racing colors from the GT40s. Of course, they never raced Broncos at Le Mans. But with that said, I love the Blueprint engines, 347. Of course, Blueprint engines, a friend to Barrett Jackson. Four-wheel drive on this one, of course, but I love the massive disc brakes all the way around. 14-inch rotors, front and rear. A lot of stopping power.
Yeah, and while the color's pretty bold, in many ways, it's kind of a subtle build. I mean, they haven't gone too wild because, once again, we see some of the Broncos crossing the block where they've gone extreme. In this case, it's got a pretty stock exterior look with the exception of those Gulf colors. And, of course, the big jack up there. It's got a 23-gallon fuel system, those 20-inch fuel wheels with 33-inch Mickey Thompson tires. According to the consignor, less than 100 miles driven on this build.
Take a peek at the back side of the wheel, that massive 14-inch rotor. The caliper in place, big brakes.
$130,000 the hammer price for that 1971 Ford Bronco, Gulf colors, 417 horsepower under that hood. It's Corvette time, a 2023 Corvette Z06 convertible.
Well, not only are these impossible to find, but this one was totally loaded up. MSRP over $150,000 with 3LZ package and all the carbon fiber.
Just remember, no push rods. Remember, this is a dual overhead cam V8 engine. Of course, allows higher RPM than a traditional rock-around push rod engine.
Wow, what an amazing start to our coverage of Super Saturday here on the History Channel. And you know what? We're just getting rolling. We have 4 more hours still to go, so you'd better buckle up. Welcome to Super Saturday here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. You know, normally all the high rollers are off in the casinos, but today, well, the high rollers are inside the Las Vegas Convention Center West Hall. That's because that's where the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction is hosting its annual visit. And up on the block right now, a 2023 Corvette Z06 convertible.
Well, not only are these impossible to find, they are back ordered. This one has an MSRP of $152,000. It is loaded and it is hammered sold by Joseph Mast.
For $170,000, those two holding hands. Congratulations. Happy and proud that they were able to come away with a car that you basically can't buy right now. The only place you can get it is here at Barrett-Jackson. 1974 Ford Bronco Custom, another first-gen custom Bronco.
Well, initially, Broncos were available as station wagons with a bolt-on roof, as a roadster with a cut-down door, and in the middle as sort of a pickup truck. This one was born a station wagon, but the roof's long gone, replaced by a nice powder white roll cage, and under the hood, the mighty Coyote. Every time I see that intake manifold, I feel like I need to do more sit-ups and eat less pizza.
I do like the roll cage on this one because it's nicely triangulated. Kind of bolts, the down tubes bolt together there. But you see in the front here, it does go all the way to the floor. It's not just hooked to the windshield. So this one is built for go as well as show. I like the aftermarket bucket seats, reclining seats, much more comfortable than the original bucket seats that were shared with the Ford Mustang and Falcon.
And this one does have the cut body, as they say. The rear wheel openings have been radically enlarged with an attractive plastic fender lip added on. And again, to get those fat tires onto the back, you really have to trim them or jack it to the sky. Interesting rear axle on this one, sort of a Ford 9-inch type, but with removable or bolt-on axle tubes, something you might see like in a certain NASCAR application. Pretty cool stuff. Aluminum center, steel tubes.
And 210.5 sold for $200,000.
And that 1974 Bronco Custom hammered sold at $200,000. You know, Barrett-Jackson's always selling cars for charity, great causes. And Christian Murphy has a preview of the one that's going to cross today.
So here's a car you can't actually buy from the dealer. It's the 2023 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon 170. Now, for those of you who saw the last call video reveal, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. This Dodge, it is the last of the internal combustion engine lineage of this storied Dodge marque. There's only 3,300 that Dodge are about to build, and they've all essentially been accounted for. The only chance you will have to take this incredible collector car home if you're the winning bidder on Saturday when the Demon goes across the block, all for a good cause. The Demon is powered by a 6.2-litre V8 D170 with a 3-litre supercharger delivering 1,025 horsepower. Unbelievable. It's fitted with rear body flares, SRT performance spoiler and HID headlights. Now here's where it gets interesting. The winning bidder will be able to select all factory options, including a custom exterior paint colour, making this Demon 170 a true one-of-one car. But the real power of this Demon comes from its ability to change lives. 100% of proceeds from the auction of this vehicle will go to support Christie House, which provides treatment, advocacy and coordination of services of all forms of child trauma.
Tell you what, we're going to see that car cross the block in just about 25 minutes here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. That 2023 Dodge Challenger with more than 1,000 horsepower. Up at the block right now, a 1955 Bel Air Custom.
Well, the Bel Air was available as a sedan with a pillar coupe or the hardtop you see here. But something unique about the hardtop is that it actually has a shorter greenhouse. The B-pillar touches down here, whereas on the two-door sedan, the B-pillar touches down almost a foot back. So if you know your 55 Chevys, you know the more desirable one is the hardtop like this. LS power under the hood. This one was born a 6-cylinder way back when. We know that because there's no V's under the taillights. And also, the VIN does not have a V prefix. It had the 235 6-bumper, but not anymore.
Yeah, the V's, they can come and go depending upon the style and what you want to put on in terms of bright work, but the VIN doesn't lie.
The one-piece bumpers indicate this may have been a California car if they are original to the car. Many states got 3-piece bolted together bumpers, but California regulations were different.
I think one of the threats of the 3-piece bumper was that potentially cars in minor collisions could get hooked together and be a real nuisance to separate, whereas with the 1-piece bumper, in theory, that wasn't an issue.
Well, there was a big pause. They had to make sure people were finally in. No more bids. $117,000 for that 1955 Chevrolet Bel Air. It's only had 1,600 miles since it was completed in this condition. 526 horsepower under the hood. Let's take a look at what's about to cross the block with our Meguiar's on-deck cam. And boy, this is one of the stars of the auction. Danny Gann's personal 1967 Ford Mustang Eleanor replica. Now, this one was built by Cinema Vehicle Services, and it'll be up on the block as soon as it's nicely polished. And as soon as this 2021 Camaro ZL1 Hennessy Custom Edition that's nicknamed the Exorcist, as soon as it rolls away.
Well, the last Hennessy Camaro we had on the block had 1,200 supercharged horsepower. This one is going to be somewhere close to that. Hennessy special editions of cars like the Camaro and the Viper, they've been known to increase horsepower by as much as 50% with the handling to match.
Now, the Exorcist, to all of you moviegoers, might remind you of the Linda Blair film. Oh, not here. Of course, an exorcist is something that kills demons. Get it? Wink, wink. And of course, with the aftermarket add-ons, this will probably do the job. But you got to remember, the Demon is factory validated. The Demon engine can run 24 hours at wide open throttle at Chrysler dyno cells. I wonder if Hennessy has the ability to test these. Don't know.
Well, this is one of only 30 Exorcist Camaros built. It has 2,400 miles on the clock, goes 0 to 60 in 2.1 seconds, and its 1,000 horsepower will propel it to a top speed of 217 miles per hour.
The fun thing is it does have 2,400 miles on the odometer, so somebody's at least gotten some enjoyment. Remember, it's only a 2021. They've taken it out a few times and had some fun.
130, 130, 130, 120, now 30, 130,000 now 30, 30, 30, and 130,000 now through. No, thank you, 130, 130, 130, 130,000 now 30, 130, 130,000 and a half. Sold for $127,000.
Well, we had an bidder on the floor, bidder over the internet. I think the internet bidder ultimately came away the winner at $127,000. All right, now it's time for that Eleanor replica.
And this one has a special story attached to it. I just sat here reflecting on that. That's why I had a little hiccup with coming in. It's a little emotional time right now. Back when we were selling Danny Gann's collection, we got to know the family very, very well. And I started working with the what would be the future Mrs. Carolyn Jackson at that time. And we put together a little car deal with Danny Gann's and sold his entire collection. The only thing they required was that there was a couple cars they decided they didn't want to sell. One was, doesn't matter. The other one was this car right here. He had a special love for this car. And he had 2 cars in his collection that stood out. He loved movies. He loved car movies. Who doesn't love Gone in 60 Seconds? Say, who loves Gone in 60 Seconds out there? All right.
He built this back in 05.
Exactly. Actually, he built it in 02. He built it in 02 and had this car because he loved the movie, made for him. He kept the other car was the American Graffiti car, the Chevy, and that's another story. But the bottom line is this car was built by Danny Gans, who had the means to do anything he wanted and spend as much money as it took to make the car that he wanted. And this is that car. I could spend all day telling you how trick it is. The suspension, the engine, the interior, everything about the car is A1. But more importantly to us, it's from the Danny Gans collection, Craig, that we sold on the Vegas stage.
Mr. Vegas.
Mr. Vegas. The car is absolutely a statement, not only to him, but to the car collecting world and to Barrett Jackson. And let's buy this one with love from our heart. Carolyn, this one's for you. Let's sell this thing.
All right, here we go. Danny Gans was a magician and an illusionist. Think David Copperfield, who had a nationwide following. Danny Gans, very, very well known in Las Vegas as one of the top draws in live entertainment on the Las Vegas Strip. Sadly passed away, but boy, he loved this car, as Steve Davis explained.
150,000 on it, down about to get 150 pound out on a mare. 150 pounds in on it, 150,000 on it, down about to get down to get it down, buddy. You want to pay to get 150 pound on it, 150 pounds in on it, 150.
This one packs a 351 Windsor V8, Holley 4-barrel carburetor, MSD ignition, 4-wheel disc brake, so it stops as well as it goes.
Well, this is interesting because some of the Eleanor replicas, tributes being built today have massive engines, more horsepower. But you got to remember, this was built more than 20 years ago, really the very beginning of the Eleanor tribute, Eleanor replica craze.
I really like the wine glass wheels, and we call them that because look at this shape of the goblet and the stem looking like a wine glass here. The knockoff, the 3-point knockoff there is not functional. The 5 lug nuts are. Gleaming metallic silver. Tremendous amount of preparation went into this one, even before the paint. Gorgeous car.
50, 60.
5-speed manual transmission. Good news again is overdrive. Take this for a long drive at 70, 80 miles an hour with your radar detector on, and you won't break a sweat.
Yeah, a lot of work done to the suspension as well. You know, the Aeons were relocated. They used Shelby drop spindles, stronger coil springs, different shock tower saddles, KYB shocks. So it's not just looks, it's not just engine. There's also a lot of suspension performance as well. There on the lower right, you see Carolyn Jackson, who was part of the original sale of the Danny Gans cars.
Note the lack of chrome and stainless trim on this. Bumper's done in body color. Only the window surrounds and the door handles are chrome. And of course, the wheels are backup lights. Beautiful build, and we're still going.
Power assist steering, rides on PS Engineering custom wheels, 17.9.5 in the rear, 7/8 in the front, Z-rated tires, 620 coil springs, shock tower, saddles, KYB shocks, 1-inch front and rear sway bars, 5-leaf mid-eye rear springs. This car has it all, folks. This would be a deposit for Danny Gans or any major entertainer to go in and say, I want the best you can buy. Open checkbook, this is what you get. It has a provenance. You're missing the car. Don't miss it, please.
All right, I got Ty in the lead.
Got vintage air to keep it cool, and one thing I really like is the side pipes on this are absolutely functional. Stainless exhaust, big mufflers which deadhead and then come outside in front of the rear tires. Real deal side pipes like that, not fake. Cool.
Well, this started life as a 289 cubic inch V8 car, and then it became this beast of a vehicle that just sold here at Barrett Jackson for $182,000. Danny Gans 67 Mustang Eleanor replica. Well, coming up, we're going to see a 1967. It's the Chevrolet. This one's cool. A Nova 2 Custom, 427 cubic inch. What a beast of an engine, an LS engine underneath that hood. We'll see it up on the block in just a few moments. Well, moments ago, how about a 1968 Mustang? This one done up to look like the movie car from Bullitt, a custom fastback. Everybody loved this up on the block. It sold for $220,000, meaning that is now part of our top 10 here at Barrett-Jackson.
And that was a very fresh build, Rick, but it was kind of patinaed to look like it was back in the day of the movie Bullitt.
Because once again, Steve McQueen wasn't driving a show car, was he? Rolling up on the block right now, we got a 1969 Dodge Charger Custom.
I'm actually from Arizona, so shame on me, for never going to the Barrett-Jackson. So coming out here for the first time has been a treat and a half. And I just want to say that all you car lovers, I mean, it's amazing for me to be able to watch and be able to see these prices go up. So it's a treat for me.
Well, thank you. Give him a hand here. What they do in the ring there is absolutely. Thank you. And you get a chance, go by the fan zone out there. It's spectacular. Joseph, now back to this car.
Well, what they're talking about, the fact is, as part of the auction, they also have a fan zone, and they've partnered with UFC fighters like that gentleman right there. They've also got the pro rodeo folks that are out there. They've got a lot of fun stuff in addition to the auction going on here at the convention center.
Well, this 1968 Dodge Charger has been heavily customized. It's got an Edelbrock fuel injection system. It's a pro touring vibe. So there's a 500 horsepower, or 500 cubic inch, 600 horsepower wedge V8, 5-speed manual transmission, and restoration receipts of over $200,000 for this 2-year build. Vortec supercharger, Wilwood brakes welded in, full roll cage, and you see the big hoops in the back, those wheels and tires. That required the rear wheel wells to be tubbed to accommodate the width of those wheels and tires. All of the chrome has been blacked out. A lot of thought and effort has gone into this Mopar build.
This car did originally apparently have a sunroof, but not this one. This has been put in later. It is a Mercedes modern sunroof. You see it on the top there. So it's got a cool build. Once again, a nice modern sunroof. All those other custom touches on this 69 Charger Custom. $130,000. That's what the hammer price is for this 1969 Dodge Charger Custom. Well, once again, we've been talking all week about the fantasy bid brought to you by Dodge. The winner at the end of all 4 2023 Dodge Barrett-Jackson auctions will take home a 2023 Dodge Charger. So let's take a look at who's in the lead so far. Brad and Keith continue to lead the way. Steve, Jason, Ron, all hoping they can come up with some big bids that will hopefully put them into the running for that 2023 Dodge Charger. Good luck to everybody who's playing. Up on the block right now, a 1966 Shelby GT358, but this one's pretty cool.
Well, it's pretty unique. First off, it belongs to our colleague Tyler Hoover. He is the consigner. This was one of the Hertz Rent-A-Racers in black and gold for $17 a day and 17 cents a mile. You could rent this and drive it on the highways as part of the Hertz, they didn't call it Rent-A-Racer program, but it is a genuine Shelby GT350 out of their plan. After Hertz was done with the car, it was sold and used for hill climbs and other competition events in period. That got it approval to run the Rolex Monterey Motorsports Reunion at Laguna Seca in August, the #1 vintage race in the country. That provenance will get you into any vintage race anywhere. All of the R model modifications, like the plastic rear window with the vent slot there, the deep front apron, the brake scoops, the roll cage added, all for competition use. But then Tyler put head and tail lights in it to make it streetable once again. So you can vintage race this, you can take it back to the street, but no matter what, you've got a genuine Hertz Shelby Mustang.
I was going to say, this is really the best of both worlds. What do you want to do with it? You want to drive it on the street? It is a real Shelby GT350H. You want to go track racing? Go play with Mike and his kid up there in Monterey? You can do that. Pretend you're a Trans Am racer? Absolutely. Great, perfect race car right here.
Fuel safe fuel cell in the trunk, and $122,000. I would call that a major bargain for a car with both street and race history and provenance.
Exactly. That's Shelby GT350H. The way it goes. Coming up, another race car. Well, in this case, it's a race car recreation. Pretty unique. A 2004 Bentley Continental GT3. Got a 5.4-liter Shelby dual overhand cam motor and a 6-speed transmission. That is the 15th edition of the Barrett-Jackson auction here in Las Vegas. Been coming here for quite some time, enjoying all the scenery, all the fun, and of course all the cars crossing the block. Let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. I mean, yesterday you introduced me as the Aussie import, and it made me feel sort of sad and lonely. So I scoured the Barrett-Jackson halls here in Las Vegas to find the perfect Aussie to join me here. Let me introduce you to my friend Nick. Perhaps you're familiar with some of her work. Nicole Kidman, what a wonderful surprise to see you here.
So happy to be here. I came here yesterday with my husband, Keith. He's doing his Vegas residency right now, so he was playing last night, he's playing tonight, he's playing next week. So I'm like, what do I do when I'm in Vegas? And thus I'm here now auctioning a car for Christie House.
I love it. Now, rumor has it that Keith lined up his Las Vegas residency dates just so he could come to Barrett-Jackson. Is that really true?
I wish.
But he's a big car guy, right?
He's a big car guy, yeah.
And they tell me he watches the broadcast a bit, right?
He's what?
He watches the broadcast a bit?
He does, yeah. We actually both watch it. It's very relaxing for me. He is obviously more watching numbers and watching the prices and everything, and I just sit back and listen to the sound and say, that's a pretty car.
And
that's a sexy car.
And I think through Keith, you've become a car girl, right?
Yeah, I understand a little bit more about them now. I literally I knew nothing.
Well,
but now I know a little more, and I know what some of these cars go for now, and I can kind of predict prices. How's that?
Now, this is your first time at Barrett-Jackson?
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah, we'd like to go to the Scottsdale, Arizona one.
Maybe we should do a charity car at Scottsdale, you and Keith. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Yeah, because this one's raising money for Christie House, which does work for child abuse and human trafficking, and I thought I got to show up for that, and I hope the car goes for a lot of money. So.
Yeah. Well, you are such a prolific creator, producer, and obviously an actor. Tell me about some of the things you've been doing. Enough of Keith. Like, who is that guy?
I got a show coming out on Paramount Plus called Lioness. It's Special Ops Lioness, and it's actually a really cool show about women who are in the military and the CIA, and it's tough and action-packed, and it's also very, very new for me, but it's Taylor Sheridan's new show that I produced with him. So it's a pretty great ride, I have to say.
Well, that's absolutely unbelievable.
So watch it. Comes out July 23rd.
July 23rd. Let's all watch that. But in a minute, we're going to watch something special.
We're going to watch this.
You're going to go up to the block and help us sell.
I'm a bit embarrassed.
A car for a great cause.
Yes.
Nicole
I'm going to
Kidman,
do my best.
Thank you so much.
Let's raise some money.
Lovely to see you.
Lovely to
take it back up to Rick.
Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. Look forward to seeing her up on the block, and once again, she'll be helping to raise money for a great cause. Up on the block right now, 1971 Chevelle SS Custom.
This one has a 6.2-liter LS3 V8, 4-speed automatic. Texas Speed and Performance engine, frame off restored. That means the body was removed from the frame, restored separately from the chassis, bespoke bucket seats in a diamond stitch pattern, RideTech Air Ride suspension, 22-inch wheels in the front, 24s in the back, no expense spare.
So you'll notice the bidder assistant on the right hand. Basically, wherever you stand, if you've got a bidder's pass, it doesn't matter whether you're in the seats, in the skybox. If you're willing to raise your hand, find a bidder assistant. They're willing to work with you off to the side. They're willing to work with you in the chairs, or up on the stage. Wherever you go, they'll find you.
Satin nickel trim on this, no chrome, no stainless, and all of the handles and jewelry have been shaved from it. No exterior door handles showing. Very nice build. Deep, deep paint with a red metal flake.
$100,000 for that 1971 Chevelle SS. Well, we've talked about raising money for a great cause. It'll happen in just a few moments, but right now, we're going to sell a 2023 Dodge Challenger Hellcat Red Eye Jailbreak Edition.
I think there are as many special editions as there are Challengers. This has a supercharged 6.2-liter V8, 807 horsepower, backed up by an 8-speed TorqueFlite transmission. The paint is octane red. It has the Laguna seats, driver convenience group, Harman Kardon stereo, a 3.09 rear axle, SRT performance spoilers, midnight metallic badging, low gloss gunmetal brake calipers, and a lot of carbon fiber accents. 11 actual miles in one of the almost final editions of the Dodge Challenger.
130 on the way to get up, on to get down 30. Go ahead, Shane. 130 pound out here.
Most all of these were spoken for long before they got to Dodge dealers. So, like many of these limited edition supercars, your chance to buy one, your only chance, might be right here.
And to the point Steve Magnante made just a little while ago, this is a factory build of over 800 horsepower. Yeah, there are plenty of aftermarket parts you can put on a car to increase the horsepower, but this comes from the factory with a warranty, no less. $125,000. Now it's time to raise money for a great cause.
This is the Demon 170. Now, this is a great opportunity for a great cause. Before we run the video, I just want to tell you, this is the actual car you're looking at in Vegas that they dropped out of the helicopter for the launch. If you haven't bought one already, you cannot get one of these. The car is going to be in a color that you get to pick, as long as it's any PPG color that they painted any of the other Chrysler cars. So it is a one-off car going for a great cause. Amanda, we want to run the video first, and then Amanda will tell you about it.
The first time it happened was at a party. It was in the bathroom while everyone was eating their food. He said that I was special and that this was our secret. I think about it a lot.
It's something that stays with you forever.
1 in 4 girls and 1 in 6 boys will be sexually abused before their 18th birthday. Human trafficking is a $32 billion plus industry in the United States alone. Without a place like Christie House, the trauma that these child victims face would stay with them forever. My name is Amanda Altman, and I am the CEO of Christie House, which is a magical place where we work to heal children by providing the best evidence-based therapy and coordinating their medical, legal care that they need and advocating for them. We couldn't do it, though, without people like you at events like this bidding on beautiful cars. So please, today, bid often and bid high. Craig?
Well, we have a special guest here. When we were walking through the cars yesterday, Nicole Kidman, I told her about the charity. She said she wanted to come help. Nicole, please give a Barrett Jackson welcome to Nicole Kidman. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. Yes, I was here with my husband yesterday, and I heard about auctioning this car from this good man, and I said, please, can I come back and try to get extra money for the car for Christie House, because they do extraordinary work.
Well, Joseph, let's go. Thank you, Nicole. You got a one-off car.
Well, this is the last call. Factory ordering is sold out on these, and only 3,300 will be built. You get the 6.2-liter V8 D170 engine that gives this car its name, topped with a supercharger and rated at 1,025 horsepower. Drag racing suspension, yellow painted engine block, Brembo 4-piston brakes, rear body flares, performance spoiler, high intensity discharge headlamps. And in stock form, the NHRA says you can't run this the way it is, not without a roll cage and everything else. 8.91 seconds at 151 miles an hour ET. So you get to choose the exterior color, as Craig pointed out, and 100% of the money raised benefits Christie House.
Last pure petroleum Challengers, Hemis ever built. This is an opportunity. This car should go into a museum. This is the end of the road, and a one-on-one and a charity car to a great cause. What else you want? And a kiss from Nicole Kidman.
And tickets to Keith Urban's show.
There you go.
Well, now we're talking. All right, now we've upped the ante.
I mean, the reality is they're donating to a wonderful cause, and they're getting a car at the same time.
Oh my God! Okay.
All right, got 400 bid. Now just hold on one second. 425. We want more money. 425. I'll let you sell to if you want. At 425, 425, get out 425. And ready? And that's out. Sold! $400,000.
Nicole Kidman hammers it sold. Every penny going to Christie House for that 2023 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon. A big hug up on the block, because once again, every penny going to help a great cause and help children in need. Well, moments ago, we saw this 2023 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon 170 sell for a great cause for Christie's House, $400,000. But then the gentleman who bought it, he whispers back into the bidder's assistant ear, says, let's do it again. He donated it back. And of course, Nicole Kidman up on the block donated more tickets to her husband's show the second time around. It raised $300,000, a total of $700,000 to benefit Christie House, to help provide treatment, advocacy for kids who have been through childhood trauma. An impressive moment here at Barrett-Jackson. Up on the block right now, this 2023 Dodge Charger SRT Hellcat just sold for $115,000. And behind it, something pretty unique, a 2004 Bentley Continental GT3, but this is a race car recreation.
Well, something you won't find under the hood of this is either a V8 or a W12. This actually has a Ford Mustang 5.4 supercharged engine out of a GT500. Hey, it's hot rodding at its best.
It's been given a wide body kit, and it has been given a full roll cage. center lock racing wheels, racing brakes and calipers, a fuel cell with a dry brake fueling arrangement, and it's been nitrous. It's got a nitrous tank in it for added power. It's a replica GT3 racer. I'm speechless, Steve, and you know how seldom that happens.
Well, the interesting thing to me is it's a right-hand drive. You got to remember, in England, of course, folks drive on the right-hand side of the road in left-hand drive cars, but this one has right-hand drive, kind of an unusual little detail.
Full Motec 7-inch display in front of the driver, AP racing calipers and rotors, hydraulic power steering, full wiring done to Formula One standards, FIA approved racing roll cage and harnesses, the nitrous system, the fuel cell, well documented with a full parts list, all the invoices and more. Now, the car was never raced. It was only taken on the track to calibrate the Motec ECU and engine management system.
Well, you see we had a phone bidder involved, $98,000 for that amazing GT3 Bentley race car recreation. All right, Tyler, what have you found?
Well, I'm hiding. You have to come find me first, but I am underneath this 1972 GMC Jimmy. Yeah, down here, come here. Yeah, it's got a 9-inch lift on it, so I can really get my own first-person chassis cam on this thing. Nice undercoating, so you can take it off-road, and it does appear to have an LS in it. Let's look up top, I suppose. Probably a 6-liter LS. Yeah, I think so. You can see the leaf springs really beefed up here in the component shocks and all that with the giant wheels. This is a very, very radically custom 1972 GMC Jimmy, and that lime green paint, you don't need it because this thing is already getting so much attention just with the lift in the wheels. So crazy.
Wow, Tyler. Hopefully you've talked with the driver so he's not going to casually go, I need to move up now. He's got to get himself out from underneath that thing, but that is a huge lift. 2014 Rolls-Royce Ghost up on the block.
6.6-liter twin-turbo V12, over 550 horsepower, 8-speed automatic, just rear-wheel drive. Now, this is the regular wheelbase version. There was also a long wheelbase version. This one's been enjoyed for 56,000 actual miles. I want to give you the sound of money and power. Okay, listen to this. That's the security of a bank vault closing, because that's how well these are built. Suicide doors, making it easier to get in and out of the back seat. Perfect panel gaps all the way through.
One thing that's kind of interesting is on the dashboard. Now, it wasn't so long ago, 1980 or before, Mercedes would say power was adequate. Well, on the instrument panel on the left-hand side, we see the power reserve gauge. It works backwards. You have 100% going down, so actually the driver could realize how much of those 563 horsepower were left in reserve. A far cry from adequate of the old days.
Well, congratulations to those folks there, and the Summit Racing Soul sticker goes on, and away that Rolls-Royce goes for $97,000. 2021 Chevy Corvette.
Well, this is the first Corvette Roadster that behaves like a hardtop when the top is erected. Previous to this, the C7 Corvette, it still had a fabric top that went down and hid, but with this thing in the body in the top-up condition, you wouldn't know this from a coupe unless you really knew your Corvettes very well. This is not a Z06. This does not have the overhead cam engine, rather the classic pushrod 6.2 with 490 horse. Nothing wrong with that.
So the way you tell the convertible from the coupe when the roof is up, the convertible has this not really a window piece right behind the door, whereas the coupe has an actual window between the B and the C pillar. C8 Corvette started at $69,999, but I don't think they ever built one base. They were all optioned up, many to well over $100,000 in the first production year, and more so now. We saw a Z06 cross the stage earlier with a MSRP of $152,000. So you can take your new Corvette from mild to wild.
You know, Mike, to your point, in the old days, you know, Corvettes came with a variety of different engines. the base engine was kind of lame, basically a station wagon engine. Well, with that said, the 1LT, 2LT, 3LT, they all have the same 490 horsepower, so you don't suffer in the horsepower department if you get the base Corvette. That's a great thing.
Note that the rear window here also functions as a wind blocker when you have the roof retracted. Lower it all the way for the full wind in your hair experience, or raise it up for a little less buffety ride and maybe a little warmer on a cold evening, but wow.
This one is a Z51. Of course, if you know your C4 Corvette history, in 1984, the Z51 was stiff, criticized by the press just too much. But again, Z51 means extra capable road and track capabilities, stiffer springs, and this one's a Z51 Roadster.
$105,000 for that 2021 Corvette with the Z51 and the 2LT performance packages, all 490 horsepower. The same folks who just bought that Rolls-Royce. Well, coming up, how about a Ferrari from 2001? It's a 360 Spider, 3.6-liter V8 engine, 6-speed manual transmission, 400 horsepower, and a top speed of 180.
Let the good times roll in the world-renowned destination of New Orleans for the inaugural Barrett-Jackson auction, September 28th through 30th. We're bringing all the high-octane action, energy, and entertainment. To consign, visit barrettjackson.com today and add your vehicle to this year's incredible lineup.
Back here in Las Vegas inside the Convention Center, the West Hall. Been here for the last few years. It's a great place to have the Barrett-Jackson collector car auction, all in the air-conditioned comfort inside. You can walk around, and wow, they've got that new place, a new sort of bar sitting right next to the staging range. You can sit there and watch the cars roll by. And up on the block right now, the one that Tyler Hoover previewed for us, the 1972 GMC Jimmy Custom, massive lift on this, and the good news is he's not underneath anymore.
It is beautiful up top, but let's have an exclusive look underneath with the chassis cam. I love that LED grille with the lights going on, live axle, green matching springs, oil pan, transfer case, rear axle, all of those things matching the top, dual exhaust and stainless steel. Very much show ready underneath as well as up top.
Well, I thought 24s were the limit, but this rides on 26-inch wheels. Look at those. They're the size of a 55-gallon drum. The huge lift, this beautiful green, custom green pearl that this is painted with, and the green LEDs underneath. Beautiful bodywork on this.
This, of course, is a GMC Jimmy. Chevrolet would call this the Blazer, but 72 right here, the final year for the first gen, would become the square body in 73.
$82,000 for a 1972 GMC Jimmy, massively lifted from those big, huge tires and wheels. Thumbs up from that gentleman right there. From a Jimmy to a Bronco, 1979, second generation. This one's custom.
Well, the second generation Bronco was built on the bones of the Ford F-150 to combat the Chevy Blazer. I love the stripes on this. They fade. Now, this is a graphic. It is not paint. This is 3M Scotchlite. So these stripes are reflective. So count this as a safety option, if you will.
Speaking of options, this is something under the hood we never would have had back in 1979, the Coyote with a Magnuson supercharger, probably 3 times the power of even the 400 cubic inch optional engine in the smog 70s. But again, a lot of power here.
Well, not just new paint and new graphics, but all new glass in this Bronco. So this is a fully done frame-off restoration and done to a very high standard. Some imitation wood on the dash, signs of the deluxe interior on this Bronco Custom. So it was ordered to a high standard, and then it was fully restored to a better one.
Yeah, and all new wiring as well. I mean, they've really gone the distance from top to bottom and, you know, recreating and building an even better Bronco than you would have gotten back in 1979.
The rear multi-leaf springs have a couple of slappers has the lower leaf there, only for extreme conditions, and a rear sway bar.
Big money in the house, closing in on $200,000.
That sway bar is going to come in handy. This probably has the center of gravity of the Statue of Liberty.
KMC 3-piece alloy wheels with bead locks at the rim. Shane Ratliff having a little fun with the bidder before he hammers it sold.
Well, what happened was the bidder assistant reached out to congratulate the buyer as if he'd already bought it. And Shane was like, no, the hammer's still in the air. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. So it's a funny little moment. Well, thanks for watching our live coverage of Super Saturday on the History Channel. Now, we're not going anywhere, but we know you may be a history buff or you like watching shows like Barrett-Jackson on the History Channel. So go to the History Store for your one-stop shop for exclusive and official History Channel gear. Shop now at historystore.com and you'll get 25% off using discount code HISTORY25. It's valid through tonight, through June 24th at midnight Pacific time. Terms and conditions do apply. 1992 Land Rover Defender 90 Custom.
Well, they call this satin olive green. You know, it's interesting how different colors hit different people. I like blue cars. I saw enough olive drab in 6 years in the Army Reserve to last me a lifetime. So I would not be a bidder for this car, but I can certainly see the appeal.
Yeah, these were never imported to the United States with the diesel. This is definitely a foreign spec, complete with the 140 kilometer per hour speedometer. Again, the diesel power plant not imported here, but again, once again, the EPA has become lenient with vehicles 25 years or older. You can import them now, finally.
Two-door Defender with an all-steel roof. Not the fiberglass roof you'd see on a Blazer or a Bronco, but this one multi-piece in steel with clerestory windows up here in the roof. And the rear seating is not bench seating, it is 2-and-2 facing seating.
Hold those cards and letters, folks. I think he meant to say aluminium, not steel. These are aluminum-bodied vehicles, not steel. But again, a metal roof indeed, sir.
Ah, thank you, Steve. I know. That's why you carry the magnet, right?
It's the shorter wheelbase version, 90 inches in the wheelbase, which is why they call it the Defender 90. You can also get a 110-inch wheelbase as well.
A company called Big Sky Defender brings these in to Arizona and Montana. A lot of Lucas parts on these. See these tail lights? 427 Cobra, very similar. How about this license plate? Every MG midget and MGA had one just like that.
$37,000 for a 1992 Land Rover Defender. High fives for those folks down there in the bidding seats. Don't forget Barrett-Jackson.com. That's where you go to get all the information about the cars that have already crossed the block and the cars that are left to cross the block. Because remember, we still have hours of coverage of our Barrett-Jackson collector car auction from Las Vegas. I think we have 3 hours left here on the History Channel for Super Saturday. 1970 Chevy K10 Custom.
Well, this one's been given a big lift. You see the straight axle here with the steering dampers, hydraulic steering dampers there. A big lift, and it's the standard cab, short bed pickup. The Cowboy Cadillac, if you will, that's the one you want to have. It's been done in a much more modern base coat, clear coat silver than it would have had initially, and I love these two-tone pickups, silver and white, sharp.
If this is a factory original four-wheel drive short bed, it's very, very uncommon. The vast majority of the four-wheelers were long beds, and there are kits you can buy to shorten up your long wheelbase frame. You can buy a brand new bed, and it's possible this is a shorty, not sure. But again, the four-wheel drive factory short beds, very uncommon vehicles when new.
That's right. In 1970, pickup trucks were not personal luxury vehicles like they are today. They were built to work and built to go to work. So, as Steve says, a four-wheel drive would likely rather have the 8-foot bed than the 6.5-foot bed shown here.
Now, one giveaway is there's going to be a seam underneath the cab where the shortening is done, and I think I see it right there. There's a riveted plate. I may be wrong, but that is when the surgery would be done to take your long wheelbase and shorten it down for, well, more value in many cases, better maneuverability, and just better looks in many cases.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, riding on that big 6-inch lift, rolling on the 35-inch BFG all-terrain tires.
Yeah, the VIN on this one tells us something. Assuming it's not a typo, the CE14 tells us the VIN is from a two-wheel drive. It would be a KE if it was born a four-wheeler, but that's fine. It doesn't really impact registration or anything other than semantics at this point.
$70,000, that's what somebody thinks that's worth for a 1970 Chevy K10 custom pickup truck. A little symmetry there, $70,000 for a 70. It's perfect. We're going to take a quick break. We will come back to more of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction, our 15th year here in Las Vegas. Plenty of cars yet to cross the block. Back here at Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas. You know, in each one of our auctions, we pick one year to be what we call our spotlight year. And for this auction, we've chosen 1967. Why? Well, there was something interesting that happened here in Las Vegas. Remember this guy, Evel Knievel? That was the year he decided he was going to jump over the fountains at Caesar Palace. And we all know it didn't end well, but it really launched a career, and everybody knows about Evel Knievel as a result of that big jump that he made. So Tyler Hoover went out looking for a 1967 car that he found interesting.
1967 was a great year when it comes to automotive styling, and this 1967 Mustang, I believe, is the best looking year of the Mustang, period. The classic body got more muscular and beefy looking, and this coupe certainly looks the part. But when it comes to engineering, the powertrains, it's almost 60 years old at this point, the technology, but that's actually not the case with this one. Take a look under the hood. You have a 5.0 Coyote V8 from a newer Mustang, mated to a 6-speed Tremec transmission, modern suspension in the front, 4-link in the rear, modern Wilwood disc brakes and air conditioning. Basically, this is the textbook definition of a resto mod. 1967 meets 2023. They are enormously popular here at Barrett-Jackson, and I absolutely love them.
Well, thanks, Tyler. And that 1967 Mustang with all the modern touches and that big Coyote engine, it's out of the staging lanes right now, so we'll see it up on the block before too long. And up on the block right now, something pretty wild, a 1960 Cadillac DeVille custom topless roadster. And I didn't think the fins could get any bigger, but they managed to pull it off on this one.
Well, as Al Pacino once said, oh boy. All right, these are 59 Cadillac taillights in the 60 Binnacle. The fins have been raised. The top is long gone. This one is truly a roadster in that has no convertible top to put up. Blue Cephas interior, 5960 Chevrolet gauge binnacle right there in the center. Otherwise all modern. And all that beautiful chrome and stainless the 60 Cadillac wore in the grille and the bumper, nope. It's been all blacked out here.
Another 106 cubic inches under the hood, 496 versus the 390 it would have had from Cadillac back in 1960. And this has definitely been decapitated. It was a sedan DeVille, or perhaps a coupe DeVille, with the beautiful roof. But we can see that the roof, the A-pillar, has been filled here. So it's definitely been decapitated, but it's cool. Well done. Very, very sinister-looking machine. I'm sure somebody will enjoy the heck out of this thing.
Can you say Batmobile? I think that's what he would drive around in. $53,000 for that 1960 Cadillac DeVille custom topless roadster. All right, it's the Fantasy Bit brought to you by Dodge. Time to check out the leaderboard. Keith R. has now popped into the lead, taking the lead away from Brad. The winner at the end of all four 2023 Barrett-Jackson auctions will take home a 2023 Dodge Charger. Man, things have changed, and we still have one auction left to go in New Orleans, so good luck to everybody who is playing. And up in the block right now, a 1963 Chevy 2 Nova Custom Coupe.
Nice candy apple red over gray two-tone. The frame has been extended as if this was going to be a roll cage inside, and then they said no. But there's a YN supercharger on top of that small block Chevy V8. Power brakes added. Power steering as well with that serpentine drive. Bespoke leather interior inside. Nice little two-door hardtop with a whole lot of upgrades.
Yeah, onto the back of this, the stock leaf springs and drum brakes have been replaced with a 4-link with coilovers and disc brakes.
They call this Phantom Sunset, and frankly, it's one of the nicest custom Nova builds I think we've got around here. This is beautifully done.
The Nova was a popular platform for drag racing, maybe not in sanctioned competition, but in the stoplight Grand Prix, like the Berlin Turnpike south of Hartford, or maybe Route 30 up in Vernon. These were lightweight, and you put a small block V8 in them, and they would really haul. They'd be a match for many big block cars.
Well, I built one of these things in an altered wheelbase funny car called the Wilshire Shaker about 10 years ago when I was at Hot Rod Magazine, and had a 502 rat motor, Hillborn, electronic fuel injection, push-button torque flight, and these were very popular with the match racers of the day. Randy Walls, Dickie Harrell, great cars then and now.
$72,000 for that build that took 10 years to create this Chevy 2 Nova Custom from 1963. Away it goes, and Phantom Sunset goes off into the sunset. Super Saturday here at Barrett-Jackson has not disappointed. You want to break into the top 10 today? It would take at least $220,000. The number one sale so far, a Ford GT that sold for $900,000. No shortage of great machinery. Boy, we still have almost 3 hours left of our coverage, so plenty of great cars left across the block, like this 2001 Ferrari 360 Spider.
Well, the 360 was quite an advance for Ferrari over previous cars. First of all, it was comfortable for drivers 6 feet and taller. Second, the engine didn't have to come out to change the timing belts. It was much less expensive to service. This one could have been born with a solid rear panel, but they had a one-make racing series called the Ferrari 360 Challenge, and those cars were fitted with a Challenge grille to improve engine cooling. This was also available on the street cars as shown here. The key to success long-term in owning one of these is maintenance records. If they've been faithfully maintained, they should give you years and thousands of miles of service. And this one has service records and 42,000 miles on the clock.
Which is exactly why it just brought $125,000 here at Barrett-Jackson. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey, Rick. Well, I'm hanging out with a pretty cool car, 1978 Pontiac Trans Am with the Screamin' Chicken on the hood, of course. The cool shaker hood as well. The Pontiac front beak there, the split grille. I love it with the quad headlights. Such a cool look. Now, in the late 70s, it wasn't about power. It was about style. You got wheel flares, upgraded at 17-inch snowflake wheels. Just an iconic look of that. More air ducts on the side. You got gold piping all the way around the windows. The T-tops, CB radio antenna. That's always necessary. Of course, the spoiler back there. Now, it's got its 400 cubic inch V8, 4-speed manual. It's highly optioned with air conditioning, power steering, you know, all of the goodies. Finished off in its original color of Starlight Black. Now, Rick, the question is, did the movie make the car famous, or did the car make the movie famous?
Ooh, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? I'm going to have to go with the movie made the car famous. But having said that, it was a key part of the movie, so I'm sure there's plenty of people who watched it and enjoyed it just because of that. How about a McLaren? In this case, a 2012 MP4 12C up on the block.
Boy, these are factory hot rods to be sure, built in limited numbers. 600 horsepower, 0 to 60 in under 3.3 seconds. top speed 202. The brake calipers on this car are done in McLaren orange, which we're told Bruce McLaren referred to as papaya. Otherwise, it is all black.
Well, according to the consignor, they also have receipts showing $30,000 worth of recent work done. So not only is it a solid car, but it's had fresh work done, so it's in the best condition possible.
It had a very minor upset to the left rear, according to the vehicle history report. Good to disclose that for the benefit of future owners. It does not seem to have hurt the bidding, as we're at $88,000. A lot of exposed carbon fiber inside. A real supercar.
$88,000 for the 2012 McLaren MP412C with $30,000 worth of receipts. That's why that guy's giving a thumbs up. Congratulations. Barrett-Jackson.com is where you go to find the list of all the cars crossing the block. And remember, our next auction is going to be held in New Orleans in September. So as we get closer, you'll see the list of cars begin to populate. You can start to think, well, maybe I'll go to New Orleans and maybe I'll buy a car. Maybe I'll have a lot of fun, because that's what it's all about. Right now, we got a 2014 Bentley Continental GT. It's a V8 S edition.
Yeah, the S edition, you get the red calipers here. You may get bigger wheels and tires than the stock Bentley, but you get 521 horsepower at 6,000 RPM and 500 foot-pounds of torque all the way from 1,700 RPM on up. And you get all that wonderful Bentley luxury. Look at all that gleaming red leather and obsidian black paneling inside.
This is the showroom stock version of the hot rod we saw sell earlier in the hour. And unlike the Ford 5.4 Cobra motor under the hood of that one, this one has the 4-liter V8, as you mentioned, Mike. Of course, optional also was the W12 6-liter.
You have to note the color of the Bentley badge. Apparently the S model got the red B on the back. Many of them are black. We also see them in other colors to denote special editions.
And as with all of these, all-wheel drive, not rear.
$59,000 actual miles on this Bentley.
Yeah, they thought they had it hammered sold. And one last bid came in at $52,000. Now the question is the previous bidder going to go up just a notch? He's shaking his head no. Nope, that's the way it ends, $52,000 for the 2014 Bentley Continental GT V8 S Edition, 521 horsepower, and like Mike said, less than 60,000 miles on the odometer. And coming up, how about a pickup truck, a custom Chevy C10 from 1971. It's got a modern 5.3-liter V8 engine, 4-wheel disc brakes, new paint, new interior. It's special. It's been a great week in Las Vegas so far. Third day of our Barrett-Jackson auction, and up on the block right now, we've got a 1966 Chevy Nova Custom.
Well, it's badged as a Super Sport. It wears the bucket seats and the console, has a V8 underhood with some autometer gauges and kind of a neat two-tone gray appearance. And it sells for $72,000.
All right, rolling up behind it, a 2018 Porsche Boxster 718 GTS convertible.
Well, the 718 is the current Boxster in production. Now, in 2018, the GTS, which took a number of popular performance options and put them together in one submodel of the Boxster, had a 4-cylinder turbocharged engines as the base Boxster and the Boxster S do today. There is a GTS on offer for 2023, but it has the 4-liter 6-cylinder engine, mid-engine. Note that there's no top stack here. This is the front part of the convertible top. It hides in plain sight between these dual roll hoops with the engine underneath. And this Boxster has a trunk, and it also has a frunk. Being a mid-engine car, it has a front trunk as well as one in the back. So you can only carry 2 people, but you can sure carry a lot of luggage or shopping bags or whatever you wish. This one has the automatic transmission with paddle shifters, 4-cylinder turbocharged. White metallic, Carrera white metallic is the paint on this. And on the clock, just 13,400 miles.
Well, you'll notice we've got a phone bidder in the upper right-hand corner of the screen. In the middle, we've got the internet. Remember, you can bid either in person, you can make arrangements to do it over the phone. You can also decide to do it if you want to do it online. You've got your choice of how you want to buy here at Barrett-Jackson.
Now he has 64, 65,000.
It's a pretty highly optioned car. A lot of Porsche exclusive options, like these clear tail lights. You pay about an extra $1,000 for those. You can order the lettering in black instead of chrome. They'll do just about anything you want for a price.
Yeah, for money. $64,000 what it sold for over the internet. Now, earlier today, we watched this 2019 Ford GT, a lightweight edition. Across the block, that became the #1 seller of the day at $900,000. So let's take a look at today's top 5 sellers, brought to you by Hagerty. If you want to break into the top 5, it takes at least $257,000. That's what that Corvette in the 5 position sold for. Then there's a Lamborghini, a Ferrari, and of course that Dodge that sold, that was our charity car, sold once for $400,000 and a second time for $300,000, a total of $700,000, all going to Christie's house. Boy, what a day we've had so far here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. Up on the block now, a 1975 VW 23 window microbus recreation.
Well, we all know that 1966 was the final year for this family of bus in this country, but in Brazil and other countries, they kept building them. This one has a B in the prefix of the VAN, so it's a Brazilian-built 1975, complete with a metric 120 kilometer per hour speedometer. Now, something we see down low on these things right here and back here, you might say, what the heck are those? Well, that is where you use your little jack to lift the tire or the vehicle to change a tire. They're jacking points, hard points.
You know, the safety mavens have not had their way with these vehicles because the driver sits out above and over the front wheels in front of them. So the engine, of course, is in the back, 1,500 cc's beneath that cover. And this one, with it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5-door vehicle. And I'm counting seatbelt anchorages, and this will seat 8. For big families.
Well, you know, the upside of the driver's location is that you're always the first one there at an accident scene.
I don't think that was the idea. You know, they started building VW buses in Brazil, and this is a Brazilian bus back in 1953, and they went all the way to 2013 in various variations. In fact, the final one, they had that bread van version of the VW bus, and it was water-cooled with a grill on the front. So there's no shortage. I think they built about 1.5 million Volkswagens down there. $49,000.
That will take it to a new home. Congratulations up there on the stage to that car's new owner. 1967 is our spotlight year because that's the year Evel Knievel made a big splash in Las Vegas. Here's Rick DeBruhl.
Back in 1967, I don't think Evel Knievel had his big, huge transporter yet, so I can just picture him getting ready for his Caesars jump, hauling his stuff around in a pickup truck just like this one, a 1967 Chevy C10. Now, 1967 was a huge year for Chevrolet and their truck line. It was the first year for the second generation C and K series. Now, these were called the Action Line trucks, styling what made a huge leap forward. Clean and sleek compared to the busy lines from 65 and 66 with rounded edges. The grille up front was flatter, the sides were smoother. And you might say that 67 was also a year that Chevy realized people who spent a lot of time in their trucks wanted comfort. They wanted convenience, so the interior was nicer. Under the hood, you had your choice of a pair of 6-cylinder engines or a couple of V8, something for every budget. Price, well, it started around $2,400, and there was no shortage of buyers. Nearly 275,000 were sold.
As for the famed stuntman Evel Knievel, he attempted to jump the fountain at Caesar's Palace to worldwide acclaim on a motorcycle, closed-circuit TV. He went up, he came down, and no, he didn't splash, but he did land short on a sea of plywood protecting the landing area. Hard landing.
Yeah, there was nothing pretty about it. He had quite a career and was quite a star for a long time. Interestingly enough, when he eventually passed away, it wasn't from any of the problems of jumping and crashing. No, it was something much more simple, diabetes and a few other things. 1970 Ford Bronco up on the block right now, and it just sold for $51,000 here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. Congratulations to those folks right there. A little nudge to the arm. I'll put the number on the sticker and drive it away. Big tires, big lift, big trucks, big Hummers. They're all here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. No shortage of SUVs, sports cars. We got them all. A pretty wide selection of vehicles that are crossing the block here. Like this 1967 Mustang Custom.
Nice two-tone gray and silver with Shelby-style stripes. Big hoops, front and rear. A 5.0 Coyote V8 with a 6-speed manual transmission. Heights Mustang 2 front suspension added to this one.
Yeah, fully modified under the skin in order to accommodate that extra-wide Coyote V8. No more shock towers. This has rack and pinion, coil-over front suspension. But again, the mighty Coyote under the hood.
The way it goes, $65,000. This was the one that Tyler chose for his spotlight car.
That's a nice car. The Fan Zone, so it's UFC and PBR. Colton Fritzland from PBR. Please give him a Barrett-Jackson welcome. If you've watched the ride, these guys getting up and riding those bulls, unbelievable. Say something to the crowd.
Yeah, this is an awesome event. All the great-looking cars and great people, and I love it.
Well, their event is October 20th through the 22nd. If you've never gone and seen bull riding, it is an experience right here in Las Vegas. Thank you all.
Yes, sir. Yeah, no shortage of fun stuff, and they've talked about the fact that the Fan Zone has stuff from both UFC, the Professional Bull Riders Rodeo Association, so no shortage of fun things you can do here at Barrett-Jackson. Up on the block right now, a 1970 Pontiac Trans Am Custom.
Something cool is the shaker hood, which actually functions. See on the back here, there's a little vacuum door. When you hit wide open, that opens up. And here's the deal, 1973 was the final year for that thing to work. After 74, that did nothing at all but sell the heck out of Trans Ams.
So in 1970, first year for this styling cycle, the second generation, you could get your Trans Am in Lucerne blue like this one with white stripes or white with blue stripes, and that was it. Those were your choices. The American International Racing colors of blue and white, or white and blue if you prefer. This one has aftermarket bucket seats. Otherwise, looks pretty stock.
Now, the Pontiac Trans Am, we know, arrived in 1969, and it got an easement from the SCCA. They came with a 400 cubic inch engine. Meanwhile, Z28 Boss 302 had to be 5 liters. What happened? Well, the SCCA relaxed the rules. As long as the engine was 5 liters, when you got to the track, you were good.
Yes, they had to retain the Ram Air 5 engine block and heads, and then de-stroke it to make under 305 or 5 liters.
Yeah, there was a 303 cubic inch Pontiac engine program, which didn't do anything better than the Chevy engine did because, well, you could get a Camaro or a Firebird in Canada with a 302 V8. They gave it a pass, and so as a result, the Pontiac V8 never really got developed for SCCA use.
Well, Rob Kaufman has one of the original TG Racing 70 Firebird Trans Am cars, and with that Pontiac block and with the big Endura nose. He says his car is 150 pounds heavier on the nose than our Z28 Camaros. And I believe he's right. But boy, he can drive the heck out of it.
Speaking of the nose, love that Endura urethane nose on all Firebirds for 1970. Again, this is the second-gen Firebird in its first year, and this is more than just a pretty face. That's actually a pretty rigid urethane-filled face. It kind of satisfied the Fed's mandate that bumpers had to be recoverable to a degree, but that's more than just a pretty face. It's also the bumper.
$77,000 up in the skybox. Those folks right there are happy they came away the winner for that cool 1970 Trans Am Custom. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
Well, looking at all these 70s Mopars in the staging lanes is like opening a bag of Skittles. And obviously this one, Sublime Green, a very, very colorful car. But under the hood is the 346 pack, which by 1972, which this was the biggest engine you could get in the Barracuda or the Cuda. Gone was the 426 Hemi, the 440, the 383. This was the hottest motor, which is kind of sad, but they still had the hot colors. I mean, Sublime Green, absolutely amazing. That green vinyl interior, and the color sells even if it is a small block on the 340. We saw that Moulin Rouge pink car bring $160,000. Now that was a 70 as a few hours ago. We'll see what this 72 in Sublime Green brings.
Can't go wrong with those colors. They absolutely are. We sometimes joke about resale red, but resale green works as well. 1978 Firebird Trans Am, the one that April Rose previewed for us, complete with a CB antenna.
Well, not only is this an auction, it's also a bit of a classroom. This, again, is the shaker hood on the Trans Am. But what's this hose doing right here? What? Oh, it breathes from here. The scoops on these things were sealed shut, didn't do a darn thing. Again, except sell the heck out of Trans Ams.
There never was a Bandit Trans Am back in the day. There was, however, a Trans Am Special Edition with the gold Screaming Chicken and all of this pinstriping all the way down and across the car. So this one done as a Burt Reynolds Smokey and the Bandit replica, complete with the CB antenna. The gold honeycomb wheels, yes, they were original to the package, as was the gold spoked Formula steering wheel and the gold colored engine turned dash. I think this car was done in response to cars like the John Player Special Formula One Lotus of Mario Andretti, a pattern that was repeated by the Cosworth Vega and by the JPS Mercury Capri.
$78,000 from the 1970 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. Only 220 horsepower, not exactly the peak of the horsepower world, but enough look and style to make up for that. Another truck that we previewed a while ago was this 1971 C10 Custom.
Well, custom is the word. It kind of looks stock in terms of the basic sheet metal, etc., but it sits quite a bit lower. But there is an LS under the hood with a Holley EFI snorkel manifold on it. And if you look in the bed of this one, we'll see that it retains what looks like a wooden floor, but it's way too high. Well, that's because the frame has been Z'd to allow the rear suspension and the airbags to come up way high. So again, this bed ordinarily way down here. It's sort of like the Haunted Mansion at Disneyland in Anaheim, right? The floor that goes away.
Well, it is a great way to hide everything. And then that LS was dressed up. It's actually the truck motor, the 5.3. I had to go double check because it is presented so well. Not very practical in the bed, but a nice practical motor and a very, very nice restoration on this truck. A great stance.
Yeah, the 5.3, more often than not, like the 4.8, has an iron engine block, whereas the cylinder heads are aluminum. But again, we're talking 6.0 or 5.7, that's always going to be an aluminum block. A little bit lighter, otherwise no real functional difference at all. They're both potent engines.
A little while ago in our Spotlight story, we talked about the 1967 Chevrolet C10 that was going to be crossing the block shortly. And it's interesting when you look at the differences between the 67 and the 71, almost identical. Remember, every year, cars were changing, but the trucks, boy, they kept them very, very relatively, on the same look for quite some time. So between 67 and 71, not a lot of visual changes.
We talk about styling cycles a lot. And of course, automakers, I'm sure, would love to be able to give you a brand new car every single year, but the budget maintains that the basic bones have to go anywhere from 3 to preferably 5 years, with facelifts occasionally. But that's a styling cycle, generally about 5 years on a platform.
It's so interesting today because today, I mean, a car will be the same for a number of years, right? But back then, something had to change visually every year, even though underneath it may essentially be the same car. I mean, if you look even from the 67 to the 68 Corvette, radically different on the outside, underneath, very similar. $53,000, and with that, we're going to check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. Here I'm out in the staging lane, and I lassoed a cowboy. Colton, the PBR champion. How are you, mate?
Great. How are y'all doing?
Yeah, very good. You're no stranger to big events, right? PBR is a big deal. You guys do some amazing stuff.
Yes, sir, for sure. We go all across the country all year long, and big cities and every state, and have 2 finals throughout the year, and yeah, it's great.
And tell me, I think you're coming back to Las Vegas in October. Is it for a teams event? Is it right? How does that work?
Yes, sir. The team championship. So starting in the end of July, we'll have what we call team bull ridings. It's team bull riding. There's 10 guys to a roster, 5 starters, and best team wins. And championships here in Vegas. So that's about it.
What sort of training goes into that? Just ride lots of bulls, or do you get fit? What do you do?
Yeah, it's all repetition. So, I like to ride a lot of horses and get on practice bulls. And there's barrels that you can go out there and buy and build for your craft and for your training. So, but staying lean and in the gym and everything and staying light always helps. And yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, do you like to ride other things too, like the 4-wheel variety? You love your cars, right?
I do love cars. Yes, sir, I do.
What do you like? You picked out this GTO convertible here. Why do you love that?
Yeah, it just looks like I could show up to a bull ride and win first place in it and have fun doing it.
Oh, mate, that is sensational. What's in the garage?
I got a Ford pickup, 2022 Ford pickup F-250, 91 first-gen Dodge, and a 73 Ford Maverick. That's my 3.
Excellent. Well, good luck in October at the teams event. Great to see you. Thanks for coming along. We're going to take it back up to the block.
Yes, sir.
73 Maverick. Well, that's interesting. A $45,000 final bid for this 1967 C10 custom pickup truck, and away it goes. And we're going to go away for just a moment as well, but we'll be back, we promise. Back here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas, third and final day of the auction. Had a lot of fun so far. We started on Thursday. The top seller that day was a $60,000 Mustang. Yesterday it was a $123,000 custom Camaro. Today it was a $900,000 Ford GT. Up in the block right now, 1955 Chevy 3100 custom pickup truck.
Well, just as 1955 was a major year of change for Chevy passenger cars, so too it was for a truck. In fact, if you notice the hooded headlights, the egg crate grille, and the wraparound windshield that are shared styling themes with the 55 Chevy passenger car, very much on purpose for family identity.
Yeah, but this one's been very customized since 1955. Under the hood, a 350 cubic inch V8 and a big blower. Just saw it as the hood goes down. So this one certainly hauls a lot more than hay what it would have done in 1955.
This one is a step side, although 55 was also the first year for the Cameo Carrier, which had fiberglass slab-sided bodywork. But again, this one here is radically modified. Stainless steel gas tank, Ford 9-inch rear axle, and a nice tidy build.
And they've also added power steering. They got 4-link suspension, adjustable air ride suspension, 4-wheel disc brakes, Wilwood calipers, custom fuel tank underneath. Well, they've really taken this from one extreme to the other.
You know, the extreme end of the cab, I love how the stylist continued the look here. Usually right about here, most cab designers, it's no man's land, but notice how the shape continues around the back, and just really nice attention to detail. Again, 55, first year for this styling cycle, getting away from the bolt-on pontoon fenders of 1954 and before.
It's a big window, so if we go around and look at the back of the cab, we've got that great big window that goes all the way around to the side, just above that styling point. There you go, the great big rear window. Some had little small windows in the back, but that's the big one.
Something to keep in mind, this is called a Series 2. It is true that in the early part of 1955, Chevrolet continued selling the bulbous Series 1, if you will, but after about January, February of 55, this took over and really set records with sales. Modern automotive styling in a truck.
Well, they still managed to tuck the LED lighting there into the fenders. Then up in the cab as well, you can see another third LED light, something required nowadays. Cool integration there.
$66,000, that 55 Chevy 3100. Now, earlier today we talked about the fact that a 1920 standard gold Crown Fry model, model number 177, is what they call a visible gas pump, sold as part of the Automobilia auction at what I think may be a world record price of $320,000. Now, the great thing is that's not the only Automobilia that's sold. Here's Mike Joy.
Every morning of the auction, before they start selling cars, they sell gas pumps, spark plug cleaners, restaurant items, and of course, lots of neon signs. Now, today, you're used to, you put your credit card in the gas pump and the gas is electronically metered. That's checked by the state a couple of times a year to make sure you're getting what you're paying for. And ever since the 40s, it's been displayed right here on the pump. The first gas station in America came along in 1905, and in the teens, this was typical of what you'd find in a gasoline station. Motorists were concerned that if they paid for 4 gallons, they better get 4 gallons. So your car would pull up here, you would order 4 gallons of gasoline, the attendant would use this lever to manually pump the gas up into this reservoir. When it reached 4 gallons, he would stop. The motorist would agree that that is the reading, and then the attendant would take this lever, put it into the gasoline tank, squeeze the lever, and gravity would do the rest. So why was this pump so valuable? First of all, it's a Mae West pump. The voluptuous shape gives it its name, has the appropriate decals and nameplates on it. No extra pinstriping or anything like that. There's the shut-off there. Everything is in place, including this little guaranteed visible that you would get the number of gallons you paid for, and that's why 2 bidders fought it out to what was triple the previous record price for a pump of its type. Rick?
Yeah, that's quite a collection of automobilia that they've got there. And once again, that all sells before the cars go across the block here at Barrett-Jackson, no matter what city we're in, whether it's Scottsdale, whether we're in Palm Beach, or I imagine when we come to New Orleans. Meanwhile, all the cars are crossing the block immediately afterwards. No shortage of great things here in Las Vegas. And you'll notice most of these already have their sold stickers on them. All right, now what a day it's been here on Super Saturday at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. You know, the quality of the vehicles never, ever disappoints. There's really nothing like it in the collector car world. Welcome to the world's greatest collector car auctions. It's Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas in prime time, right here on the History Channel. Been here for 3 days, and every day the quality of the cars, the prices of the cars have gone up until now we're at Super Saturday. Up in the block right now, we just saw a 1972 Chevy custom pickup truck cross the block and sell at $50,000. Right behind it, it's Barracuda time. Now, this is a 72 Barracuda. Now, we often talk about Cudas, but this is a Barracuda.
Well, that's right. 1972 was a year of, you might say, decontenting as performance began to take a backseat to, luxury, comfort, and handling. This is a Barracuda, born a 318 car. No more big blocks or Hemis in 72. But with that said, somebody's perked this one up with a 340 with an add-on 6-pack. You can buy those things. This 727 torque plate car, I like it.
No, was I wrong when I did the preview earlier that they didn't have the 340 by 72, or was that still an option?
Yeah, you're correct. The 340 was as good as it got in 72, 3, and then in 74, the 360. But the 6-pack you see there was a 1-year deal, 1970. But yeah, 340 was certainly possible. Oh yeah, you're correct.
It's still decent horsepower, mid-300s, I imagine, in 72. So not too bad. Of course, we all missed the Hemis and the 440s probably by the 72. But good performing car, probably better handling, a little lighter. We'll see what this one does.
Yeah, good point. With the 426 Hemi, those are about 720 pounds. Not a light engine, whereas the 340 is about 500. So to go around a corner, you're going to do it quicker in a 340 car than you will on a 426. Of course, when the road straightens out, the 426 with its 425 horse will run away. But again, this one has 1971 style Coke bottle side graphics, which would be gone after 72. But again, we have some greatest hits items happening here, and that's okay by me.
Traditionally, it's, when you look at the top of the food chain in the CUDA/Barracuda world, it's the 1970s. High horsepower, first year of that body style. As each year goes out, the horsepower goes down, and they're a little less desirable, but that's the great thing about buying a 72. Not quite as expensive as a 70 in all the look.
We talk about the art of the exhaust tip, and one of my favorites is the 70 through 74 CUDA outlets through the rear valance. Just beautiful stuff. I love the look of that.
Well, that 1972 Plymouth Barracuda just sold here at Barrett-Jackson over the internet for $65,000. Let's check in with April Rose.
Here we go. Check this out. 1966 Pontiac GTO, baby. And I love the look. Whip around the corner here of these stacked headlights. And of course, you got the blinkers inset in the grille with the GTO call out right up front and the Pontiac Arrowhead symbol right there. Now it's got the 389 with tri-power, 4-speed manual. It's highly optioned, and it's in the PHS, which is the Pontiac Historical Society. Now it's finished in a very clean cameo ivory with black interior and rolling on really sweet red line tires and Hurst wheels. Now John DeLorean started the muscle car craze, putting a big block in a mid-size car, and DeBrule, I know you know this, that's how the GTO was born.
Gotta love the name, and they didn't worry about having to steal it from anybody else. Love that big Hurst shifter logo on the back. For the block right now, we got a 68 Dodge Charger RT440 from the Tyler Hoover collection.
Well, yeah, 1966 and 7, the Charger was a fastback, and it struggled to find buyers. But for 68, the first year, right here, we see what they call the Coke bottle style. Totally redesigned, and sales took off, like 5 times as many in 68 as 67. We see on the back of this one here, the Bumblebee stripe. Yep, this is an RT, which is the performance model. RT as in road and track. Standard engine, a 440 cubic inch engine, a wedge with 375 horsepower, seen right here.
If it looks long, it's because it is. I mean, the length of this thing is 208 inches. Now, some of the caddies from this period were like 220, so this is a really long car.
I had one of these back in 1986 with the Street Hemi in it. Drove it for 3 years. Mine was a Torque Flight, and man, I just love Chargers. Beautiful looking cars.
$63,000, and those folks are giving it a standing ovation that they came away with that 1968 Dodge Charger RT440. Congratulations. 1969 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck.
Once again, we have the short bed, 2-wheel drive, half-ton, the holy trinity of maximum interest amongst the maximum number of bidders. This again, 1969, the 3rd model year for this styling cycle. Small block Chevy under the hood with a Hawley-style 4-barrel carburetor in place. Set of Hedman headers. I like how it's all been color matched under the hood. Aftermarket, but readily available billet aluminum hinges here. Very trick looking. You can buy those out of a catalog. They look custom made, but they're cool, very functional.
It's got power steering, aluminum radiator, dual electric fans. They've done so much work to this. You know, it's got those 20-inch wheels, Nitto tires, and just a great paint job. I mean, it just flows from one end to the other.
To your point, Rick, 4-wheel disc brakes have been added here. Now, 1972 was the first year you could get disc brakes on a Chevy or GMC pickup, but only up front. No 4-wheel disc brakes to get into the 1990s on a Chevy truck. And you might wonder what's so good about a disc brake. Well, unlike a drum, which tends to trap heat with heavy usage, the disc brake dissipates the heat much quicker, doesn't fade, and slows the vehicle more effectively when hot.
And remember, when we were using those drum brakes, we also had to adjust them. I mean, some of them had self-adjusting, but you had to adjust them with the disc brakes. You don't have to do that. $51,000 for a 1969 C10. Arms up in the air. Congratulations to that gentleman right there. And the Summit Racing Soul sticker goes on, and away it goes for $51,000. No shortage of Rolls Royces this week. We've seen them crossing the block. Plenty of them. In this case, it's a 2004 Rolls Royce Phantom.
Well, around 2000, Rolls-Royce was sold to BMW, and they kept it going for a few years, working on a design to come out on their own, and this was the first offering here, the 2004 Rolls-Royce Phantom, and it was amazing, but expensive, $400,000 new, absolutely massive. They made the BMW V8 modified slightly to be a 6.75-liter V8, but what a presence.
You know, Todd, I'm always amazed by the power reserve gauge on the dash. You've owned a couple of these, correct? And tell me more about that, the power reserve.
Well, it seemed undignified to give the full RPM of these things. So you had 100% of the power available, and as you floored it, the percentage would go down. You didn't need to know how much horsepower you had. You just needed to know how much was on tap. And same with riding. You would ride in the back. That's why you wanted to arrive with the doors opening the wrong way. There was an umbrella hidden in the door, so if it was raining, then your chauffeur could open it up to where you didn't get wet. This was a car to be driven in, not really to drive.
The assumption would be when it shows 0% left, you have got all of that 453 horsepower going on under your foot. Did you ever push your Rolls-Royce that hard, Tyler?
Oh, most certainly. The one thing that's cool on this one, though, I'm noticing, is it has its original wheels, which were Michelin Pax tires. They were sort of a run-flat system for this car that they're kind of hard to find, so it's cool to see that it's still rolling on that. A lot of people will put custom wheels to avoid those very expensive tire replacements. Basically, it had two rims, a rim within a rim, so mounting it took a special machine that Rolls-Royce had and Honda had. They had it on the Honda Odyssey for a run-flat system on those tires that they quickly abandoned after a few years, Rolls-Royce and Honda.
Well, they weren't quite sure if they were going to get another bid or not. They didn't get it. $75,000 to that gentleman right there. Congratulations. I think the original MSRP on that would have been over $300,000. Barrett-Jackson.com is the place to go to see the full list of cars. If you're curious what things sold for earlier today, that's where you can find it. Up at the block now, a 1969 Camaro Z28.
Well, here it is, the third and final year that the Z28 would have an SCCA-approved 5-liter or 302 small block. Would go to 350 for 1970. Of course, de-stroke it when you get to the track. This one does have the optional cowl induction hood. We can see right here the rubber ring around the air cleaner seals to the bottom of the hood, and it wide open. A little door in the back of the scoop opens up to collect the pressurized air and give you a little free extra horsepower.
I was saying Mopar that was having all the fun with colors earlier, but this is a beautiful and kind of fun color. They're calling it Daytona Yellow, black bucket seats.
Now, the only downside to a Z28 before 1970, if you couldn't use a manual transmission, you weren't driving one. These were strictly 4-speeds, again, until 1970 when the optional automatic arrived on the scene.
1969, the year that they drove this in the Trans Am Championship, Chevrolet won. Remember, they didn't have a driver's championship back then. They just had the manufacturer's championship, and of course it was Mark Donohue, Roger Penske's car. I think Mark Donohue won like 6 events that year, and would have won a driver's championship had there been one, but it was only for Chevrolet.
One thing to keep in mind is that trunk spoiler, like the chin spoiler and the cowl induction hood, those were optional items. You paid extra for the D80 trunk spoiler, but most everybody did, because what's a Z28 without the spoiler?
So talking about that 4-speed, I have the same Muncie Rock Crusher, or did, in my 66 427 Corvette, and I went with a Tremec 5-speed on it. It was the best upgrade ever for highway speeds to go cruising, all that stuff. Obviously something you wouldn't maybe want to do on a car this nice as far as Conqueror level and pay for restoration, but it does make a huge difference for sure.
To your point, this is a factory 410 ratio car. Yeah, born with a 4.1 axle ratio, which means in 1-to-1 fourth gear, you're buzzing about $5 grand at 120 miles an hour. That's not going to last long.
Tyler, how hard is the swap? How complicated?
Oh, it's not bad at all. Of course, the kits are basically bolt-in, very, very easy. So that's nice in that sense. Making the shifter sort of look like the Corvette, that took a little doing. It doesn't look quite the same, but other than that, you wouldn't know other than I have the extra gear.
And it works better.
Oh, yeah. For the highway cruising, it's wonderful.
$75,000 up in the skybox for that 1969 Camaro Z28. Daytona yellow. It's got those great stripes. All right, rolling up behind it is a car that April Rose previewed for us, a 1966 Pontiac GTO.
Well, a lot of cool stuff happening here. It is a real 242 GTO. Tri-power engine here, 4-speed air conditioning car. But the thing I love about this one is the wheels. These are Hurst Ford Center aluminum wheels, only sold for a few years in the late 1960s. Yeah, George Hurst, the same guy who made stick shifts, was in the wheel business for just a few years. But there's a set of those wheels. Beautiful wheels.
Yeah, what a great option car. Tri-power, 4-speed, power top, air conditioning, power steering, pretty much everything you'd want in a modern car or a resto mod. But that's how this thing was optioned in 1966. Somebody did a great job ordering this.
And this one has been upgraded. I see disc brakes up front, which is not something you could get on a GTO till 1967. But again, they kind of hide in plain sight. No harm done. I love the exhaust splitters, which we see here behind the rear tire. And that was an option, the exhaust splitters, which of course would reappear on the Trans Am in the late 70s and early 80s. And a lot of folks don't realize the GTO could be had with the exhaust splitters, which is to say 2 pipes per side, way back as early as 1964, if you paid for it.
360 horsepower out of that Tri-Power, and think about it, we're just a couple years beyond the point where it was just an option. At this point, GTO, well, this was its own model.
The color is original. It's called Cameo Ivory, and obviously a gorgeous restoration. The top's been replaced. Very nice.
And, you know, that hood's bump that we see in the Scoop, I have to say it is totally ersatz or bogus or fake. You choose it. But you know what they did? They sold the heck out of GTOs.
Well, that GTO has a new owner, $58,000 for a 1966 Tri-Power 4-speed. Away it goes. The way we're going to go for a moment, and one of the cars we're going to see before we go too far in this broadcast is a 1988 Land Rover Defender. It's a 110, the longer wheelbase, custom. In fact, it was stripped down to the frame, sandblasted, and they prepared it because it's an import living here on our U.S. roads. Barrett-Jackson, the world's greatest collector car auction in Las Vegas. All the cars are lined up inside the convention center, the West Hall. Outside, well, this afternoon, I think the high was in the mid-90s. Inside, oh, it's perfect. Temperature, nice, easy, lower 70s. You're feeling good walking around. In fact, the morning when I walked in, I thought the building was actually a little chilly. Although up on the auction block, things have been pretty hot, like this 2008 Bentley Continental GTC convertible, currently bid at $54,000.
About 60,000 miles on this one, so it's been well enjoyed, but not too well. The W12 engine, 6 liters of power, lots of luxury to be had here.
Oh, congratulations to those folks, $55,000 for a 2008 Bentley Continental GTC. All right, from one extreme to the other, from a British, very sophisticated machine to a 2003 Hummer H2 Custom that has been massively lifted.
Well, this was built for the SEMA show, which is the Specialty Equipment Marketers Association, which takes place right here at the Las Vegas Convention Center every fall. It was on display undoubtedly at a chassis manufacturer, maybe Fox Shocks, who can say, but a great looking piece. Speaking of that chassis, let's have a look underneath. And there is the chrome-plated bridge structure, which separates and heightens the ride height the proper way. Torsion bars, chrome drive shaft. Look at that. Coil springs in the back, and again, a professionally done ride height increase on this one here.
Yeah, look at that whole suspension, all the tubular A-arms, the sway bars, the steering linkage is all chrome-plated and Heim jointed. These big Moto Metal wheels with huge Toyo open country tires. There are retractable steps here, but they are at thigh height, so bring your step ladder. Once you get there, very luxurious inside.
You know, normally we talk about a 4.5-inch lift or a 5 or 6-inch lift being a lot. This has a 12-inch lift. Boy, it is just massive, which is why it's sitting so high off the ground.
The trailer hitch receiver insert is at belt buckle level for a 6-footer.
Yeah, I think you're really going to need a drop hitch if you're going to tow anything. Otherwise, your trailer is going to be at about a 45-degree angle.
Notice the extension for the Watts link back here, or the track bar. This structure right here gets it up farther away from the axle than it ever could be in a natural orientation. Again, maintaining proper geometry. Good to see that.
30,000 in chrome alone.
Just telling the crowd there's $30,000 worth of chrome plating involved in this build.
Well, and as Steve was pointing out, this was built for the SEMA show. I mean, essentially, this was built as a show car. Somebody wanted to show off something that they could do, whether it was the chrome, whether it was the lift kit, whatever it may be. And so the idea is to get attention, and one of the ways you get attention is by making it over the top. And now, you know, we don't know what year it was built for SEMA, although it only has 6,300 miles on the odometer, according to the consignment.
And while the 6-liter gas engine is hot enough, this one is a Magnuson supercharger for an extra 150 horsepower.
Supercharged and all, ladies and gentlemen. Are you done? Are you done? One. Thank you.
Barely over the cost of the chrome, $50,000 for that 2003 Hummer H2. Let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. Here's something you don't see very often, a 1969 Jaguar E-Type Custom Coupe. Now, the Jaguar E-Type, yeah, we see plenty of those, but this, well, this is where it gets a little interesting. Have a look there under the hood. It's a 350 cubic inch V8, replacing that traditional inline 6. So this is basically a Resto E-Type, which I love. That's paired with a 5-speed manual Tremec transmission. So I'm feeling like this is sort of built for speed. Look on the inside there, beautiful leather interior. Everything's in really good condition. This is a custom body type, it says on the description there. And one thing you might notice, look here on the doors. They've been shaved off. The door handles have been shaved off, which I think gives a great look, but it's raining, the window's up. I've got no way to get into this car, and with me, well, if I'm losing those keys, I may never find a way to get into it. It's a beautiful looking car, and this thing, well, it would absolutely go like the clappers. Beautiful, traditional Jaguar chrome wire wheels. Just a great look. Jaguar E-Type Resto mod. Let's see what it makes, Rick.
Yeah, it's an interesting combination of things. You know, that V8 engine under the hood and that beautiful E-Type body on the outside. 2002 Dodge Viper RT10 up on the block right now.
Well, earlier today we saw a first-generation Viper with the window curtains on the side, but second-gen, some changes were made to make it more refined. They actually got door window glass, which goes up and down right here, and the side pipes, which were in effect on the first-gens, went away in favor of full-length dual exhaust.
$45,000 for a 2002 Dodge Viper. That's an RT10 convertible with only 6,200 original miles on the odometer. Beautiful look. And away it goes. Oh, look at that kid living his dreams. Look at that kid living his dreams. That's what Barrett Jackson's all about. Chance to come around, look at the car, and every now and then you even get to sit in some of them. Imagine what it would be like to drive it home. We'll be back.
The all-new line of Barrett Jackson merchandise and apparel is now available. From road rallies to the office, there are many stylish options for the car lover. Available year-round or online at shopbarrettjackson.com.
Back here in Las Vegas, plenty of Cadillacs, plenty of big machines. I mean, Lincoln Continentals, some retro Thunderbirds. Everything you want, crossing the block. It's been here for the last 3 days, and we're down to our last, well, let's see, about an hour and a half of our coverage. But you know what? That means there's still fun stuff yet to cross the block, so you don't want to go anywhere, like this 1939 Ford Custom pickup truck.
Well, the grills on these have been called the fencing mask grill. It kind of looks like, on guard, there's your fence mask. But on the sides of the hood, we see Ford 85 logos. That would be seen on the flathead V8-powered Ford pickup. You could also get a six-banger or even a four-cylinder for fleet use.
No such engine under the hood here. This is a Chevrolet LS V8. Made it to an automatic transmission. Beautiful gray paint, gleaming. A lot of aftermarket modifications to this one. Ostrich interior.
Speaking of gray and modifications, I'm thinking the brand managers at Coca-Cola aren't going to be too high on seeing this gray Coca-Cola box, not the usual red and white. Come on now.
Well, it's not removable, Steve. It is the battery box. The battery lies beneath. So, yeah, a little bit of whimsy there. And there is, move a little bit of this to show off that beautiful ostrich interior. Thank you.
$60,000 the hammer price on that 1939 Ford Custom pickup truck. You know, in each auction, we send our April Rose out to get a pulse of the crowd, talk to people, find out what's on their mind. And this week, she's done it with a bit of a Vegas twist.
Being here in Las Vegas, obviously it's the ultimate party town, but what I'm curious about is, what do you think is the ultimate party car?
The ultimate party ride for me is going to be a Stingray.
I'm over to the Mustang guy.
Okay, Mustang.
It's got to be a 64 Lincoln.
Now, why is that? Got the suicide doors?
Suicide doors, it's got to have a rag top.
You look like you know how to party and have fun. What is What is the ultimate party ride here in Vegas?
Grand National, in my opinion.
1969 Dodge.
I like this one. It's nice. It's a nice cruiser.
I would guess a party bus, right?
I think it's safe to say there are plenty of options to go out and party in one of these beautiful rides here at Barrett-Jackson.
Yep, all it takes is a fun car and you got yourself a party. $59,000, the current bid on this 1968 Camaro Custom.
Well, some very interesting bodywork on this. The integrated rear spoiler, sort of this incuse shape in the back. That's not factory stuff, and it's very nicely done. Symmetrical from left to right. I like it.
That one just sold for $60,000 with all those custom touches and that amazing paintwork. Away it goes to a new owner. A little while ago, we previewed a 1988 Land Rover Defender. This is a 110 custom up on the block.
Another European delivery because it's a diesel, which we couldn't get here in the States, confirmed by the 140-kilometer-per-hour speedometer, which is about 90 miles an hour, maybe 95 in the standard system we have here.
A lot of customization going on here with a beautiful leather and tweed interior. The hardtop on here is aluminum. Pretty sharp. Facing rear seats.
Is that like
four-door with really a three-row seats.
Aluminum. Is that like Uniroy and Al from the old days?
Not exactly.
Well, it's interesting because this is not what we would call a BDM, British domestic import. You know, this was made in Britain. You can look on the VIN number, and it starts with S, shows that it was a British car. But because it's a left-hand drive, it was probably made for export to another country, but because it wasn't imported into the United States directly, maybe it was Spain, someplace else in Europe, and then now it's ended up in the United States. It'd be interesting to know what the travels of this vehicle have been.
2 bumpers added along with a roof rack, which mounts to the drip rail at the edge of the roof. Clear story windows in the roof on this one as well. Built to go anywhere you'd like. Big winch on the front to haul you out of trouble. That's a 12,000-pound winch. Let's go.
A little while ago, we saw the Defender 90. Once again, the 90-inch wheelbase rolling across the block. Now this is the big version, and it just sold here at Barrett-Jackson, $63,000 for a 1988 Land Rover Defender. They write the price on the sold sticker. Buyer pays a 10% buyer's premium, and they got a deal. How about a Bentley Continental? That's what we've got here at Barrett-Jackson right now from 2006, a Continental GT.
Yeah, this is the coupe version, also available as a cabriolet. This one has the W12, 6 liters, all-wheel drive.
Boy, that ice blue metallic, it just gleams here in the lights of Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas, whether it's on a Mustang or whether it's on a Bentley. That has become the color of the auction this weekend.
And once again, the bidder assistant working with the buyers. They got another $500 out of the deal, $37,500 for a 2006 Bentley Continental GT, 552 horsepower. That's 6-liter W12 engine, paddle shifted 6-speed automatic transmission, and that color Silver Lake exterior, the Portofino leather, black suede interior. And check that out. Let's take a look at our Meguiar's on deck cam, and we've got a 1959 Volkswagen Transporter pickup that is rolling up there right now, 110 cc's. They'll be polishing it up, and we'll see it up on the block in just a moment. Meanwhile, we've got that car that Murph reviewed for us, a 1969 Jaguar E-Type Custom.
Well, they say you can't improve on perfection, so why try? Somebody tried to restyle an E-Type Jag, and it's probably not quite as beautiful as it was originally. We're going to let them push it to the ramp before we lift to show you the small block Chevy V8 and 5-speed that lies underneath. Why would you do that? Well, if you blew up the engine that came in it, they were expensive and they were difficult to come by. Jaguar parts distribution in the United States just wasn't that great. Sorry, I'm just not flipping this the right way to get it open. In the rear, they used, I think, Cadillac taillights instead of the originals. So they've tried to restyle this, but they have repowered it. There was a company in Texas, John's Jags, that made refit kits to put Chevy V8s in just about every Jaguar ever built, and he did a booming business just that.
Yeah, I remember back in the 1980s, a lot of people were doing it in the XK 140s, 150s, but today we think, what were you doing? $43,000 for that E-Type with the V8 350 cubic inch engine under the hood. All right, that 1959 VW Transporter pickup is rolling up on the block. This is a single cab. Yesterday, I think we saw a double cab roll across the block.
Yeah, you got to remember, there's more to life than 23-window microbuses, and of course, Volkswagen made these as pickup trucks, as we see it right here. The only downside potentially is the fact that the load floor is about waist high, which means you could be doing some lifting of the beer kegs or whatever you might be loading, like we have in the back of this one right here. But otherwise, a very utilitarian, very functional little critter.
Well, the best thing about it is that not only does the tailgate at the back fold down once you lift these latches, also the sides fold down. There's the height of the bed. So you can make this into a tray bed or stake bed if you wish, instead of having it as a pickup bed.
Good point, Mike. I guess the liftover problem is defeated with those in the down position. Now, if you're a drag race historian, there was a thing called the Bardol bug, built out of Worcester, Massachusetts, injected Hemi in the back of one of these things. It was a wheel stander for about 2-3 years. Linwood Hardy, but Google Bardol bug wheel stander. You'll see another use for one of these things.
Pretty simple to operate. Steve, flip that lever up right there. And the tailgate comes all the way down, rests against a rubber bumper there of the body, and the side rails would do the same.
Well, there you go, $38,000 for that 1959 Volkswagen Transporter. Just an 1100cc engine in the back. Very original. original. Gotta love those windows. We call that air conditioning, so you can get the air into the car. Coming up, instead of 1959 like that Volkswagen, how about 1957? A Ford Thunderbird. This is an E-Code convertible. A 312 cubic inch V8 engine, 4-barrel carburetor, and an automatic transmission. Back in Las Vegas, our Super Saturday coverage of the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. Time to check in with Tyler Hoover.
Staging lanes with a Maybach. This is a competitor to the Rolls-Royce. You see that beautiful hood ornament there. But the thing about the Maybach is it's way more subtle than a Rolls-Royce, but still just as expensive. New, this was over $300,000, but look how subtle it is. It looks, well, more like a Mercedes S-Class than anything else, even though it was his own platform. And this is the most subtle spec I've ever seen. It's actually two-tone. You can see the lower trim is silver, the top half is sort of a light gray. It's the most subtle two-tone I've ever seen with the gray interior. Now, about a year ago now, I bought my own Maybach at the Barrett-Jackson Houston auction. I've been cruising around in it, taking the kids to school in total luxury. They do depreciate quite a bit, and it's a wonderful ownership experience for way less than its original MSRP. Love these things.
A special name, special car, made to be driven in as opposed to driving. Up in the block right now, we get a 1970 Ford Torino Cobra Sports Roof.
Well, this generation of Torino was new for 1970, and Ford really put the fast in fastback. This in the 1971 Mustang had almost horizontal rear windows. Not great for external view, but a fantastic looking car. 4-speed, 429. This is about as hot as it got in 1970 for a Torino.
I don't see the Cobra emblem in the center of the grille on this one, and this lacks the optional shaker hood. I had one of these. It looked much like this, and without a shaker and the slats in the rear window, well, mine was pretty sail-proof.
$45,000 for that 1970 Torino Cobra Sports Roof. You know, the great thing about Barrett-Jackson is that it's really not just a car event, a car auction. It's also an automotive history lesson. Here's Mike Joy.
All cars sold in the U.S. have had seatbelts since the middle 1960s, but the federal safety standards that started January 1968 also required a shoulder belt. GM's solution was to clip the belt up here into the headliner. It had its own set of latches. This was a pretty cumbersome arrangement, not very convenient, so frankly, a lot of people just didn't even bother. In 1959, Volvo's chief safety engineer, Niels Bohlin, invented the 3-point retractable seatbelt, which Volvo quickly patented. But in a move heralded as one of the greatest safety innovations ever, Volvo left their patent open so that every car manufacturer could take advantage of this simple-to-use technology. Niels Bohlin, congratulations. It's estimated that your invention of the 3-point retractable belt has saved over 1 million lives on the highways thus far.
Like I said, great automotive history when you come here, especially when you get a chance to walk around with people like Mike Joy and Steve Lignante, and you learn all the history behind all of the cars. 1955 Chevy 3100 up on the block.
Wow, sharp presentation here. Of course, all of these were step-side pickups back in that day. This one has been repainted. Could have used a little more on the paint prep. That's probably why we're at $28,000 instead of higher as we were on some of those that rolled across earlier.
$29,000 for that custom 3100 pickup truck from 1955. Big 350 cubic inch engine, that 4-link suspension. They write the price on the window sticker, and away it rolls into the convention center. And once again, it doesn't matter what time you come here, most of the cars are still here. When someone buys it, they have the opportunity to take it away right away, but a lot of people don't, so you get to see all the cars they've already sold. All right, this is the car that Tyler previewed, that 2004 Maybach 57.
Well, when they introduced these as a super luxury Mercedes under its own brand, Mercedes dealers had to create a separate showroom for Maybach, a very personalized buying experience for an ultra luxury car. Hard to imagine something way above the Mercedes S-Class, but this was it. Look at all that burled wood, acres of leather and wool carpet. Gorgeous car. Unfortunately, the market did not respond. These sold poorly. Most people came in, looked at these, went into the Mercedes showroom in the same building, and bought an S-Class.
I'm sure it didn't help that just a few years later, Hyundai's Elantra totally aped the styling on this, which didn't help, I'm sure. A Hyundai and a Maybach looking the same from 200 feet. Well, maybe not the same, but similar.
Well, I think ultimately the point being made that it didn't look different enough from a Mercedes.
Yeah, I think you're right, Rick. Too much family resemblance. Nobody would look at this and say, wow, you just spent $300,000 on an ultra-luxury sedan? No.
I do remember when they did the initial press tours, they wouldn't let the press, members of the press, the people, the writers, drive the car. They said, nope, this is made to be driven in.
Look at how long this rear door is. To Rick's point, the owner was made to ride here in the lap of luxury.
Well, this Maybach has 75,000 miles on it, and they also have a vehicle description report that says it had damage to the rear of the vehicle. Now, it's obviously been repaired properly, looks really nice, but the combination of the mileage and the potential of the damage associated with it probably holding it back just a bit.
Now, as large as this is, remember, this is the short wheelbase version. Tyler Hoover owns one with the partition. I always ask him, Tyler, how's your Bach running?
On the good side, you can get parts for these from your Mercedes dealer.
$26,000 is a screaming deal for a Maybach 57 and 5.5-liter V12 engine. Away it goes. Awesome machinery here at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. This is the 15th year that we've been in these towns selling cars and watching great stuff across the block. Remember, it is the world's greatest collector car auction. Up there right now is the 1968 Ford F-250 custom pickup truck.
Well, the consignment describes this one as having been originally built as a two-wheel drive cab and bed mounted to a later frame with four-wheel drive. No harm done there. It's nice they've revealed that. It could have fooled me. I like that it has the big block Ford 460 type engine under the hood, 4-barrel carburetor, MSD HEI style distributor.
The front axle is described as a Dana 60 Snow Fighter, and the rear axle a Dana 60 with a 354 ratio. Awful lot of work and replacements have been done to this one.
Yeah, I like the fact they put in that new aluminum radiator, so they've updated everything to make it a little bit better. And it would be an interesting story as to how they chose the 78 chassis. And as with so many hot rodders and custom builders, it's probably just what they had available at the time.
So where I grew up in the Northeast, the F-250 is what you would have bought and put a plow package on for winter snow plow work. Yes, this would have been the truck. You would have loaded that bed with bags of sand and other implements for traction, and off you'd go on a snowy winter day and plow driveways and parking lots.
Yeah, growing up in LA, we didn't have any of that, Mike. It was just a different experience growing up.
1968, second year for this styling cycle, and the first of the Ford pickup trucks to get the gas tank out of the cab, where previously it was behind the seats, and it was moved to the bed. We can see the filler neck right up here, factory equipment.
$33,000, 1968 Ford F-250 Custom. Very unique with that 1978 chassis underneath. Let's check in with April Rose.
Hey Rick, I'm standing with this 1929 Highboy Custom Roadster. Now these are so cool. Come on in close. It's a Highboy because you see the frames here and the body sits on top of it. Now if it was a Lowboy, it'd be channeled and it would be sitting in the frame, of course. Very cool red color with orange ghost flames and purple pinstripes along there. You got Mighty Mouse leading the way. And if you get, you need a little air conditioning, you can twist this and flip the mirror out and get some air right there. Now come back, I want to show you this very cool Von Dutch style pinstriping in the back. Now, it's got a balanced and blueprinted 350, getting you 450 horsepower, automatic overdrive transmission with 4-wheel disc brakes. Inside, check it out, it's pretty sparse, but a nice interior with Bluetooth, and there's a tan convertible top. If you start cooking in the Vegas heat, you can put that up. Now, these were the start of the hot rod era after the war, and Rick, they are super fun to drive.
I tell you what, I love that, Bill, and I especially love Mighty Mouse on the side of the car.
Von Dutch was not the only Southern California pinstriper. His real name was Kenneth Howard. He was the guy everybody wanted, though, to do their car.
Plenty of people have been copying what he's done over the years, the style. So we call it the Von Dutch style pinstriping. $37,000 current bid for this 1936 Ford custom pickup truck.
Yeah, it has ghost flames on the bed and along the side below the windows. Is it blue? Is it purple? Is it blurple? What is it? I like it.
A pearlescent vibe. Fiberglass fenders on this one. Small block Chevrolet under the hood, a 383.
Sold for $38,000, Jay Ryan.
1936 Ford custom pickup truck. Going with that gentleman right there for $38,000. Well, we're glad you're here today for our Super Saturday coverage on the History Channel. Whether you're a true history buff or you just tune in for episodes of your favorite series or just came here for Barrett-Jackson, the History Store is your one-stop shop for exclusive and official History Channel gear. Shop right now at historystore.com and you'll get 25% off using discount code HISTORY25. Now, that is only valid through tonight, June 24th at midnight Pacific time. Terms and conditions apply. So your chance to save some money, buy some cool gear at the same time. Well, we previewed this car a little while ago, a 1957 Ford Thunderbird. This is an E-Code.
Well, while the Thunderbird and the Corvette ostensibly were fighting each other out on the showroom floor, 1957 is the year that Thunderbird actually had some power under the hood in the form of this, the optional dual quad E-Code 312. And in fact, it even got hotter. There was a supercharged F-Code possible. But again, Corvette had dual carbs on their top engine. So too did Thunderbird, but only in 1957.
So when you see this car, do you think American Graffiti or National Lampoon's Vacation?
I'm thinking Suzanne Summers, American Graffiti myself.
All right.
Again, we talk about the art of the exhaust outlets. We see them here coming through the chrome rear bumper, right and left. They do tend to stain if you don't clean them once in a while, but what a beautiful effect that is.
Wasn't it Christy Brinkley who drove the T-Bird in Vacation that tempted Chevy Chase?
I think Christy was in a Ferrari 308. I may be wrong. I may be wrong. In Vacation, that is, because I saw that movie.
1957, this Thunderbird sold big numbers compared to the Corvette in 57, but as popular as it was, its time was numbered. The next year, they were coming out with the Square Bird.
Getting back to Christy Brinkley and National Lampoon's Vacation, I did read she couldn't drive a stick, so they had to teach her how to drive the stick in that 308, but hey, she got it done. And how?
Well, we saw what happened with a Porsche 928 that Tom Cruise learned how to drive a stick in. I wonder what would happen with that car. Away it goes, the 1957 Thunderbird E-Code. We're going to take a break here at Barrett-Jackson, come back for more collector cars and great stuff here in Las Vegas. Always fun to come to Las Vegas, where we get to enjoy both the town and the Barrett-Jackson Collector Car Auction. All the cars sitting inside the Las Vegas Convention Center. I think the temperature outside today was in the mid-90s. Inside, nice and cool. You could enjoy all the cars here in the West Hall. No shortage of pickup trucks today. 1968 Chevy C10 Custom.
Well, 66 and 7 were the first 2 years of this styling cycle, as we say, but something unique to these two model years was an angled face to the hood. For 68, we become a little more vertical, but a very subtle difference, but it's there if you see enough of these trucks, you'll figure it out.
This one's a step side. It's been upgraded with huge wheels and tires, but has a more modern 350 cubic inch engine with some performance modifications. Wood in the bed is new. The gas tank is accessed from a receptacle in the bed. I like those big round tail lights. LED lights, LED bulbs on those, nice and bright.
Speaking of lights, 1968 first year for the additional 4 corner marker lights, a federal mandate. Red in the back, amber in the front. Not seen in 67.
$39,000 for a 1968 Chevrolet C10 custom pickup truck. We'll write that on the sticker, and away it goes. Let's check in with Tyler Hoover.
So when I was looking at the list of cars coming up in the staging lanes, I saw 1979 Land Cruiser Custom, which was this. I got close to it. I thought, well, what's custom about it? I mean, you look at it, nice khaki paint, same stock wheels, maybe oversized tires. You go inside and, well, looks very stock in there. You have the sideways jump seat, a little odd-shaped heater there on the floor, but kind of period. It looks correct. And then you go inside to the front and, well, once again, very, very stock. I mean, there's a speaker here, a center console that's probably aftermarket, but the shifter, the steering wheel, the gauges look pretty normal to me. And then, well, I started to walk up and go under the hood, and oh, look at this. You can really LS swap anything. It has a 5.3 liter V8 under the hood, a Chevy truck engine, the Ironhead LS, which I imagine is way more power than the inline 6 or 4-cylinder that these had new in 1979. So a big improvement, but a very subtle custom here.
Yeah, very interesting. You know, sometimes when people make cars custom, they just go wild, change all kinds of things. In this case, they've only done one very important swap. Up in the block now, a 1972 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck.
You know, we just saw that 68. We talked about the canted front. Well, here's the 69 up, more vertical. Mike Joy?
Yeah, a little fit issue with the hood at the right side. Stock interior, but a custom paint job in blue and silver and larger alloy wheels and tires.
With the snug top fiberglass bed cover, a must-have. These things became popular in the 1980s. Easily made in fiberglass, probably a dozen or more manufacturers of these. They'd either sell to you in gel coat or, in some cases, pre-painted to a factory stock color.
Has a billet grill and some engine dress-up.
$25,000, the hammer price on that 72 Chevy C10 custom pickup truck. You know, interesting thing at this particular auction, we have literally 100 years of cars. Mike Joy went to check them out.
This is how you start a Model T Ford, with a hand crank. And once you get it running, it stores in this protective leather boot. Don't you wish you'd been around when cars were this simple? Not me. I like my modern conveniences, whether they come in old cars or new ones. But just to prove there's something for everyone at Barrett-Jackson Las Vegas, I'm going to take you through 100 years of cars, beginning with this 100-year-old Model T Roadster. From the 30s, the aerodynamic Chrysler Airflow. In the 40s, Cadillac was the standard of the world. Everyone wanted a shoebox Chevy in the 50s, as they did a Ford Mustang in the 60s. 70s, horsepower Dodge Challenger RT. 80s, pickup trucks Toyota SR5. 90s, total performance, a WS6 Pontiac Trans Am. The 2000s, liquid-cooled Porsche 911s. Finally, the 2010s, opulence, the Rolls-Royce Ghost. And for the new roaring 20s, how about Tyler Hoover's all but brand new $150,000 MSRP Corvette Z06 with ceramic brakes and all the options. So there you go, 100 years of cars at Barrett-Jackson, Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's the great thing about coming to Barrett-Jackson. And we often point out, it's not just cars, it's automotive history, industrial design history. And having a car from 1923 here at this auction, literally 100 years of automotive design. $21,000, the current bid on a 2003 Ford Excursion Custom.
Well, it's easy to forget that Ford took on a Chevy Suburban with the equally massive Excursion.
That was huge. All right, rolling up behind it, we're going to get a 1990 GMC custom SUV with a big 6-inch lift.
Well, they call this a Jimmy. It was GMC's version of the Chevy Blazer, so that Pontiac, Oldsmobile, and Buick dealers that sold GMC trucks would have a companion to the Chevy Blazer.
Now, you pickup truck spotters will know that 1987 was the final year for the square body, except when you're talking Blazers and Jimmys, where the square body motif continued into the early 1990s. But again, this one has had a heart transplant in the form of a GM Ramjet 350, and a Ramjet's a direct reference to the original mechanical fuel injection Ramjet of 1957. But this one here, completely electronic and very more modern, better fuel economy, better power all the way around. But it looks old time, but it's modern.
What is old time are these front hubs. They are worn hubs. So when you want to convert this to locked front wheel drive, you have to get out and turn this knob on both front wheels to lock in the front hubs for the four-wheel drive.
When I was a kid, my mom would give me bags from loaves of bread to put into my sneakers or my boots to keep my feet dry. So maybe a set of plastic bags from a loaf of bread would be good to have when you get out in the mud to lock in those hubs. It's getting very late.
Once again, grew up in LA, don't remember any of that.
Rub it in.
One thing that they do have, they've got a vehicle accident report, and it talks about a number of things that happen. And in some ways, you think it'll hold back the value, but at the same time, this has been customized to a degree where all those issues are probably left well behind. And this one just sold for $34,000 to those folks right there. Congratulations. They're going to get themselves a 1990 GMC Jimmy Custom. Now we're getting down to our last 50 minutes of Barrett-Jackson auction coverage from Las Vegas. Remember, this is the 15th year we've been here. All kinds of fun stuff across the block. And don't go away, because there are more to cross. Don't you just love automotive styling and design? There are so many variations on a theme. How you can do the inside, how you can do the outside, how you can paint it. That's the great thing about Barrett-Jackson. Just get a taste of everybody's way of doing something a little bit different. Whether it's something stock looking like that Firebird or that Jaguar, or custom. And sometimes it's something in between, stock with some custom, like this 86 GMC Jimmy.
Yeah, nice piece, done in white. A little bit of a lift here. Stock size wheels, but with off-road. Big tires and a lift. Otherwise stock inside. Pretty mild custom, if you will.
We said a few times today that GMC Jimmy is the cousin to the Chevy Blazer.
Away it goes, $40,000, 1986 GMC Jimmy. Let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick, I should say. We spend a lot of time talking about and admiring restored classics, restos, customs, but there can also be beauty, I should say, in the original owner. This is a 1956 Mercury Custom Coupe, and this is all original as it came off the dealer lot. Nothing, not a single thing has been changed or updated on this car. April, what do you think?
I think it's really cool to have something special like this. Of course, it's from the jet age, so you got the jet taken off the hood right here. The Greek god Mercury representing speed and skill. Sort of an Art Deco Mercury font right on the bottom there. Come alongside, you got the custom here. The god Mercury also on the hubcaps, nice wide white walls. And take a look, come swing around here and look inside. Lots of room. This is all the original interior. Nice wheel with the horn ring that just lines up with the gauges in that V formation. You got the clock. I mean, everything is old, and it actually has that old car smell. Is that a thing? I'm not sure, but keep on going back. We got the really cool looking taillights that are inset. More God of Mercury right here. Gas filler in the back. I mean, these are such cool cars. And, you know, Murph, it's really neat to see this because you said there are a lot of restored cars, a lot lot of customized cars. And, you know, I'm going to say it, something like this is becoming more rare because everyone's getting their hands and changing them up and making them look new.
Yeah, I think there's something to that idea of authenticity, and this just reeks of authenticity. What I love about this car is since 1989, every single year they've taken it out of its garage, driven it for 5 miles, and popped it back in. So everything you see is original. And I just love the idea of that someone take that care, you know, for something to make it and keep it original. Guys, what do you think about that up on the block?
You know, I agree. I like the idea of originality. As we say, it's only original once. Up on the block now, we've got a custom, though, a 2012 Cadillac CTS-V.
Well, to your point, here's the best thing about the customization to this CTS-V. All of this matte gray and yellow striping is final. It can be removed to send this car right back to its original appearance. The wheels are non-stock. They poke out past the fenders here. A little bit of customization and uniqueness to this car, to your taste or not.
$29,000, and to your point, Mike, all reversible if you decide to want to go back, or you can just have fun with it exactly the way it is. 1985 Ford F-150 pickup truck up on the block right now.
Oh, these used to be commonly seen on used car lots, all rusty and faded. This is a very nicely preserved one, and it's about time these are starting to come back in style. This one's kind of unusual. Has the 351, which would have been a fairly thirsty engine, and an unusual choice for 1985.
Copy of the window sticker here. If you're concerned about gas mileage, I don't think you'd be shopping for this one. 11 miles per gallon city and 13 on the highway. This one was built to go to work and to haul, not for highway use.
One detail interesting about the 351s was the dual exhaust that came out one side because they're fed by a single catalytic converter. The reason being, catalytic converters contain precious metals, are not cheap, so having a dual-tracked system would be more expensive. But by having the dual outlets, it reduces some of the back pressure and gives a healthy burble to the exhaust of the 351.
Now this truck is a two-tone. The lights made it look like reflecting one shade of red on the flat surfaces, a different shade at an angle, but it is truly a tone-on-tone, two-tone red truck.
And the rear axle in this is the Ford 9-inch in one of its very last appearances before being replaced across the board by the 8.8 and or Sterling axles. But again, the 9-inch, 1957 till about right here.
Now, if I was bringing this truck to auction, I don't believe I would leave that courtesy Ford decal on there because Syracuse, New York is right in the heart of the Rust Belt, and you wouldn't want people looking for evidence of the tin worm. That said, I don't see any. There's no rust on this truck at all.
Now, according to the consignor, the last line on the car sheet says that this truck, has 2,200 original miles. Now, it says title reads exempt, so we can't guarantee that, but it said 2,200 miles on the car card.
Yeah, there are anomalies all over the country. Certainly, all it takes is a little extra care. Wash it off in the winter, but I think this one certainly was kept indoors. I see this also, the Rusty Jones sticker here on the back. Not that this was ever put to the test, but back in the day, when you bought your car, the dealer would after sell you either Z-Bart or Rusty Jones like that, and there was a wax that was sprayed inside the rockers to keep them from rusting. But again, it certainly worked here, but I'm going to say this was pampered more than anything else.
Yeah, that was a very popular aftermarket treatment up in the Rust Belt, and there were several vendors of that, and you wanted to see that when you bought one of these used up north.
$26,000 for what essentially looks like a brand new 1985 Ford F-150 4x4 pickup truck. We'll be back. Back here in Las Vegas, all kinds of interesting cars. That one in particular, a Jaguar E-Type with a V8 engine. Of course, we've got some old mid-60s American Iron with big engines in those as well. No shortage of interesting cars. Bentley Continental GTs. Lots of great stuff that have been crossing the block over the course of the last 3 days. This 1949 Mercury Custom Sedan just hammered sold at $19,000. Small block 350 V8. All that lead sled look to it. Plenty of work underneath. Air ride suspension. Away it goes. 1968 Pontiac GTO up on the block.
Well, first year for this second generation, as you will, the Coke bottle, some would call it. A shorter wheelbase than 1967, but 400 cubic inches under the hood. And there it is right there with air conditioning, factory AC, 350 horsepower. That was backed by an automatic transmission.
Yeah, this particular one, they love the fact they've got the actual information. It was built on November 17th, 1967 in the Pontiac, Michigan assembly plant. It was invoiced to Valdosta, Georgia. So it started up, obviously where it's supposed to in Michigan and ends up in Georgia. Who knows where it spent the rest of its life. And, you can cause a big debate. Which GTO do you like the best? The early one, the 64s, when the headlights changed to the 65. Personally, I've always loved the 68 and 69 body style. It's just a beautiful look.
One little anachronism is the vent windows in this body style, but they certainly were possible in 68. They'd be gone for 69, but kind of an odd thing to see the vent window in the Astroflow ventilation assumed body. But again, these were popular cars. It's a real GTO. The 242 in the VIN doesn't lie. However, the stripes on this, these down the side, these are reminiscent of the Judge, which wouldn't come along till 69. But again, no harm in adding them here. It's not a Judge, but it is a GTO.
It's got that Endura front bumper, those two hood scoops. It's just a nice, sleek look in terms of the new design. And this was only a 2-year styling from 68 and 69. Ultimately, the second generation went on from 68 all the way up to 72. And in my mind, this is the prime era for this GTO.
Of course, GTO, a reference to the 62 Ferrari Gran Turismo Omologato. But hey, it works. In 64, Jim Wangers and company says, let's grab some of that Ferrari Mystique, apply it to our Tempest, throw a 389 under the hood, and voila, the muscle car was born.
What this doesn't have is the hideaway headlights. These are just the headlights that stay in place. But, in some ways, a lot better. That way you don't have to worry about whether they're going to work. Because in their day, they could be a little problematic. There it goes, $36,500 to that gentleman right there. Congratulations. All right, time for the moment of truth. We've been talking all week about Fantasy Bid, brought to you by Dodge. So let's take a look at who is in the lead after Las Vegas. Keith R. has taken the lead. I think he came in second place. Brad, who I believe was in the lead at the beginning of the day, has tumbled to second. It'll be interesting to see how everybody does as we go into our final auction in New Orleans. So congratulations to Keith. Keep up the great work. Don't forget, you're going to want to play when we go to New Orleans in September. And the winner at the end of all 4 2023 auctions will take home a 2023 Dodge Charger. And who knows, maybe somebody will pop up at the very end, do a killer job, nail a few cars, and leapfrog over everybody. Up on the block now, that 1929 Ford Highboy Custom Roadster that April previewed for us just a little while ago. Absolutely love the build of this 350 cubic inch V8 engine. I like the fact they haven't put something huge and big. It really kind of throws off the weight of this. I love that old school styling, although it does have, according to the consignor, 450 horsepower. Getting it to connect on the rear might be a little bit tough, but it's got a potential.
If the rear brakes, check out the aluminum fins of the Buick style drums. Of course, these are aftermarkets from Cal Custom, but those finned aluminum drums there play into the 1959 through 70 Buick front drums, which a lot of hot rodders would adapt to their cars. They're 12 inches, they're big, they work really well, and they look great.
I mean, it's got disc brakes in all 4 corners, Bluetooth. It also has what they call a Carson top. That is a removable top, not a convertible, just a top that you can put on. So if you want to, you can throw it up.
And I think they really got the styling beautifully here, Rick. That sort of red and the orange. It's got the stripes. It is a hot rod, but the beige leather interior, really classy and stylish, but it says hot rod.
Yeah, nice and simple. Love the ghost flames. Beautifully done. $28,000. And away it goes. All right, check in with Mike Joy and Tyler Hoover.
Rick, we thought we'd take a walk and share some of the things we've learned over the weekend. One thing that impressed me is, boy, people pay up for great paint. $160,000 for that B5 electric blue Dodge Charger.
I was just the Mopar colors, the brightly colored cars like the that pink 340 car, and then of course the lime green. Big money. It was very surprising.
I think so. You know, patina rods like this one, well, $18,000. Maybe glossy is good.
I suppose. Yeah, you're in Las Vegas, so you want to be flashy. You want to drive up Las Vegas Boulevard and really show off. But one thing I like, I see a lot more modern classics, more and more at each auction, and they're getting more appreciation. Something like the Mercury Marauder, not in this row, or say an Impala SS, cars that I really enjoyed that are now seeing a lot of appreciation.
And a trend I see that's been very successful is cars that are restored to just a little better than stock, like this Volkswagen Beetle, but have gleaming base coat, clear coat paint. Wow. You know, that does really well. That's $35,000 right there.
Yeah, a little more subtle with the improvements. Definitely not, I mean, you can put big wheels on it in bright colors, but more or less make it look more stock, less of a really over-the-top big rims, that kind of stuff.
Performance always does well. If you want a Cobra like this, you better have a shaker hood if you're going to get top money for it. They got 40 grand for that one. A Mustang high performance car, and you know, Camaros, boy, they always sell well here, especially when you drop an LS swap into one, as they did on this 69.
Yes, all the combinations of LS swaps I've seen today. I ended with the Land Cruiser that was a surprise LS swap, but really, you can do anything. LS swap the world, I suppose, right?
Pretty much. You know, that's the engine swap of choice these days. Well, we get to say goodbye to all these beauties and look forward to a whole new group of cars coming to New Orleans this fall.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Tyler. Thanks a lot, Mike. And once again, the opportunity to walk around through the auction with two people like Mike and Tyler, that's pretty special. With their automotive knowledge, what they can bring, it's pretty much the ultimate cruise through the auction. Now, this 1981 Jeep Scrambler Custom just sold. Away it goes, and right behind it is that 1979 Land Cruiser FJ40 Custom, the one that Tyler was talking about with that LS engine swap.
Well, indeed, I like this. It looks very stock, right down to the steel wheels, sort of knobby type all-terrain tires, but under the hood, the LS motor. Can we see it? Maybe Cliff, the fearless engine opener guy, will hook us up. And the LS engine, of course. The 5.3, generally speaking, yeah, iron block, but the same good aluminum head you find on a Corvette or a Z28, pumping away. Great power, probably 3 times the power of the original inline 6.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, a lot of people buy these and like them, and the engine that is normally in one of these, it's not like sometimes when you're doing the engine with a British sports car, you're swapping it out because it's problematic. The engine that is traditionally in a Land Cruiser is pretty bulletproof. In this case, it was just to have fun, put some more horsepower under the hood.
You know, these may look like the British Land Rover, but those have aluminum bodies, whereas the Toyota is strictly steel.
No shortage of these around the world. Just about any place you go, in the far-flung corners, you'll find yourself a Toyota Land Cruiser. And this one with that V8 engine swap just sold here at Barrett-Jackson for $28,000. Remember, they'll pay a 10% buyer's premium on top of that. Plenty of fun to be had in Las Vegas during the day. Plenty of fun to be had at night, and even more fun if you come to the Barrett-Jackson auction while we're in Las Vegas. It's great because you come here during the day. At night, well, you go see the shows, have dinner. It's a great combination. Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas. Up on the block right now, 2005 AM General Humvee. It just sold for $20,000. If you factor that in per pound, that's probably a pretty screaming deal. $20,000 for that big Humvee. 2000 Corvette up on the block right now. Only 10,000 original miles.
Wow, this one has been well kept. Kind of the last hurrah for the pop-up headlights on Corvette, which came about decades earlier. Chrome wheels, those were available from Chevrolet. This one has been given faux sheepskin seat covers to help keep that leather all really nice and fresh. Automatic transmission on this one.
Yeah, this one is a C5, of course. This is the 3rd model year, but the beauty of the C5 is almost a mid-engine car. Well, not really, but the transmission is back here, transaxle, whereas in the C4 it was behind here. So as Chevrolet made its way toward the rear-engine car, car, at least getting the mass of the transmission from here to there allowed better weight distribution and better foot room, more than ever in a Corvette. In fact, the footwells are quite large on these cars, very comfortable.
This was a $40,000 car new, as evidenced by the window sticker, even though this one has been well kept and put away. The fuel mileage on these cars did not improve over the prior decade or so. 17 city, 25 highway. That's about what it was in the early 90s.
But power was up 30%. Now, the big thing about that transaxle, we'll notice that from going from the exhaust on each side with the C4, they went to the center because the pipes go up over the transaxle. So packaging was always a headache with Corvette, but the beauty of these things is the hatch opens up big and it yawns nice and wide, just like on a C4. So it doesn't look very utilitarian, but you can put a lot of groceries back there because that does open.
Yeah, comparing the C4 to the C5, they're radically different cars. 1,800 fewer parts on the C5 compared to the C4. Congratulations to that guy. $25,000 for a car with only 10,000 miles on the odometer. Now, we talk about what we call corporate cousins. You know, cars made within the same big company, well, that have a lot of similarities. We look at them as body doubles. Here's Steve Magnante with an interesting look at a pair.
If you ask any Chevelle enthusiast, they'll tell you 1970 is probably their favorite year. Big changes up front. Fenders and rear, muscle power bulges right here were added to 2- and 4-door models. Now this one here is kind of unusual. It's an SS396, it's a real one, but has a bent seat and a column shifted automatic. Yeah, you paid extra for buckets and a console. But getting back to this body restyle for 1970, what about wagons and El Caminos? Were they different? You bet. This is a 1970 Chevy El Camino. It looks the same as the Chevelle with the body-colored headlight surrounds, and many people make the assumption that these are basically the same car. But here's the thing. Where are the power bulges in the fenders? What's up with this little vent window? You don't have that on the 2- and 4 doors. And where's the power bulge in the rear quarter panel? The reality is, El Caminos and station wagons use specific sheet metal that's quite a bit different from the 2- and 4-door hardtop convertible and sedan. So if you have a fender bender with your SS396 Chevelle, don't make the incorrect assumption that you can buy an El Camino front clip and it'll work. It's totally different.
Learn something new every day. Thanks a lot, Steve. Up on the block right now, a 2003 Ford Thunderbird. This one's interesting, though. It's a 007 edition.
Yeah, the reborn baby bird, you know, picking up where the 57's left off. 2 seats, V8, rear-wheel drive. What's not to like?
And a unique coral color to go along with that special edition. Had a bra covering the front end for much of its life, as shown in the photos that accompanied the consignment. Chrome wheels, which were quite an option. And of course, that hardtop with the porthole that you would have seen on a 1957 Thunderbird.
So why a James Bond edition? Well, because Halle Berry drove one in Die Another Day. So they tried hard. They came up with a 007 James Bond connection. Why not make a James Bond edition? $18,000 sold over the internet for a 2003 Ford Thunderbird. Congratulations to everyone. Kind of a cool, interesting thing. Seen plenty of Thunderbirds. I have to admit, that's the first time I've seen a 007 edition. Back here in Las Vegas, coming towards the end of our 3-day auction. What a week it's been. Let's check in with Christian Murphy.
Thank you very much, Rick. Not a lot left in the tank here, but these two fellas, they leave everything on the track, every auction that we go to. Craig Jackson, Chairman and CEO, Barrett Jackson, Steve Davis, the President. Gentlemen, 15 years in Las Vegas, and this one absolutely did not disappoint. Craig, what do you take out of the last 3 days?
Well, quality cars are bringing great money. We saw that today. You know, it's a signature Barrett Jackson, a great charity moment today. But overall, I hope everybody that was watching these past 7 hours on history were educated and learned a little something, because I thought we had a great selection of cars to really showcase car collecting.
Do you have a feeling that the hobby is really alive and well, despite everything that's going on around us?
I do. Yes, absolutely. Having the GT right at $1 million, you know, everybody thought those things are going to go up and down. they're very rare cars. We had a great assortment of cars today, and I think the bidders, they responded.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Steve, if we look at the leaderboard, the top 5 are modern classic supercars, hypercars. It wasn't until number 6 that we had, I think it was a Shelby 500 KR or something like that, more of a muscle car. I mean, that's a little bit of a turn-up.
Absolutely. Talked about muscle cars alive and well, and this makes the point that we always talk about. It's diversity, it's quality, but it's the excitement. Barrett-Jackson brings this experience together, and people come to Las Vegas. If you'll notice, one of the takeaways for me this year particularly was the crowd. Incredible crowds. They were into it. Every time you're gone in 60 seconds. Everybody loves those cars. We sold several tribute license edition. Eleanor's broke the bank. Relived an incredible moment, personal moment for myself with Danny Gann's car. So again, it's memories. It's creating new memories, making new memories, and doing it in a way that everybody that loves cars and the culture that flows from it enjoys what we do here.
Yeah.
Muscle cars, exotics, European sports cars, 50s cars, customs. We have something for everybody, and that's the secret.
I mean, you talk about the crowds and the excitement here. This is Las Vegas, entertainment capital of the world. Wait till we get to where next? New Orleans.
New Orleans, yep. The end of September. It's up here behind us. We can't wait. Got a lot of people very excited about it, and we will see you there.
Gentlemen, on behalf of all of the production team, everyone at History Channel, everyone across our team, we cannot thank you once again for all that you do to put on such a wonderful show, and let's take it out with Rick.
Rock on.
All right, thanks a lot. Yeah, we still have a few cars left to go. Don't be going away just yet. Up there right now, we got a 1956 Mercury Custom Coupe, currently bid at $21,500.
Well, don't be confused by the word custom. That truly was the model designation. It was the Mercury Custom, the base level car, 2-door sedan. But something you'll find in all Mercuries from 1938 till 59 is a V8 engine. And in this one here is a 312 under the hood. I'm surprised that along the years somebody hasn't snatched it to put into a Thunderbird. But that was the whole thing. Mercuries are always V8 powered until you get to 1960 and the Comet.
According to the consignor, this one has 70,000 original miles. So this is a good survivor. And they talk about the fact that they've driven it about 5 miles every year to make sure everything was working.
They do describe the brakes recently redone. That's a great thing. Nothing suffers more from standing around than brakes. They tend to go to the floor, but they've been reconditioned here. This car's ready to be driven, apparently.
And I like the fact that, this particular car, not one of those cars you think of when you think of mid-50s, but it's getting some love here. $25,000 for that 1956 Mercury Custom. Let's check out the top sellers. We were just talking about those with Craig and Steve. The number 3 sale of the auction overall, a 2021 Ferrari SF90, a hypercar, plug-in hybrid, got electric motors, gas motors, 1,000 horsepower. It sold for $540,000. The number 2 sale of the day, well, this is interesting. It was a Dodge Challenger SRT Demon 170, but it was being sold to benefit Christie's house. And it sold once for $400,000. Then the person who sold it bought it, gave it back and said, sell it again. They did so, another $300,000. The total, $700,000, all going to Christie House. And the number 1 sale, the top sale of the auction overall, a 2019 Ford GT. Lightweight edition, all that carbon fiber. It hammered sold at $900,000. Those are the top 3 sales at Barrett-Jackson in Las Vegas for our 15th year. El Camino time, a 1980 El Camino Custom.
The span between the front and rear axles looks long. Keep in mind, the El Camino rode on a specific frame unto itself, about 4 inches longer than a wagon, a 2-door, 4-door, and it's an unusual feature on the El Camino for 1978 up when they were downsized.
Well, in Australia, of course, fellas, we call this the Ute. And I have never, ever seen such a good-looking Ute. I mean, the finish and paint on this, the burgundy. But take a look at the dashboard, if you guys can just get up there and have a look. It's like kind of having carpet in the bathroom. They have fully put carpet all across the dashboard. I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Well, no, that's a cover because those vinyl dashes would crack. I want to show you one thing. We've talked about body doubles and car features that were cribbed from other manufacturers. Brian, have a look at this rear window. You see the way that it curves around like this and ends in a point at the bottom both sides? Ferrari 308, about 2 decades earlier. Same thing.
So it has been customized. The rather unsightly 5-mile-an-hour rear bumper gone. There's a rolled pan here with custom integrated brake lights. I like the look.
Yeah, very sharp here, tonneau cover without the coffin rails that were an option. Now this does have the 5-liter GM small block V8. In 1982, 2 years later, this would get quad headlamps and continue that way in the final 7th generation to 1987. Hey, how about the ghost stripes on the tailgate? Just noticed that. Boy, they're hard to see, but sharp.
And Mike, as if the carpet on the dashboard wasn't enough, the ute tray is also lined with like a soft, fluffy finishing.
Looks kind of like mouse fur.
Pretty interesting.
Wow, never seen that. I agree with you.
Well, there it goes, $19,500 for that 1980 Chevrolet El Camino. Remember, Barrett-Jackson.com. If you've missed some of the auction and you want to wonder what things sold for, well, you just go to the website, look through the course of the last 3 days, the Thursday cars, the Friday cars, and if you register, you can see the price they sold for. Remember, that price that you see on the website is the hammer price plus 10%, because that is what the buyer has to pay. All right, up on the block right now, a 1985 BMW 735i.
The 6-cylinder version of BMW's ultra-luxury car, this with an automatic transmission, and only 55,000 miles on the clock, so it has been well kept and well enjoyed. 3.5 liter.
The 735 is part of the 7 Series full size. Below this was the 5 Series and the 3 Series, but if they all look similar, it's because they're all styled by a man named Paul Brock, who worked for BMW, Mercedes, and Peugeot, depending on what decade it was.
This one has optional, very optional, BBS-style wheels with the gold centers, the chromed rims. It's a 3-piece wheel. You can see how it's all riveted together. And you unscrew that center nut. That does not loosen the wheel, but that's access to the lug nuts that hold it to the hub.
The base of the rear B-pillar here is the Hofmeister kink, seen on BMWs from about 1964, right on up to this period of time.
A lot of life left in this one. Very luxurious sedan for 1985.
That's right. Purchased from the original with 55,000 miles.
Yeah, this was a big dog from a European. I mean, this was when BMW was really flexing its muscles and saying, we are equal to Mercedes in the luxury car world.
No V8s yet. Of course, BMW is using a slant 6, not a Mopar, but a big 6-cylinder overhead cam engine set in on an angle on a slant for a lower hood line. No V8s yet.
Sorry, see, I like the color combination. Silver over a very deep blue in the interior. Very restful looking.
Something kind of nice inside the trunk is the factory toolkit. I won't open it now, but right under here be a bunch of BMW tools for your usage, and it'll roll away, of course, as soon as you open that up. But there it is. Kind of cool. Seen on the 3 and the 5 Series as well.
Yep, there we go. And whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold him, and we'll fix it. We're going to chase this one all the way home. No. We got to close this first.
Yeah, we do have at least one more car up on the block.
Yeah, just like a doctor, do no harm. That is our motto here.
Okay, we made it.
All right, let's see. We got a little confusion here. Up on the block right now, we got a 2009 BMW 650i up on the block. It's a 4.8-liter V8 engine with an automatic transmission. It's got seating for 4, 19-inch sport wheels. So we go from the BMW 7 Series to the BMW 6 Series.
Well, this one wasn't quite so well received. This one's had a blackout treatment here. It is the convertible version. This also came in a coupe. The hood's had a repaint. Much of this has. tan interior. And this was the first appearance of what became known as the Bangle Butt. The way this was styled was not universally loved. It eventually caught on, Rick.
And V8 power under the hood, finally.
Well, sadly, that's going to do it for our time in Las Vegas, but an incredible ride it's been this week. Wall-to-wall top-flight vehicles. That's why Barrett-Jackson sets the standard in the collector car world. We'd like to say a special thanks to our world-class crew that makes this, bring you this tirelessly. They work tirelessly to bring in amazing television coverage, the best in the business. So, for Mike Joy, Steve Magnante, Tyler Hoover, April Rose, Christian Murphy, and our entire team, I'm Rick DeBrule. Thank you so much for riding along this week. We'll see you in New Orleans.